atmosphere, the people here around are so passionate, so it's incredible.
I get goosebumps every time I see this.
The Nürburgring is really a very special place, and it's a very difficult place.
It's very, very good to have all these fans back here in the home of motorsport.
This atmosphere, it's the calm before the storm.
du das Symbol von der Ganganzeige ein bisschen höher machen, weil das sieht ja dann nicht ganz
ladies and gentlemen. You may be very, very happy to hear that this voice is back. And we are here at the Nürburgring 24. If you're unfamiliar with this specific voice, my name is Rahul Nasir from Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. And we're back here, back to watch this amazing race go down here. If you loved Le Mans just a couple weeks ago, then this one is going to be oh so better. This is the biggest event AC Friends have to offer. And, well, we are getting ready. You can already look at the leaderboard on the side. We can barely fit it on the screen. That's how many teams there are. So it's going to be a crazy one. We got some racing coming up very, very shortly. And welcome everyone in the chat. We're also just working on audio levels, making sure everything is good to go on our side here, of course. So, we are going to be going racing in about, let's say, 45 minutes. Just about. I believe I'm also going to have a friend join us in the commentary booth for a little bit. But overall, though, we are in store for a great race. If you're unfamiliar with this type of racing, I mean, I'm sure majority of the chat are fans, family, friends of a lot of these drivers here. Will be a recording of the race. The race will be uploaded, yes, to YouTube. The stream will turn into a video of sorts. I believe the stream is also going to get cut into certain sections, so we're going to have a certain amount of hours of commentating, and it's also going to be on the stream. Then, I mean, we hope that we can have a good stream, of course, and we have everything flowing normally, but chances are, if not, then the stream will just be broken up. Where you're probably going to get the first 6 to 12 hours as a video that will be uploaded as soon as possible within, like, the next few hours of when the stream transitions over to another one. Regardless, though, we have a lot of different classes to look at. Previously, if you remember at Le Mans, we had the hypercars and we had the GTs, but we have a lot more to look at here, and you can actually look at that at the top right-hand side of your screen. We have the GT3s, GT2s, we have Cup cars, GT4s, and TCRs, more Cup cars as well. So, a beautiful field of drivers around here. We are going to get sorted now, so you guys can look at more than just the pit lane. But can I just say, AC Friends have done an amazing job with this pit lane. As you can see, the animations there, you don't get those kind of animations anywhere in Assetto Corsa, and AC Friends are doing it right, and this is the biggest event to watch. This is going to be a huge one, and we're still undecided on who is going to take victory. But why don't we now take a look at the teams and what's going to be going down here for this race. So let's start it off here. Here we see the GT3 362. They're going to be piloting the Aston Martin Vantage GT3 Evo. They're on pole, starting up, and then on P2. They're going to be lined up on the front row with them. It's in the GT3 343 Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2. So an Audi and Aston Martin front row, followed by another Aston Martin, the 333 Audi R8 LMS. And then following off, we have a couple new cars around here. And take a look, interestingly, that top four, all like one nation. And now we have the Russian team now, the GT3 315 Tempest Racing, and they're going to be on the Porsche 992 GT3R. And then we, of course, have the 310 BMW M4 GT3. So that's Moritz. And yeah, so going to be a very interesting race up there. There is your top five, but we still have many teams to look out for. Let's look at the next set of drivers here today. So in P6, we have Car Corner, and they're going to be driving the 377 Chevrolet Corvette Z06 GT3R. And let's keep the trend of American cars out here with the 379 Number 379, Ford Mustang GT3. This team from Thailand, interestingly. So once again, it follows the trend of the same teams from different, from similar nationalities, but now we're starting to mix things up here with P8 on the grid. The number 311, Moritz Racing eSports, the number 2 car. They're also going to be piloting a BMW M4 GT3. Let's go over to P9, the 395 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2. And in P10, rounding out your top 10, of course, the 321 Ford Mustang GT3. That's going to do it for that first part of the GT class. Let's look at the second set here for GT2. Yes, GT2 cars. If you're unfamiliar with GT2 cars, they're essentially, how do I put this? A lot more faster, but a lot more heavier at the same time. They're not as nimble as their GT3 counterparts. Nonetheless, though, the GT2 292, it's going to be starting on pole. Lamborghini Huracan ST Evo, followed by P2, the 276 KTM Expo True Racing by RE. Then we go to P3 AFS Racing in the Maserati MC20 GT2. And then in P4 we have the 274 Lotus. And in P5 we have the KTM Expo 213 of Mix Racing. Rounding it out with the GT2 class, the 222 for the military Eclipse Racing Lamborghini Huracan ST, followed by the 258 of RRT Racing Maserati. They're going to be piloting P8. Now we have NNB Racing Team in the Porsche 991. So a Porsche that's going to definitely look the same as its GT3 counterpart, but it's a very, very different under the hood. And then rounding out the GT2 class, it is, of course, the Truck Driver Racing Team. Love that name. In the Audi, number 234. Let's continue on here. So this is now the CUP1. So these are the Porsche Cups. Starting us off here with Sunset Outrun Esports, the 555. Following off, P2, the GLS PXN Racing number 2, the 543, also in a Porsche, just like the rest of this class. Number 565 for FedSim Sports, and then following off, finally, with P4, 529's Cargo Fast. And those are those liveries that you got to be watching out for. Got to be heading out on track. There we go. It took a little while to get the right page, but there we go. Oh, unfortunately. A lot of awkward clicking the wrong buttons here. Just making sure we're all good to go, of course. So let's find the right one here. But there you see the next set. There we go. I think we got it. So, P5 now. Number 508, Phoenix Motorsport, followed by P6 of the team Itan. P7, HGE Racing Esports, all Italian team there. And then P8 rounding it out. Yes, all the pages at once saves time, of course. P8, ACRT Sim Racing Team. Let's try to not get confused at the numbers. There we go. All right. Now, finally, as we get the right page here going, GT4. And we're starting it off with the Ferrari 488 GT4 on pole. the 459 car, the all-Spanish team of Rebellion Autosport. P2, SLO Racing, number 456 in the Lotus. P3, the 444 Valkyrie E Racing in the Audi. And then it's the BMW, the number 477, Mouse PLS Endurance Team. And then we have another BMW just behind it, P5, the 414 Vig Project Strato. Coming through now, we have the Toyota Supra here. P6, number 404, and P7, we have the 487 of Nürburgring eSports. We're going to talk about them a little bit later on. And they're piloting the Aston Martin, of course. P8, the GT Spain at 92, all Spanish team. P9, Car Corner. I'm going to be driving the Lotus, number 495. And then the 407, the 7 Racing. Is that the 7 Racing? If anybody's from the team there, let me know if I did pronounce that correct or if there's a different way of saying that. And they're going to be driving the Nissan Z GT4. Rounding it out here. We're getting close to the end, I promise. In the TCRs now. This is, of course, a very, very fun class to watch, but it's going to be a nightmare for those faster classes to try to get past. But starting off with pole, the number 120 JR Customs in the Hyundai Elantra. P2, the 181 SLO Racing Hyundai Elantra. But then we have a little bit of a break from the Elantras in the Renault Megane with P3 Car Corner. And then P4, the 169 SLO Racing 3 in the Cupra. And then finally in the Audi, P5 Watt Racing. P6, we have the 139 TCR from NGSE Racing. Somebody sets the fastest lap there. An 8:04. They're going to be piloting the Toyota Corolla. Followed in P7, Tradition Sim Sport Audi RS3 LMS. P8, and we have the 195 Cupra, and then rounding it out with the Civic for Ring Safety Motorsport. P9's 113. So that is the last half of the final class. Trying to see, unfortunately, we're not able to get the final page loaded up. If anybody is able to give us that page so we can officially look at who is on there. It was noted the keybinds, yes, but unfortunately it's not working here for me. In the meanwhile, let's just look at the bottom rest of it. Starting from P6, the 697 SLO Racing, BMW M2 CS Racing. So another class to watch, a single spec, of course. P7, the 626 V Racing M2 Motorsport Team. The 652 MSC. And then rounding it out, the 662 BMW. Let me quickly get the first half of this class up here. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing it on our board. Yeah, it's a bit annoying there. But the Tradition Sim Sport 2, the 601. There we go. Thank you. So we got that working there finally. The 601 Tradition Sim Sport 2 BMW, followed by the Tradition Sim Sport 3. They're going to be the 602 and 601. That's going to be your pole in P2. P3, Watt Racing, the 666 back once again. P4, the 699 BMW. And then P5, Project N48. And that is finally going to wrap up these drivers here. All these teams. Yes, over 40 teams up here. And yeah, this one's gonna be awesome. So if we can get the graphic removed here, just because I'm not too sure why I'm not getting any control on my side. And yes, thank you. Perfect. So that's going to do it there for all the teams. We still have a lot more exciting things to cover here. One thing's for sure, we have a lot of sim racing bars in Europe that are going to be taking on this race. So a lot of teams, not just racing from home and over a Discord call, they are together in person in the same place. Honestly, pretty awesome. And we have a lot of screens to look at here shortly. But as we can finally get some cars on our screen. I know the chat's been waiting very, very long, but yes, it's here. There we go. So we got this one going here, and we're on board. I think we're on board one of the GT4s. Yes, we are. So there we go, in the driver's eye specifically. Soon we are going to be showing off some of the live cameras that's going to be going down. But yes, so on board here, going around a lap around the Nürburgring. We're, of course, still on the GP circuit. As you go to the lefts and rights, the Schumacher S's through there. Heading up into the left-hander, and we fling it into the right. Honestly, this part of the circuit is the calmest part, that's for sure. As we head on to the short straight, normally in the GP circuit, this would be the back straight, long straight, as we head right back up to the regular part of the track, and we head into the GP chicane, very quick around here. The left, flick it into the right, a little bit of curve, but then we drag it to the left-handed and flick it into the right and start the green hell as we go downhill into the left-hander. Accelerating out in second gear, third gear, fourth gear. Flat out this section. A little bit touch on the curve on the inside. But then we head into the first braking zone, into the left-hander. Just getting some word from race direction here. As we continue on here, on this lap, we're going up the hill, flick it into the right-hander. Apologies for the little lag spikes here and there. On the straight here, heading into the next section, left-hander, and you can see the BMW just in the way, gonna stick to the outside as we head into the hairpin. And then accelerating out, finally. Downhill, into the left-hander, back up. Bit of a roller coaster, hit the apex on the left, into the right-hander, braking, kind of in a straight line, but then just trying to get it turned in here. Saying hi to Jimmy Broadbent's tree, just flying by. And then hard on the brakes now. This is the part of that's honestly the first part of the green hell here that you've survived. The second part, one of my favorite parts here, because it does get a lot faster from this point. You still have a bit of sharp and out of nowhere braking points to kind of follow through. Once again, apologies for the bit of lag here. And as we're getting notification here that practice is slowly coming to an end. And then as we get straight here, into the right-hander. Hard on the brakes, flicking into the left. For most, this is honestly just blind corners and you're rallying 24/7. You don't have a co-driver, you're kind of just following what you see ahead. These drivers have to go through 24 hours of this day and, yes, night. And as you can see around you, there is no light whatsoever. Into the right hand, there's a double right. And then it starts to get a lot more faster from here. I think you can also see my face. Hello. As we continue on here, flat out through this left-hander bit. And you just want to keep the throttle pinned down for as long as possible because there's no braking points for a while. It's a nice little relaxing break until we get into the next section here. But as soon as you blink, that next section comes up right now. It's a little bit of a lift, a little wide, however, in the grass. Just a little mistake you make there. But nonetheless, though, we continue on here. Flick to the right-hander, straight. And then finally, we get onto the brakes once again. Into the right-hander, rotating in, accelerating out. And then we get into the carousel section here. And very, very fun to go through here. Is this bank section here, and you just want to commit, and then let it throw you right out. And then accelerating now out of it. Little flat section here. As the second section of the Nürburgring really starts to bite if you're not careful. But we're almost there. You're almost at the end, especially for these guys who've already been through a hell of a qualifying session. Now we get into racing. Majority of this race is just going to be chasing and following 24/7 as we into the lefts and right snake section here. A little bit of jumps, and as we see a faster class of the GT3s just going past us, the Porsche. In to the left-hander. No room for error, as you can tell. And then a little bit of curb here. Flick it into the right. A lot of gravel on the outside there. Very rare to find a bit of gravel around here. As we are on this final section of the track, we're almost there. A little quick section here, but then it's going to get really slowed down quick. A little jump as well. Some of the faster classes are going to get a lot more air than that. Into the right, into the left. And then out of it, downhill section, right-hander. You see all the corner names on the top right. Flat this time by, and then we're going to get into the second carousel very, very soon. Just before that, kind of set ourselves up. Little double right-hander there, and here it is. What many sim racing drivers would call one of the more hated corners on this circuit. But once you pass that, you finally know you've made it into the double right, and this is where you want to carry as much speed as possible. One of the more important corners, well, just as important as all the other corners, but just a little bit more important because it sets up the back straight. And then you finally get time to relax your arms here as we now look at a very, very interesting camera here. And yeah, that is a sim racing bar. That's one of the streams that we're going to be watching here. One of the cameras that we're going to be watching on the side. They're going to be loading up, as you can see, one of the drivers there just below your screen. That's going to be loading into the session. Yes, you heard me right. It's a bar for sim racing. Pretty awesome, isn't it? Just welcoming everyone in the chat. Welcome, welcome. I see Benjamin there. But there you see, final couple of corners here, on board, and then back on to the circuit, into the pits. Not the best of explaining laps here. It's truly a roller coaster around here, and yeah, one of the more difficult circuits to look out for around here. But as we enter the pits now, we have 20 minutes until we get racing. Welcome, welcome. The goated commentator is back. Yes. If you're just tuning in, welcome. I'm Rahul Nasir from Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club as we just look at the skin, the graphics, advertising boards. And we now descend ourselves on to the tail end of this pit lane. But yes, once again, you see all the AC Friends advertisings here. They've done an amazing job. You see the little screen there, eat, sleep, race, repeat. That is what these drivers are going to be doing, grabbing a quick meal between their stints and then getting back going racing. I'll let you guys know my schedule now. I will let you know for anyone who remembers my voice from the last stream and who was following close. He's driving in Spa, wrong track. Yeah, it's a bit laggy, that's for sure. And race control is letting everybody know that they got to get themselves back to the pits as soon as possible. And we're just going to take a quick pause on the stream here. And we are going to be back with all the cars ready to go for racing conditions. We're going to see them all lined up beautifully on the back straight. But I hope everyone is having a great morning, afternoon, evening, or night. For me, it's currently 8:41 a.m., but we could not miss what an incredible race this one is going to be. But welcome in the chat. If you are not familiar with my voice and what we do, what we did at least for Le Mans, any teams out there who want to give us some updates throughout the race, you're more than welcome to drop it in the chat, and we're going to be reading it out here. We're also eventually going to be conducting some interviews throughout this one. You see there, AC Friends letting us know a sim racing bar with more motion simulators. Yeah, motion simulators as well. These guys are hooked up.
I don't know what it means,
And,
but there's a smile upon your
Kind of
face.
listening very close. I can hear a little
When
bit
I
of thunder.
see something shimmering
Thinking
in
about
your
weather.
eyes.
I'm not too sure, but the clouds don't sound
They
good.
say
We're gonna
if
take a
you
little short
want
intermission
to
here,
glimpse the
and we'll be back
future, you need
just shortly.
faith.
Stay with us.
You said you put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is when you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things, the best of things, the best of things to find. I find it hard to not give in. I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need faith. And you said put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is imposter. When you look at me this way, find it hard to not give in. I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need faith. And you said put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things, the best of things, the best of things to find. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you wanna glimpse the future, you need faith. And you said put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in.
think we are just getting right back into action here. You see the drivers on the circuit now getting ready for this one to go down. We are just 3 minutes away from the countdown till we get going here, and we are joined here in the commentary booth. Welcome, welcome.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Fantastic. Well, hello, everyone. Welcome on in, and it's great to have you. Oh, my name, by the way, Mercurio. Nice to meet you, and I'll be co-commentating with Rahul for the next couple of hours or so.
Yep, should be a lot of fun here. Lots of drivers here, lots of classes to watch. Well, tell us about yourself. Are you going to be racing? Are you going to be joining us?
Well, I won't be racing. That I will not be doing. I would be very bad if I was racing. But no, I just commentating. Doing well the next couple of hours, and then a few hours later than that as well. Just for today. Currently living in Canada, so it's quite early in the morning here. But yeah, got this offer from someone over at the JSRA a couple of days ago, Jaden Harrison, you might know the name of, and so he gave me this opportunity, and Sasha took it from there, one of the moderators.
Yeah. No, Jaden's really good at hooking us up, right? He also hooked me up to come here as well from Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. So yeah, we got a couple things in common already.
Fantastic.
But, as we now see these lights come up on our screen, I think the formation lap is about to get underway here. And yes, it is. Oh no, somebody's already been given a stop-go penalty for jumping the start here. This is the worst way to start the race around here. But yes, different classes around here to watch out for. Mark, what are you looking out for around here with these classes?
Oh, obviously it's going to be the GT3s for the overall win of the race, no doubt about that. I was having a little bit of a watch, and it looks like the 333 Watty Racing, they look very, very quick. We'll see if there's any race lap records, that'll certainly be interesting. But that's also, and the Porsche 911s, which is just absolutely so fun to drive. So I guess in the CUP1 class, that will be very fun to watch as well.
Definitely will be. You look at that GT4 class as well. That's going to be the one I'm keeping my eye on. They are going to be very, very racy, but they're going to have a lot of traffic to deal with in the form of these GT3s, the Porsche Cups, trying to get through them as soon as possible. The TCRs as well. Well, with a circuit around here, I know our league especially, we have done TCRs around here at the Nürburgring. It's definitely not easy. Definitely not like these GT3s, but you see them now enter on to the front straight, and I think actually we don't need a formation lap because we're about to get racing here with these GT3s. GT2s behind them as well, and we're just waiting for the green light to go off with them, and they are off, and 24 hours of racing gets going here.
I run down to turn one then, here we go. See how everyone handles the first corner. It's a long race. Can everyone handle themselves? We'll see.
We hope so, that's for sure, as those GT2s are now entering into T1 as well, and the rest of the field starts to pack through, but we watch now the GT3 class. The Audi leads us off here, getting through safely. The GP circuit is probably going to be where the most confidence comes from a lot of these drivers here, as we're quickly trying to get over to the next class over here and the next set of racing, as here comes the Porsche Cups.
Oh, look at those Porsches go down to turn one, and then behind that you have the next class after that as well, the GT4s coming down the main straightaway.
Very clean. Definitely, yes. As now the leaderboard starts to pack in now, and we're going to see the rest of them come through. But yes, the GT4 is just behind them as well. We still have a couple more classes to go as they're still entering onto the front straight as well. I think we're just going to swap to them right about now. Apologies for all the bits of flashing, but yes, now the TCR class gets going. into T1. And once again, a lot of them, you know what's smart? Take it as calm as possible throughout here. This first lap is just going to be navigating and trying to get yourself settled in for this race here. But as we get through 6 classes done on the start, we can already see the GT3 classes already entered themselves into the green hell.
They seem to be running quite well here in the first bit of the lap, first bit of Nordschleife that is, and try and point out some of the key landmarks along the way. There's just, well, there's so many
trouble.
on this.
One of the Lamborghini's going off there. That's P8. He's been shuffled down early. Damage for him. And if we can get back going, unfortunately, he's stuck in that GT2 class as well. Nova Camp on him at the moment as we're just looking at the start of the BMW class.
And someone went very slidey there into the entry in the Nordschleife as well. I didn't see exactly who that was, but that looked from the Porsche to us right there, and that was quite interesting.
Just reading chat there is their live timing page. I think one of the admins might be able to put one in the chat if there is one available to the public. We know we have one. As we see some great racing here, as there is already some positions being swapped. Oh, more trouble. Another GT3 car going down.
No,
side by side.
Still going. They're still going, and looks like was that for 395 gets ahead there. Yes, they do get that position.
So, a lot of cars getting swallowed up, but it's still a very long race to go through, and yeah, here we go, business as per usual, but they want to get through this first lap as quick as possible, and that's what they're doing. You already see the top 3 there, barely separated between each other in that GT3 class. Going into the GT2s, we have a great lead built up there for the 292 Lamborghini, 3.5 seconds. A couple GT3 cars, unfortunately, getting it wrong in the form of the 321 Ford and the 395 Lamborghini, but nonetheless, though, it's still a very long race. But with a circuit like this, well, Mark, what does survival take around here? What does it take to really conquer the green hell?
It's really the ultimate challenge in all of racing, not just, well, sim racing, but real life as well. And it's something that not every driver can accomplish. It takes the ultimate set of endurance, stamina. If you and someone is around there, Rahul. Who's that?
Looking at it now, I think it's one of the Mustangs. So definitely one of the GT3 cars, and well, one thing's for sure, he's gotten going. So that is good. We're gonna have a yes, bit of hectic cameras here and there. Oh, GT4's already made a pit stop. Has he teleported to the pits?
It must be. There's no way they. Well, they couldn't have gotten around. Obviously, they're on the first lap still, so they must have teleported. And I suppose something must have happened to them. It's more worth to teleport than to carry on the whole lap.
For sure. But there you see a very racy GT4 classes. We're also getting some side-by-side action as we watch all this racing go down here. Pretty awesome stuff as we see the 444 Audi trying to chase down that BMW just up ahead. Really trying to hustle his way through, but oh, there we see one of the Porsches getting it wrong there.
That's tricky. Left-hander there too, and oh, now they're coming into the class behind, and that's going to be interesting. Oh, and he's holding up the big BMW there.
Not going to help as well. That's the GT4 class. He's getting swallowed up through, but luckily just getting going and able to survive that onslaught. Probably just one car to, oh, but he's going wide there. It's not going to help. Side by side.
He's going to go by. they're not going to wait. They're going to go right by that Porsche.
But luckily for them, they're on a pretty quick part of the circuit, so I think the Porsche is going to start to stretch its legs now and get going here. But that is trouble there early on for some of these drivers here, but nonetheless, so they just have to shake it off. That's the most important part, and just head down and get focusing here as the GT3 class is starting to enter this third part of the circuit, very close to getting onto the back straight.
Absolutely, and it looks like on the timing so far, as what I can see, again, this is not official, but what I'm seeing is the 343 Audi in the lead, and the 362 second, and then the 310 GT3 in third. That's the top three at the moment.
And you can already see P1 and P2 have already built up just a tiny bit of a gap.
Oh, there's a crash in TCR I'm seeing on the live timing as well. I don't know who it was though. A whole bunch behind the 508, 565. That's kind of back in the mid-pack though.
Look wide there, the Corvette goes, but just able to stick on to the Ford just up ahead. A little bit of a slide as well. You can see how much the 377 is pushing as it gets to that second carousel section, getting ready to put himself on to the back straight, and you can already see the front pack, the front GT3 cars already on it. And now it's just going to be a slipstream fest as they get back to the GP circuit.
Yeah, already completing the first lap. How about that, right? I mean, around about 8-minute lap times here for the quickest class of vehicle, and so we'll be having quite a lot of them, even though it's a 24-hour race, and we'll see how long it takes until they start to get into the groove. Already you see the GT3 field starting to thin out a little bit, and if they can, like you said, stretch their legs, we can start to get some long green flag running here at the Green Hell.
Just noticed that the 222 GT2 car. Oh, is there a bit of trouble? Yes, there is. One of the Cup cars getting it wrong. Oh boy. That's
and
the
then they're
GT3
falling
Porsche.
back again. Yes. Oh gosh. And so yeah, there's lots of action early on in the first lap. Then it seems, Rahul, and that might cost them for a little while because you have to fight through, especially other classes of cars. You're going to fall back behind your classmates, of which, well, that's the only cars you're really racing, right? So that's going to be a hindrance for them if they have more incidents.
That's for sure, but I'm also noticing one of the GT2 cars getting swallowed up in the Porsche Cups. That's not what you want. That's a 222, of course. Some positions being made down P35, P36. But yes, early on though, at least for the GT3 class, we only have one battle going on right now as we are actually not watching it there, but we do have something going on. P7 for 377 as we watch there. Porsche Cup now trying to follow themselves through the Cup. The Porsche Cups are really struggling around here, that's for sure. As we watch here, very close action in the GT2 class. They might be the underdogs here to watch. As you see side by side of the hairpin. Oh, it's getting really close. Nudging him out there. I think that's the Lotus just going through.
And indeed, yeah, that GT2 headed through there. There's the 276 you see there on screen right now. And look at this three-way battle. Absolutely fantastic. The GT2 class full of fantastic cars, actually. We've got a Maserati, Audi, Lamborghini, sorry, not Lamborghini, KTM. Oh, actually, yeah, we have a Huracan Super Trofeo Evo GT2 and KTM Expo. We got lovely, lovely vehicles.
Trouble.
And oh, trouble again. It's the 456 Rahul.
Oh, and he's just reversed right out the way, trying to get himself less damage as possible. Don't see him there at the moment, but he should be safe.
That's
But,
the slow
yeah.
racing Lotus, that 456.
Oh boy. And you can also see, I think P22 just dropping down there. So a lot of drivers getting a little bit unlucky here in this early stage. It's a mental game, as even though you could get it wrong around here, you just gotta hustle through. You gotta just focus on, because honestly, this is the most peaceful part of the race before these drivers have to deal with the multi-class aspect of this one.
So we see, oh, another bit side by side there as they head up the hill. And which class is that in there? Is that the
GT3s?
GT3, yes.
Very close to the Porsche, dives it down the inside. You can see the Chevy just behind him, picking his poison, wanting to get through as soon as possible. That's your battle for P5. P4, I believe that is. P5 actually. As we see this amazing GT2 battle here. Once again, continuing on side by side in the same part of the circuit, potentially. Yes, it is. Around the outside, that is the KTM getting it done around there. You don't really see moves around the outside almost any part of this circuit, but these drivers are very brave, getting it done.
You know, to get a move down around the outside here is a tricky thing to do. It's not impossible. Obviously, there's many lines, but it's a difficult thing to do. And so you should be proud of yourself if you get it done. And more side-by-side action there, as we see on the right-hand side of the screen. And looking to go through, yes, indeed, there is that yellow and grey car right there. Again, I believe that was in GT4 class, Rahul, I'm not sure.
I believe that is GT4,
yes, it does look to be, so I'm trying to find which team it is on the Spotters Guide, which, by the way, you can look at yourself. It's actually a very necessary collection of teams, drivers, liveries, everything you need to know who's driving in this race. You can go and pick that up. We might actually provide a link in the chat. So go and take a look, see who it is, who's battling right now. We've got a fun jump them as a pink BMW goes round outside to the inside of the next corner. Oh, and no contact. I don't think there was contact with the orange Porsche there. And they continue to stay ahead, Rahul.
Just getting word from Race Direction. Now able to go into a single screen now and watch the action a little more close in detail.
Indeed, I'd need that. I'd be squinting at the screen. I wouldn't lie to you, trying to figure out who's who here.
Fair enough, I don't blame you, but I think we're just about to get access here. We're gonna watch the action a bit closer now.
Oh, and someone off on the right-hand side into the barrier there. Oh, and that was quite interesting. It looks like they keep on going. That was the 181 car right there, getting into a little bit of trouble on the wall. The slow racing Hyundai again.
I'll let you take over here. Let me just try to make sure we get full access here from race control that we can start moving here in the single picture.
Absolutely. By the way, the 181 team, slow racing, it's an all Slovenian team. That's kind of a little pun there, right? Slow racing, SLO, Slovenia. So fantastic. Yeah, hopefully they get themselves together there. A little black and had a red stripe there as well, that livery. There's, by the way, the 697 is another slow racing car. There's a couple of them actually in this race, quite a few of them, running in different classes. So we'll see how well the team overall does.
I think we are finally getting access. Do we now? I think should be. I think we're still having just a tiny bit of technical difficulties going on here as we're getting going. But nonetheless, though, we are underway in racing. That's the most important part.
Live timing, by the way, is indeed posted in the stream chat. So thank you to who's running it there. There's two different links for live timing. And so that you can click either one, and one of them is kind of the original link, and then one of them is from a website that someone in the community has created. So fantastic, thank you so much for those. And I'll see if I can provide the spotter guide in the chat as well, in case someone hasn't picked it up as of yet.
Sun going down there just at the moment. Unfortunately, something a little bit weird going on with the mouse controls here. Let me try to see if I can potentially link in here and we can get on the action. But we're going to continue still going picture in picture with this early part of the section. Fastest lap there, GT3 8:02. That's 8 minutes only that the GT3 class are going to be doing, but it's going to get a lot more wilder.
By the way, folks on stream, do let us know if the audio is all okay. We'd love to nip it in the bud early, make sure everyone can hear everything. And oh, and someone off on the grass there on the right-hand side a couple seconds ago. That looked interesting. Saw that.
Still keeping it going.
They kept it going, absolutely. That's the main thing, and they didn't get any damage or anything that would set them back a while. Watching the 444 on the right-hand side of your screen at the moment in GT4 class, the Valkyrie e-racing team, and then on the left-hand side, looks like actually we're going on board now with one of the Corvettes.
Yes, we are. We can finally get a little bit of control here as we watch on board in the Corvette, chasing down the closest battle we have in the GT3 class, looking for a move to be made here through the Schumacher S potentially, maybe not, but the one thing you're gonna see here is you're gonna see a lot more confidence come from these drivers in this GP part of the circuit. Look how close this battle is, that's for sure. Let's see if we can take it to the rear cam of the Ford and see how close this battle is. Here we go.
And he's looking on the back, the 377, to side by side we go. And oh, it's a little bit tight there, got to be careful, but they hold it. They hold it. And yeah, the Corvette is through on the Ford Mustang there as they head to the Nordschleife. And they keep it going. By the way, lovely livery, I must say, for that Corvette team. As far as I'm aware, the only Corvette in the race, the 377 car corner team, so best of luck to them. Well, entirely Polish team as well.
Yeah, there's some fantastic looking liveries around here. As we're seeing the pace difference here between the GT3s. GT. Oh no! Somebody's gone straight. Oh, he's retired. He's disconnected out the session.
Oh dear, that I hope not. If they have, I am not sure how they get back in. That would certainly be a question need answering there. But oh, and off on the grass there is one of the cars right there in was that in GT2?
Looks like it. Yes, it is. Got going though, so that's good. But hopefully we did not just witness our first retirement. If it is, it may look like they have potentially crashed out the session the way their car just reacted, just going straight into the gravel.
That's the way it looks like. You know, usually when there's a disconnection, that's how it is, and the camera teleports to pits. The car that was often then rejoined, that was the 274, by the way, in GT2 class, the Soyuz sim racing team, the Lotus.
So as you can see, lots of action to keep you company. And as we continue this one, a couple battles going on our side here. Ooh, not sure where the leaderboard is gone. I think I'm working on something on our side here, but we continue picture in picture to watch all the action as close as possible in this one. Now we're just seeing if we can hop back over. Yes, we have, so we should be good to go. Yes, we are. I know, as we were talking about it, we have some potential trouble here. One of the GT2s going backwards once again. It's a stop and go. That's a long one.
Yeah, and that's going to set them back quite a bit. And wow, that's unfortunate. You have to limit your penalties at the Nürburgring. You really don't want to set yourself back too much here, but there will be lots of opportunities. It's a long race, and we're only 20 minutes into this, so maybe they can fix that up in the coming hours and catch up.
Still a very close one, and you can see these three Cup cars really putting it all on the line here. Let's go on board. We past Rebel Tree. How close is this battle going to be? Any look at a move here for the 597 potentially to the inside? No. And it's just really a train around here.
It's starting to settle into a nice little train, as you say, and 597 Porsche, by the way, has a Canadian on the team, so it's the only Canadian I can tell in the field, Zakaria Sharif, hopefully I'm saying that name correctly, and so that's Italian team. Best of luck to them. We'll see how well they do, as they seem to be just slotting in behind the red car there, which I'm trying to figure out who that is.
Nonetheless, though, still very close racing around here, and they're already catching up to a GT2 car. Oh, trouble!
Oh, it's the Mustang! Off the road.
Gone off, gotten back going. Luckily for him, they built up a amazing gap, as this multi-class aspect of this race still yet to really get going, but the GT2s, they're keeping it clean, and a lot of them are ahead of their big brothers, the GT3 class.
Well, that might say something when it comes to the driver level then. It seems like they have some experienced GT2 drivers. But that Mustang there, that little incident, that's going to set them back. And, well, they were battling the Corvette. Now they're going to get well ahead there. I'll check on the live timing in a moment. How much ahead now? And look at the battle here with the, I think that's the 543 car there, Rahul, in the Porsche.
And it's getting really dicey around here. They're catching up to a GT2 just up ahead. And I think this is going to be a very fun, well, maybe fun for us, but it's going to be a nightmare for this driver here. The number 213 really watching his mirrors and making sure that none of these Porsches do a little cheeky dive on the inside. But as for them behind, they want to get going as soon as possible. And if they can put a different class between them, as you see the flashing headlights saying, please get out my way as soon as possible, they want to get going. That's of course a 555.
Yeah, and you know what, flashing the lights this early in the race, that is a choice, but you know, that's all part of racing. You see it all the time, and you know, if one's slower ahead, you might want to get past as quickly as possible, not fall too far behind the rest, so I don't blame them really. Well, looks like they're unsuccessful at the moment, and you can see there on the left-hand side of the screen there.
Oh boy, trouble!
Oh,
He's pushing up the way!
The 213 getting pushed out of the way there. That was a little bit naughty there. I don't know if we'll have any live stewarding on that.
It's going down.
It is still going down, and look at these. Obviously, the 213 pushed back behind these other three now, but yeah. Oh, it's still more contact. Rahul. Look at this as they head through one of the quicker sections of the circuit here. Oh my. Oh, and oh, that might have been a little bit of lag there, but they carried on the 543. Looked interesting there for a second. Out that little rally jump there, which is just absolutely tons of fun. So, lots of early fights, early battles going on.
Really dicey around here. Early fights, of course, yes, as you say. And yeah, these three guys are really putting on a show for us early on in this stage into the second carousel. They're going to enter the back straight. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch here. Who's going to come out on top?
Going to find out and take a look there. That's in the right-hand side, in the in the TCR there, and that's the Renault 177, I believe that is. They just head through the little section right there, the carousel, and they head up to kind of the northeast parts of the circuits. Still running in line here, the 117, excuse me, not 177. But yeah, we got lots of close racing in TCR. Oh, and one of the Porsches going off, coming back on, and that was the good thing. They had a lot of grass right there, because that looked very dicey. And oh, 597 as they come to the end of the lap, they nearly rear-end the car in front, and they head on to the next lap of the race. and they keep it together, thankfully. Oh boy, that looked dicey.
That was very close. It does look like from our side that there was contact, but I think they should be fine. But yeah, no, it's ridiculous what these guys are pulling off here. They're not relaxing one bit, but as they head into turn 1, turn 2, the little chicane there, very easy chance for an overtake. But as you can see here, as this gap starts to open up between all these guys, it's no matter what, it's still a bit dicey behind them. It's getting very close here as well. That's the 529, the 508 battling hard there. Yeah, so apologies there if you're just joining us in chat for these little spikes of lag we're watching here, as we also see some. Oh no, it's actually not as clean as I thought.
No, well, no, it's not been terribly clean, but I mean, considering how many cars we have on track, you're not going to find too long without incident. That was one of the Porsches right there, going off the 597 car right there and continuing. But that will not help them in their endeavours early on in the race. I have, by the way, posted the live timing in the YouTube chat in case people didn't get it from beforehand. You can see everyone there. 54 cars in the race. How about that? Not sure if that GT4 got going again. The Nissan, the 407.
Has it? Not too sure either.
Oh, they have actually. I'm looking on the live timing map now, and well, it's kind of broken to me, but they have gotten going again. Is what I've heard.
So yeah.
Look at the side-by-side there in the TCR class there. As well, by now they're nearly half a lap behind the GT3, so already thinned out quite a bit. We'll be getting to lap traffic fairly soon. Or a little bit of smoke right there, provided by TSP as they head on to the main straightaway now. And look at this, we've got side-by-side and a third looking from behind, and they'll come into their first corner now, 3 wide, and take a look at that. Oh! And that looked like nearly contact there, and that looked very dicey. But they come into the corner. Are they all gonna give each other room? And the 111 works their way through, and it looks like they will take it in the end. As they're still going side by side with one of the slow racing cars there. That's the one in the TCR class though. It's either the 169 or the 181. I can't tell from here, and off they go! And that was contact by the slow racing car. Oh, and they're going to hopefully rejoin properly. They do. Oh, but it looked like, well, I don't know if that was netcode or if that was indeed on the slow racing car, and they rejoin.
We all get the Porsche Cup battle here. I've been watching it for a little bit now. These guys have been pushing each other so much. Oh, and I think it's run down a little too hard. They're both off.
They both go off, and that Porsche struggling to get back. Oh, careful on the rejoin. That looked very, very dicey, that rejoin. I don't know how much the stewards were like that, but oh boy, that was very, very interesting there. This Porsche battle is going on, well, just since the beginning of the race, and that's just fantastic to see so far. We see, well, I don't know if this is true, but there's a cracked windshield there on the back of this Porsche. Oh boy, and so they'll carry on back into the Nordschleife section again, early on in Nordschleife, and well, they seem to have figured themselves out. We're back to single file again.
Oh man, honestly, you're not gonna get better racing anywhere. These guys are really putting it all on the table here, and yeah, they're pushing. And as you can see, both the TCRs and the Porsche Cups, they might be the most entertaining battles to watch around here. I mean, take that in 3 wide, and they weren't giving each other any space. They were glued onto each other's doors. They were pushing on hard, and then we go up to this amazing Porsche Cup class, really, really trying to put it all down here, just through the trees as we wait till these cars emerge, and it's still side by side almost. Oh man, the 508 really wanting to put down the pressure on, wanting to get this move, and yes, that bit of damage is of course from that that contact that did happen just that bit ago. But
and it might not be the smart move, Rahul, to go. Oh, there's the 508. It's not a smart move to do that early on in the races, as you see right there. That's the reason why you're gonna put yourself into trouble. And the 543 doing well on the defending, but yeah, you have so long. You have 23.5 hours, right? You just cannot be making these moves early on in the race like that. Wait for them to make a mistake ahead, and believe me, in sim racing they will do that at some point. So or you can try and get them on the pit stops. That's another way you could do it, but don't put yourself in danger this early on. It's just not smart. How's everything doing up in the GT2 class? It looks like it's still fairly tight up there as they are headed into kind of the well, final third of the circuit now. Things are still looking quite interesting up there on the track map.
It's getting very close around here. You can see these Porsches are not laying it on the table, but as you said, it's very smart. You should be backing up, but I can also understand these drivers, they're probably thinking, well, I'm faster than the guy ahead, and, well, it makes no sense to sit behind them and just do absolutely nothing. They want to get going. I can get that, but this race, it's really, really turning on its head right now because, well, especially for these Porsche Cups, they don't want to let any space go through, and honestly, at this point, it feels like it's getting more personal. The amount of times these guys are going off, they want to get these moves done early on.
I'd agree if it was a sprint race. Oh, and there's another thing on race control there for the, I think that's the GT2 class. Oh, that has to do with their pits. Okay, never mind. But what I was saying, I'd agree if it was a sprint race, but it's not. It's a very long, the longest endurance race you can get. And so that is obviously something you need to keep in mind is the time. And so maybe we'll see some composure from these drivers at some point. Maybe they'll eventually get into it. They'll also be talking to the rest of their team's drivers as well, and they'll be saying, well, you know, you need to remain smart, you have lots of time, think about your tyre wear as well, you don't want to lock up flat spots, and so let's see what they can do. Rahul here is still good running here from the Porsches on the left hand side, and your right hand side there being what's in green, which is the GT4 class there.
Oh, it's going to get a lot more dicey around here as they enter the back straight once again. IndyCar, you see they're pulling out. They're probably going to go 3 wide, a little bit of a defensive move. Oh, and maybe one guy's off. Somebody's off. Yes.
Yes, they are. They are into the wall there, and that did not look nice. I don't know exactly which car that was there. It escapes me, but that was not a nice move indeed. And someone going slow now on, or no, they're carrying on the right-hand side. I was seeing the GT4s there. I thought maybe they were going slow, but yeah, that was not a nice move on the Dolphin straight there.
It's not looking good. These guys are really pushing it on now. They want these positions badly, but yeah, it's getting a little bit too much now, guys. They gotta chill out. I know Stream is loving it. We love it
the
too.
Stream is loving it. Oh yes, I'm looking at the chat, by the way. Hello, we can see all your messages, and yeah, we're seeing people saying, well, this is entertaining. People talking about CUP1. It looks like people really love the CUP1 class in the Porsches. That's fantastic. And also don't forget about the CUP2 BMWs as well. That's also some fantastic racing. So yeah, if you love that kinds of racing, where you're going to get that here, lots of close battles the whole way.
But either way, yeah, they at this point they have to realize, like, you know what? Now we gotta relax here a little bit. But no, yeah, as you say, yeah, CUP1 in war here, and these Porsches are not letting out. That's for sure. Oh, I think somebody just went off there. I think they're good. Oh no. That's your culprit. There, it's going past the 5-0, and he squeezes him as well.
He caught up so quick, the 529 car right there. And now as they head back towards Nordschleife on the upside of the GP circuit, side by side still as they go. And is he going to let him go? Oh, I don't think so. They're still side by side rule. Look at this green car there, and now finally makes his way through as they enter the little chicane. And that was, oh, I thought he was going to go off there for a second. That was just netcode. Sorry, I jumped too soon. And now as they enter the Nordschleife into Hatzenbach, finally they sort themselves out.
We have some trouble. One of the GTs. Oh, it's the Ford again! Getting going.
Another problem.
And that's to injury.
Well, it really is. That's, again, one of the lower running GT3 cars now. And, yeah, they're just absolutely struggling. And some of these GT3s even struggling to the GT2s. Like we said a little bit earlier, the top GT2, the 292 car, is all the way up at 9th overall in the Lamborghini. And behind that, there is still at least a couple GT3s. And that's well, I'm trying to look even here for the Mustang, and they must be quite a ways back because I can't see. They're on 3796 overall. Okay, they're there. Something also must happen to the Corvette because they're back behind them again, and they were in front before, and they were in front by quite a bit. So that's interesting. Maybe we'll see a revival of the battle at some point between those two.
You know what's interesting is that this poor GT2 KTM is just having anything but a peaceful race with all these buzzing Porsches just battling each other, taking each other out, and then going behind them again. I feel terrible for him. He just wants to have a clean race, stick this one out, and just survive, but it's not really helping in this case. And well, meanwhile, as we talk about that, we'll switch to a different KTM as we also have a great battle here. A lot more peaceful, actually. No, we gotta switch back. Oh no!
Oh, again. Well,
No!
Oh goodness, and it's just not been their race so far. Again, there's still a long way to go for that 213. Whoever's in the car first there, though, it's just maybe some nerves, and hopefully they can just keep it going at least until the end of the stint. We'll see if maybe they want to carry on, if they pass it off the next driver. I wouldn't mind them if they did, because maybe they just need a little bit of rest to get their, well, ease their nerves. Just unfortunate for the pink KTM there.
I really hope it has nothing to do with these silly Porsches. I'm telling you, they're causing a lot of trouble around here. I really hope it did not have anything to do with them, and maybe it was a little bit of a mistake, but no, nonetheless, though, it's still fantastic racing.
That's a bit presumptuous, isn't it? Putting it
really hope
on the Porsche.
Seeing what they've been pulling off so far, I feel like I, myself, and the chat may agree that there may be some sort of culprit in there with the amount of damage that these guys have already picked up. But the lone GT2 there, I think is going to have a friend just behind them in the form of the Porsche 272 just behind. But no, this is still going on. We're still a long ways to go until we get to the checkered flag. And, well, most importantly, though, in order to finish first we must finish. And, well, as of right now, I think they just want to race. And, honestly, you know what? I'm in for it at this point. I want to see this action go down.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, yeah, battles all around the circuit as I'm looking at the gaps between them. And so there's just so much going on. The GT2 class, still lots of feathering out between the front runners. As we said, the 292, the Lamborghini in the lead there. Two AC8s, well, it's only behind by about, well, again, lifetime might be off by them, it's said about 4 seconds. And then back after that, the 276 in the battle, but then it goes back quite a ways. Two GT3s, and there's the 234s, so things started to loosen up a bit, and was there an incident there? I don't know if it was.
Yeah, I did see a bit of puff of smoke.
Might have been. I wasn't looking at the monitor at the time, but yeah, I would not be surprised. Incidents all over the place early on. But that's okay. We'll eventually get into a running here, Rahul, where Everyone will be in their groove. There won't be many incidents to speak of, and the excitement will maybe die down a little bit, and then we'll start to see, okay, this is who's going to be in the front running for the win of the race, and barring any, you know, malfunctions or whatever, I guess you could say maybe the equivalent of a, you know, a blown engine or who knows what, keep them going to the finish.
Indeed, yeah. I think I just saw P22 go down the order there for a moment. I'm not too sure who it was. But we do have a lovely battle here.
Absolutely, and that's the 276 car right there. This is headed right to the end of the lap, right at the final corner, and that's the blue and orange cars right there. I'm just looking up who that is. Is that the True Racing car? Might actually be. And the all blue is the Maserati 288 car, the AFS Racing Slovakia team. We have a team from Slovakia and Slovenia here. How about that? So they were headed right to the pit lane there, or on the front straight away, and then they cut away. Yes, actually cars are now in the pit lane taking their first stops, Rahul.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to mention there. Pit lane is getting busy for the tail end of the GT3s, almost all the GT2s. And this battle, once again, getting dicey here as you see a little bit of weaving on the back straight. And, side by side here, going to get very close into the final part here. A little bit of lag there. But I think he's just able to get through. Yes, he is. And luckily, finally, no contact. Clean overtake. And I think pit lane may get busy. I think somebody just dived in as well.
Yes, yet another one diving in, and that was the car ahead of the 597 there. It's actually quite a lot of Porsches with yellow, so trying to figure out which yellow Porsche we are looking at is going to maybe be a struggle today, but as there's more change in the leaderboard there as people head to the pit lane. Oh, something happened GT2. I'm seeing DNF on a couple of those cars there. I
think
don't
that's
know.
just the driver swaps.
Ah, the driver swap. So they're in the pit lane. They're going to do the driver swap. What you have to do, by the way, we should probably explain this. When they go to a driver swap, you have to exit the car, exit the simulator, and you have to then allow for the next guy to go in. And there will be a good portion of time allocated for that. And that's just to, you know, if there's slow internet connection, you can allow yourself to connect and not lose any time. And all teams must do this. So it might say DNF, but they're not actually then DNF'd. They're just waiting for the next guy to connect. Once they connect, get back in the car, which you saw one of them just did actually in the CUP1 class. Then they'll carry on once again. They end their pit stop, and someone going slow there right before the entry of the Nordschleife, the lower class cars.
We continue on here, watching very closely to this GT2 battle. And we also have a GT3 just in the middle of some Porsches, and a Lamborghini of the 395 just getting out. Oh, and a penalty given to one of the GT2s. Stop and go
Taken. So that actually they just did that there, Rahul. So they have already came out of the pit lane. There was also apparently a penalty for the 311 in GT3 class. I'm not sure how long ago that was, but I was seeing that on the other live timing, and apparently they took that as well. So yes, lots of early penalties in the race that some of these drivers are now taking.
A little mistake there at the top of the hill for one of the Lamborghinis. Just able to get going, but is overtaken back now by the 276 KTM. But still got going there.
I think we're finally settling in, you know. It took about 45 minutes. I think now things will start to spread out, especially with our early pit stops. It's now starting to feel like We're headed into a long Nürburgring 24 hours race, and the local time in the simulator is, I believe, the same as real life, 15:45 it is. So yes, I do believe that is correct, and so that means it will be quite some time until we get on more trouble again for the, was that 560 car there, the orange and white Porsche, and don't worry about the little bits of netcode there, but they do get going again. And so as I was saying, it will be a little while until we get into the dark, and that's going to be what's interesting, is how do runners do in the dark, because, well, you don't have lights except for your own headlights, right? So if you can follow the guy in front of you, you might have some light on the track, you know, get your points a little better, but the nighttime is where notoriously people get into incidents, get fatigues, and battle carries on in the GT2s here. Look at that, the orange and green car there behind. So yeah, we'll see, Rahul, in the nighttime how these drivers will do.
Well, we're already getting some action here before we get into the nighttime, and yes, once we get to that point, it's really going to turn into an endurance rather than a sprint, as some of these drivers may be thinking of as they're continuing to race hard. And one of those battles we're looking at right now, this amazing GT2 battle from 9th overall and 2nd in the class. Of course, a lot of their fellow drivers have made pit stops. You can see the different colors throughout the leaderboard. You can see a GT2 P36. We also have some Cup cars, P30, P27. But now, a little bit of side-by-side action. Oh, maybe a little bit of contact.
I think there was. Well, you might have been netcode, but it looked like there might have been a bit of contact and kept it going. And wow, that was really close there with the all-red car in GT2, the 274 Lotus. And, well, it looks like he's gone through now, the orange 276. So, I don't know if that was on purpose. I don't think it was, but maybe that was for the contact. I'm not sure.
But a big move there from the Lamborghini, 2-1, twice the fun as they head into the carousel section, getting both of them and starting to get going here. As drive-through been given.
Slow Racing 697. That's in the CUP2 class, but we haven't covered too much today. That is the 4th of 4 slow racing cars in the BMW M2 there. So one of those Slovenian drivers once again. Oh, and more trouble again on the GP circuit just past the chicane. And that's the 222 in GT2 class. How about that, the Swiss car right there. They continue though.
That's the most important part. A little bit of mistakes here and there. Also have some TCR battles, of course. Yes, I haven't really mentioned some of these slower classes behind.
I was going to point it out because that was really the only one further back in the field that seemed to be as close as it was, other than that three-way in Porsche Cup. And so yeah, this 111 car doing very good battle at the moment with the 177, and so lots of Watt racing, which is good to see. Lots of cars in different classes coming out, and so it looks like they're battling nicely here, but they're not getting side by side. Maybe up at the next slow corner, perhaps. We'll see. And this looks like it's not class on class, but battle there. That one that showed the was that the 295 there? I was trying to look at the number plate. 395, excuse me. That's coming up on GT2. So believe it or not, that's them trying to get by that car just to catch up to their next GT3 well, classmate, which is the 311, and that's well up the road.
Indeed, yeah, as we also watch this fight here, P11, P12 overall, but yes, different classes. And behind them, yeah, we did just watch there for the moment that TCR class. These guys are still getting dicey. You may think different classes, the GT3s are going to be faster. Not in all cases, because I think we're going to get a beautiful example here. On the back straight, GT2 cars are faster than GT3s. I believe they should have a higher top speed, and I think we're also going to notice that Lotus doesn't want to play around, and he's going to get right into the slipstream.
And that's the best place to get into the slipstream as well. So, oh, by the way, lovely, lovely bridge right there says welcome home. How about that? Yes, it looks like they come up to the end of the lap now. The GT3 stays ahead, but not by much. You can see the performance was very similar there. And so now they have to find their way up to the next GT2 for 10th overall. But some of them headed into the pits. That might help them out now.
Definitely is. Ooh, both
There
of
they
them.
go. Yep, both of the CUP1 cars coming in now, and that's the car we were just on board with. That was at the 597 and the 555 there, both headed into the pits.
Speaking of which, that 555 got a drive-through penalty for speeding, so didn't get it slowed down in time. And that's the last thing that you want. That may ruin that battle there that those two were having. In this TCR class, though, it is still getting a bit dicey. Despite it being very far off the top, they are still battling for what looks to be Q2 in their respective class. As the long stops are continuing to be made as, ooh, we also have a very close battle here at the end of the end of the back straight.
Not as close as it was originally, though, to be fair. The Porsches finally sorting themselves out, thankfully. But yeah, the 595 that we're looking at right now, and they're looking for 4th overall in the class. GT2's headed to the pits there, and now finally those cups have sorted themselves out. So the gaps there, it's 1 second, then 4.5 seconds, half second, and then around about 6 seconds. So that's kind of the gaps there from 1st to 5th in CUP1. And so they're finally sorting themselves out. 595 you're looking at there, the lovely orange and white livery. It does look very nice. Last lap, a 9:18, right? So now that they're trying to sort out themselves and they're going to be doing quicker laps, it says 8:26 their best, but they absolutely can go more than that. Couple of seconds even to the race lap record, although that's even qualifying. So we'll see if they can carry that pace. And now that we have traffic, it might be even slower at points. Then that should be good for them. Keep it close.
That's the most important thing. And as we continue on, this bit of racing here has gotten very calm for the most part of it. We are still, of course, waiting for a couple more pit stops to be made, and then we're going to see a lot of them round back out to their respective groups.
I do want to know, Rahul, as we are nearly through the first hour, if you could believe that, how long for some of these cars can they go before they can pit? Because not every class is going to be the same. I saw lots of the mid-pack runners just making their pit stop. Well, first off, who is the longest? And that's important when it comes to these endurance races. How far can they push it? And who's coming in the earliest?
That's very true. Strategy is going to be a very important aspect of this race here. But no, overall though, we already saw there 5 laps only that I believe that GT3 class took until they had to come in for their pit stops. So honestly, it is very interesting when it comes to strategy. Oh, trouble behind.
Oh, yeah, someone into the wall there, and who was that? I couldn't make out who it was. And is it, I can't figure it out. It looks like,
I think we lost them.
Yeah, we lost them there. It was a green car for sure. It looked green. I couldn't tell who it was, but it did look like a green car there.
That was very weird. Nonetheless, oh, trouble. Unlock up there for KTM P7 overall.
By the way, take a look at the folks on the sim rigs there, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rahul, that is indeed at the Nürburgring itself.
Yes, yeah, they are at the bar there. You can see a lot of teams very close together, working together hard. I'm not too sure who is who in terms of team-wise.
Oh, they just put it away. I was going to look and see, but yeah, I mean,
Ooh.
that
Trouble.
oh, that is definitely trouble. I thought it was netcode for a sec, but the 276 is in the wall, and oh, they thankfully get it round and back going again. Was that on one of the GT3s, perhaps, Rahul?
I believe so, but they both get going. Actually, no, it was both of the GT2 cars battling between the 292 and the 276. Really close together, but yeah, once again, I think that netcode is just not being the most helpful.
It might have been netcode initially, and then it turned into an actual hit. But it did look kind of funny on our screen, that's for sure. I can't bring up a replay of it, but yeah, that's yeah. You see how like it kind of looks like they're going into the wall, and then they kind of glitch back onto the track. It's just, you know, it's how the internet is, right? So, just unfortunate if something happens with netcode. It's just part of sim racing.
Regardless, though, they're moving again. They haven't retired. That's the most important thing. They might have a bit of damage, though, so they
For sure.
could potentially be seeing them at the end of the lap into the pits. But
by the way,
if
you get damage on the suspension, it is absolute hell to get around this track back to the pit lane, especially from where they are right there. So you do not want to be losing a bunch of time on that. If you're going to crash somewhere, folks, crash at the end of the lap so you can come right in. Otherwise, you are going to have some trouble.
That's very true, but I think the last thing they want is to crash, that's for sure. But we have a great GT3 battle here, and unfortunately I will swap out of it for a moment because we have something even closer. Oh,
the orange is back again, and they get ahead there, and once again it's that 5-4-3 battling with the orange and white car in CUP1 class of just trying to pull it up, the I was going to say 560. I don't think that's correct. No, but very, very close there. It is indeed 560. I did get that correct. So yeah, going on ahead, and about a minute to go to the first hour of the race being completed here. And oh, a tree nearly blocking the way. But yeah, it looks like that 5-4-3 is struggling here on the next section. A couple of about a second back.
It's getting very, very tight up here at this part of the race here, but of course this is more of the tail end of this Porsche Cup class. Nonetheless, though, they are still fighting hard. I think this is battle for 6 in their respective class. But still, leaving it all on the table.
Going back, by the way, to what I was saying about the folks actually at the Nürburgring, they're in just absolutely amazing sim rigs, something well out of my price point, that's for sure. So a bunch of the teams are there racing. They're going to be there the whole 24 hours, at least they hope to be, and they can literally have in-person communication between each other, which is probably valuable. And so best of luck to all the teams. I don't know if they can actually hear the stream there. I imagine it'd be rather distracting for the drivers. But best of luck to all of them there. And I even heard there was going to be some real-life DTM drivers in this race, which is just absolutely epic, Rahul.
It's honestly an honor for all these drivers especially. But I think it's going to be a nightmare for... Oh, trouble, actually!
Oh. Again, the 395 again there. And was that the 311 that they had contact with? Yeah. The Lamborghini and BMW there. That was pretty much on the first corner of the circuit.
No, that's a very naughty move there, and I think there may be a protest. And we're going to find that out very soon if it does go down.
And you know, when it does come to these Nürburgring, 24 hours, it's best to get that penalty in quickly. The stewards look at it, get it on the next pit stop, and try and iron that out early. If he lets it go the whole race, who knows what might happen by then. That's kind of how live stewarding is, right? You need to make sure if you do something naughty, you have to pay for it at that point in the race.
Most definitely. As we also see this very close battle for second overall between the Audi and the Aston Martin. The 333 as we're watching here. Some pit stop being made in the field. I think that's one of the Porsche Cups. Yes,
The CUP1, yes. That's the, excuse me, that's the 555 in the pit lane now, and they'll lose a position to 5th, but obviously they'll get back going again. It'll even out in the end.
Speaking of which, that 555 actually did have a drive-through penalty, so able to take that.
Okay then, so that changes it up a bit then in that case then. So they were in the battle before, you remember, but the 529 will now then get an advantage off of that. So that will be good for them for sure. And then they'll have to battle up with the car for 3rd place, the 595 in that, sorry, excuse me. Yes, indeed, the 595 in that class, the 3rd.
Definitely, and as we continue to watch this one here, it of course is one of the closest battles we have on track, of course, for their respective class. We also have a pretty close battle between one of the Porsche Cups and the GT4s, but that should be done and dusted without issue, we hope. And yes, that position is made, but this battle's getting a lot closer now. Let's go on board with the Audi. Flat out section here. Outside, inside. Make your boys hit. It's very tight. He might be able to. He's got the inside. Yeah, he's got it.
He got it very easily there, Rahul, and that was very well done by the 333 car right there. And 362, will they be looking to answer back up here?
It's a very close fight between these two, but I think just able to. Oh.
Let's head up to the carousel, is it not? I believe that is. But 311 getting going again. That looked like the 311 in GT3. Yeah. Maybe had a moment. They work through the carousel now up at the north end of the circuit. And so the 362 car in 3rd place. Too early to talk about the podium, but supposedly they're on the bottom step of that right now, and they're battling for the 2nd bit. And then it's a well back gap, 27 seconds it says on the live timing to the 310 BMW. So this is kind of the main battle at the moment. See how long it goes for. Lots of time left.
Lots of time left. Ooh, a little bit of lag there. Yes, trying to go through outer space.
Look at this, Rahul, a minute between their best lap, and supposedly that was the first when they had no traffic, and now lap, what is it, lap number 4 now, I think it is, where they, or actually have been more than lap 4 now, excuse me, it would be lap 8 they're on now. But where they actually have traffic to go through, they would have been, I think, already through the CUP2s, and they'll be working through some others up ahead. I think that's a TCR even. So it looks like that lap time difference is going to be quite something, and they're going to have to try and manage these cars effectively now. It's going to be really, really important to keep the pace.
That's for sure, as they're now just getting past one of the Toyotas.
They seem to have lost the track map, by the way. I don't know exactly where they are.
I think the stewards, I think, came in to just remove that there. Not sure if I wonder if we can get that back or not, but I'll leave
well, it would be nice. It would be nice because I looking on the Assetto hosting for the live timing there. Well, the map just isn't moving. There's too many cars, too much going on, and that's just the unfortunate part of that website. So I can like kind of refresh now and again and see a kind of snapshot at where people are, and they're all over the circuit, by the way. But it doesn't help me in terms of live in the moment, as we got another battle in TCR, the 177. Looks like they're almost hitting the rear of the 111 once again.
I think that was most definitely contact there, but I think one thing's for sure, these TCR cars are very, very built. They can take a beating, and they'll be absolutely fine, no issue there. So they get going. little bump and grind there, but nothing that these cars cannot withstand. But one thing
that is the good thing, right? Like you don't have the same bodywork they have on, say, a GT car, right? So when you're in, like for example, the TCR class like that, you can take, like you said, a bit of a beating on the rear, and it's not really going to affect your lap time at all because the car is not as aerodynamic. So you can push your luck a little bit, just don't push it too much and go into the barrier. And as long as you can come around for the next pit stop, get that repaired, you'll be a-okay. So that's kind of an advantage for the TCRs well, if I do so say myself.
Just reading some messages through here in the chat, but one thing I do want to say, if you are enjoying this kind of action here, make sure to subscribe to AC Friends if you're loving this action here. And yes, we AC Friends doing some racing time to time here. Of course, the last event at Le Mans. This is, of course, one of their biggest events of the year, the Nürburgring 24, and always the one that brings the most out of drivers and the most drivers. Here's a little bit onto the grass there. The Ford GT, which is had a little bit of bad luck early on in this stage, but you know what's most important is that, like I said, they're still going.
Still GT2s to get by even then, so that will be some pain for them. And still looking at this, another GT3 GT2 battle, and really just let that 379 go. Oh, and spinning round, there goes the mixed car of the 213. Oh, the pink car going round, and they will keep on going. Oh, again, you don't want to be battling that GT3 there. It's not the overall that you're playing with. You need to be watching that 288 behind. But, well, hopefully lesson learned there for the BWT car there.
Yeah, but a little bit of a mismatch there, but still going. As we now climb over to some of the other classes, starting to overtake each other. We're very much well into the multi-class aspect of this race, where the leaders are slowly getting themselves through.
Absolutely. By the way, to Karsten Walter in the chat, we have provided the live timing link there if you'd like to see it, although it's not working as well as we'd hoped. That's just because of how many people we have in this race. But if you'd like to see that there, you can, along with what you see on stream right now, which is the majority of the field, by the way. It's 41 that we have on the screen. There's even more than that. If we go behind or below 41, it should go up to around 53, 55 or so cars, something like that. And so it's plenty that you can't even see there from an entire class, the CUP2s. So we'll be talking about that in a little bit as well. But if you want to see where everyone is, you click that link there in the chat. And thank you once again to everyone who is watching here on the AC Friends YouTube channel around the world. You're watching the Nürburgring 24 hours on Assetto Corsa. It's great to have you with Rahul Nasir. Hopefully I'm saying your name correctly.
Yep, yeah, you got it.
Wonderful. And myself, Mercurio. Nice to have you here this early afternoon over in Europe.
Yeah, for us it's a little annoying. We got up a bit early, but you know what? This one was well worth it to watch this battles.
Yeah, being up at 8 AM on a Saturday is never always, well, I've done it before, but it's not fun. And at least we have some racing to help keep us company here. So, so as we get later into maybe the afternoon, we'll have a little bit more energy, and there it goes through now the 321. Oh, no, we got a switchback actually. Look at that from the 234. Again, not on class battle that, so it doesn't really matter. But it's yeah, it's early over here in the Americas. So if you are joining from North America, South America, good morning to you. Welcome.
I gotta say, almost 100 concurrent viewers watching this one. Everybody,
which is fantastic.
Everybody loving it, yeah.
And yeah, I must say, well, of all the race commentary I've done in sim racing, this is the most I've ever seen. So how about that? It's just well, once again, thank you everyone for having me on. It's fantastic to be here.
It's a lovely crowd out here and a lovely set of drivers to watch this battle. I think we have another one right here between the Porsche Cups.
Indeed we do, and this is the 555 once again. If they worked back into it after the pit stop, and you did say there was a drive-through before, so once again they have worked their way and now just passed the 529 car. So something has gone wrong with that white and green car behind then, the 529. And so to catch up that quickly, that is quite something. But he's working his way again as they head into Hatzenbach now. So, well, maybe it's another battle then, Rahul.
It is, yes. But looks like it may be calming down a little sooner. However, I think one thing we know about these Porsche Cups, they love to fight. So maybe we should keep a close eye on them, that's for sure.
Absolutely. It's looking like also one of the GT4s at the back is struggling with the not leading TCR, second place TCR, the 111. That's the other closest gap really I can see on the timing tower. And so we hope the PLS car there, who I think had the moment before if I recall correctly, they need to figure themselves out and not get intermingled with other battles. Other than that, though, things seem to have spread out quite a bit, and so
potentially getting the map. Oh no,
the map. Well,
nope,
yeah.
so.
Whoever's running the live camera feed there, they were looking to get that open, but didn't go. So they did tell me, by the way, there's a little bit of secret, but they did tell me they had a backup map available if that one wasn't. The original one wasn't going to work, but maybe they can tell us if they have it or not. So it's not on screen, so maybe we'll get it at some point. But yeah, backup map would be good just in case, and you can see what is going on here.
Yeah, that's true. But either way, as for now, I think they're just going to be holding off on it as we continue this one. Battle though, getting really close here, has the Lotus keeping himself ahead.
Lotus has been in battle almost the whole race, and so well done to them, I guess, so far, keeping it clean. And of course, this matters right now, what you're seeing on screen, because in 4 or 5 hours' time, off the road. I just praised them for keeping it clean, and that might have been a commentary curse right there, which might be the first of many. It's a phenomenon, folks, the commentators curse. And so once again through they go, the 597. But well, maybe I'll just stop talking then, Rahul, for a little bit. That Lotus needs to work their way back up.
Oh, it's all right. Now we love hearing you, and I think pit stops are starting to get underway for the second time here for this GT3 class, and if that's the case, I think the GT2s will be coming in shortly. So that's very interesting to note that the GT3s can only go about, what's that, 5-ish laps.
Is that not very little? I feel like Go ahead.
Now, I was saying that, to be fair, these are 8-minute laps. So in theory, it is quite a while, and I feel like it should add up.
Yeah, I feel like, well, it depends how the BOP is for this. Which I don't know, by the way, so I'm purely guessing, but I know that GT3s can generally go a long ways, about 55 or so minutes, or maybe about an hour, before you can then, and that's with full green flag running, by the way, no code 60s or any, other real life stuff, and then they can come into the pit lane. But obviously, like you said, they're 8-minute laps, or really 9-minute laps, because you have the traffic, and so that means you would have to either choose to come in or go another 9 minutes before you then come back to the pit lane. So obviously you don't want to run out of fuel halfway around the Nordschleife, so you'd rather come in early and do it rather than push it too late and run out of fuel. So I guess when you think about it that way, you're coming in early both times. We are an hour 15 minutes through. That does sound about right then for the GT3s.
No, for sure, yeah, it does. But, you know, overall in this race, I can definitely agree. It does feel like it's a bit short. I mean, we haven't even hit 10 laps just yet. We will soon. But, no, overall, most importantly, they're still keeping it clean there, especially that GT3 class. We haven't really seen too much from that. Of course, we did see a little bit of argy-bargy here and there for P2. But, I mean, for the most part, they're keeping it stable. But then we start looking at the weird blend between the GT2s and the Porsche Cups. They are the ones who are, you know, surprisingly, they're actually battling each other for overall position.
Yeah, which, I mean, like we said earlier, don't need to be doing, but obviously with the amount of GT2s ahead, you kind of have to, well, maybe he doesn't have to, because off the road goes the, what was that, 508 right there, and so no, he didn't have to, he gets the position free, but he has three other GT2s, excuse me, ahead of him, well up the road. So you're going to be fighting for that final step of the podium. You have to, with no choice, get past that Cup car next, and of course the other slower GT3 cars and whatnot.
As we watch here, it looks like a bit of, I thought I saw some side-by-side action, but it is getting a little bit close here. But the HGE car, E15 overall, just able to go through. On the Phoenix Racing Porsche just behind. Move done there, but that may be quite a bit of damage. Do they come into the pits this time around? Doesn't look like it.
No, and also the slow racing car up in GT4 coming up on the BMW there. That's the other closest gap I see, and there's a look at it right there, actually, the 456 slow racing car. And so only about a second back. Looking at it, headed into Stelstreck. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I'm not German, by the way. I don't have any German background, so trying to pronounce some of these corner names will be very difficult. So please, if I pronounce it incorrectly, do correct me in the chat. Feel free to learn a couple things here. That will be a struggle for me, Rahul.
No worries, me as well. Don't have any German roots either. But, you know what, regardless though, I think one language everyone can understand is the action we see on our screens here. And one battle that's getting a lot more closer is this Phoenix Motorsport team is starting to really close back up now for P15 overall, which is also P2 in their class.
Yeah, lovely livery, by the way, I must say, for the Phoenix Motorsport team there. And they have mostly Germans on their team, but they also have an Austrian as well, and Thomas Meyer. And so we'll see how well they do in the Porsche Cup class there.
Getting very dicey now as they rejoin back onto the Nordschleife. And a little bit of netcode here and there as we're just trying to watch this battle. Of course, these drivers are most likely just not seeing what we're seeing here. This is just, of course, what the stream is looking like, but ooh, a little bit into the grass. They're pushing hard.
Indeed they are, and
ooh,
off he goes even. And yeah, I think that looked like a little bit of contact it might have been, or maybe an avoidance, just barely at the 508, as we were just talking about them going off. And thankfully that's a good place to go off, because you can rejoin right in front of you. You don't have to turn the wheel so much on the slippery grass. You can just go right back onto the tarmac, and away you go again. Still that battle there in GT4 we're following, and that's for, again, third place at the moment. And it looks like that BMW, the BWT car ahead, they're just unrelenting to give up that position, and see if they hold it at the end of the straight there as they just headed onto it.
Yeah, it looks like they've just able to open up the gap 5/10. And oh, trouble.
And that's
Oh,
again
boy.
the 213, and well, we've been talking about this car, the mixed racing car, so many times, and once again, just another problem for them. My goodness, some of these GT2s, I must say, Rahul, considering they're like further down than some of these CUP1 cars, goes to show like how was it in regards to practicing for them and getting familiar with the circuits. Seems lots of them actually, half the class even, having troubles.
Yeah, well, I'm so sure though. They're still keeping it going. And oh no, hold on. Somebody's got it wrong. Oh, that's the What Racing.
Yes, the What Racing 333 there, and well, they're not going to lose the place off of that, but they're going to lose even more time to the PLS 377 ahead. So that's unfortunate for them, but they have to then bring this back round, and you did say it was about time for pit stops, so they'll have to go and patch that up right away. Unfortunate for them.
But it's going to be a lot of time lost, because remember, that was a team battling for second overall. So,
and to be fair, they did look like one of the quickest cars in the practicing shortly before the race. So you would think, you know, you'd maybe, well, if you're a betting man, you would choose them to possibly be the winners for the race before it started. But now running in fifth, it's looking a little more unlikely, and they're gonna have to figure things out here.
just get past that TCR Audi. And they get going on the back straight, so potentially maybe could be coming in. One battle that is very close. There's this one right here, the 508 and the 595. Once again, a little dust kicked up, and they're actually catching up very quick to that Lotus, who has been having a lot of fun with the GT3 class. So let's see how it's going to do with these Porsches.
Oh, one of the cars up in the grass up ahead there was up GT2, it might have been. The 274, and so they carry on. It was just it wasn't even really a moment, really. It was just kind of guessing the corner wrong. But yeah, they still have lots of work to do up to their next Audi 234. Oh, by the way, lovely view of the rear wing on that Porsche. So it's an hour and a half in now, and I'm probably going to take a quick sip of water here because lots of talking to do over the next couple of hours still. And let's see what folks are saying in the chat as well. Santiago, this is about 20 minutes ago though, but Santiago Barrios, hello, welcome on in. Aston Martin wants to fly to the Shadow Realm, lagging a lot. Yeah, well, that's a lot of cars, unfortunately. Some might not have the best internet connection. And to, who else we got? Universe, welcome on in, JC10. Thank you again once everyone who's watching in the stream.
Let's see a question there early on. Are these cars free? Well, you gotta get part of the action first. If you want these cars, you gotta race. That's the only way to get these kind of mods here. But as drive-through for speeding for the 395, and that's your leader. Indeed. Or no, it's not the leader.
No, it's 6th place, but they're in the pit lane right now. I see them, and so Watt stays ahead of that then, and they're going to fall back again as the 311 goes by. But yeah, that was another unfortunate penalty there, and it looks like they're going to be doing a driver swap right now. So wait, so being in their pit box then, is that actually taking the drive-through? I'm not sure.
No, I don't think so then, because I think if you do some work on your car, I don't think the drive-through counts. So they're gonna have to come in again. Oh, trouble though, up the road.
Oh,
it's gonna be tight.
Watch out, that was very close then. Once again with the GT2, Lotus just getting in the way there. And
they may have been in contact as well.
Oh, there must have been. There's no way there couldn't have been contact. There was definitely contact with the barrier, but I think there was contact between cars as well there, and that was. Oh, this is just a crazy race for that GT2 Lotus there. My goodness, carrying on, and now they will fall back behind the two CUP1 cars there. He might look again here on the Dottinger straight, but there he goes. But oh, argy-bargy, like you said, Rahul.
It is. And potentially we might see some more pit stops as the 395 back on here.
So like you
we're gonna see some more.
Like you said, if you take your pit stop, which it did appear they were doing a driver swap there, that's why it said DNF, and then they come back. That actually PLS just dropped another couple of places, the 13th now overall. If you come into the pit lane, of which we see right there now, the CUP1 car coming in of the 595. So you have to go completely through if you're doing a drive-through and go around another lap. That would be what would be for the drive-through. If you're doing a driver swap though, or any work on the car whatsoever, that is a regular pit stop and that will not clear your penalty. So that's going to drop even more time for them now. It might have been a mistake, or it might have been on purpose. Maybe they had enough damage that they simply had no choice, but they're just going to continue dropping places, and so unfortunate for that PLS Lamborghini there.
I was going to mention that this is one of the first times in a long time that we have not seen any battles within a second. I guess we could count this one though. Despite
That might be a good thing, Rahul, because you know what? You need to settle in now for the 22.5 hours remaining. So if you're having contact this early in the race, or too much contact, it's going to completely blow your chances at getting the win in class. So maybe it's a good thing, especially for these Porsches now who have been all over the place early on in this battle.
that's also very true to note. But regardless, they are still fighting hard, and I think one battle here, of course, we're watching live now for P11 overall, that Porsche against the Ford.
And I think this GT3 should get ahead. So you say battle, but once it comes to some of the more straights, that GT3 should have more power within it. Rahul, am I correct?
Yeah, but also, you know, the arrow between these two cars, the body kits, and what they're able to do in certain corners, how fast they're able to take certain parts of this track. I mean, it's all different. Yeah, that's why they're separated. Power aside, I mean, we saw great examples of the GT2s, and not to mention, even the GT4s are one of the fastest on the back streets compared to any of the other classes throughout this one. So it's such an interesting dynamic, especially at a circuit like this. You may think, well, GT3, that has to be the fastest class, but that's just not true.
Not always true. Not always true, yeah, exactly. On the more technical sections, you will get cars that will maybe have better cornering abilities, or just simply better drivers. There is that as well. Yeah, it's mainly, I mean, in general, we're going to see GT3s ahead. GT2s will be battling with some of the back Mercer GT3s. But yeah, I was going to mention about the GT4. I know that sometimes it can feel like you're kind of driving a boat, and it's kind of different. It's not like a GT3. You think, oh, well, you know, GT4 is one number above a GT3, and it's just, you know, simply, you know, the step below the GT3. Well, that's not necessarily the case. They're very different handling cars, and sometimes, at least for me anyway, you can kind of feel like you're driving a boat when you're in a GT4, and then you're in a GT3 and you have all these assists and such to help you, and different ways of tinkering with the car and the setup, and it feels like a whole different beast. At least that's just what I think.
That's very true. We have some yellows going down for one of the GT4s, and there's got back going. Kind of in the middle of no man's land at the moment.
Yeah, if you're gonna spin, it's probably the best time to do it is when you're not around anyone, because then you can just get back going. You don't have to wait for a safe rejoin, and especially when you're on the grass right next to the barrier, you know, tarmac's right in front of you. You do not want to be in a blind corner, someone coming around, you hit them. So do it when you have no one around you, and well, if you do it at all, that is. So, yeah.
I think we're getting word that very soon we're going to be returning back to picture-in-picture, but we're going to get some driver cams. So it's going to be very interesting to see, well, not just what the drivers look like, but we're also going to see possibly some teams, maybe some rigs, and yeah, we're going to also be some different angles very soon.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, let's see how much sweat is on the faces of some of these drivers at the Nürburgring right now, as I imagine some of them might think, wow, this has actually been hotly contested, and you know, as they obviously are right next to the circuit that they can literally drive on in real life, they're going to think, wow, this sim racing stuff is actually really cool. It's well, they've probably been sim racing a while, most of them, but you know, they're going to think that this is such an amazing event. Everyone's you know, trying their absolute 100% hardest, and they think they're going to, well, have lots of fun, mainly have lots of fun, because that seems to be what it's about for lots of these drivers.
Sim racing is the future, that's for sure. It is the future of motorsports, and probably the very, very soon the career ladder to get into proper motorsports. So, I mean, if you're into sim racing, this is the golden age to get in it, because there's not any better time, especially with a lot of the specific sims in the market, the realism just getting better and better. And you know, this is, of course, we're on Assetto Corsa. There's one of the questions I think somebody asked there, if this was AC or ACC. This is AC, a game that came out in 2014. And as you can tell, with the amount of drivers here, yeah, it's still popping around here, and it's one of the most realistic sims you can get on the market. That's probably the most cheapest as well.
That's one of the crazy things, right? Assetto Corsa, you can regularly get it for about $5 or so on Steam. And yeah, you can mod the heck out of this game, or simulator if you prefer, and you can, well, get what you see right in front of your very eyes. The Nürburgring, with customizations that you saw maybe on the pit straight with the video boards there, and that's really cool. You can get the different cars, like the Porsches and TCRs, and stuff that's not there natively. In fact, pretty much none of these cars are there natively in the sim. They're all mods, and then of course all the rest of the stuff you see, the timing tower and telemetry in the bottom right, and lap times and all that, the CMRT that we got, all of that, folks, you can get for free on stuff like formerly race departments, now called Overtake. You can go look them up there on your web browser. And you can even have little special effects as well. So a 3-wide again, Rahul, and that was with one of the BMWs, so it was one of the CUP2 classes, but they get by, thankfully, the GT2 car there. But as I was saying, you can even get stuff like custom shaders patch, which you can, I think you can pay like $1 for, or get the Patreon preview or whatever, pay a few bucks for that, and you can get just absolutely amazing weather effects. And so lots and lots of stuff for free or very little money, and make this simulator just one of the best out there in the world.
Yeah, it's very true. As we saw that there, it's that 3-wide moment. You don't really see that going on at that part of the circuit. But yes, sim racing, very easy to access as well, very cheap in the Assetto Corsa route. Of course, you know, fully understand the iRacing. Oh, hello. Oh no, that's not the best place to reverse.
Absolutely not. 560 in big trouble there. and collision with the, actually it was a different class car as well. It was the blue one there, you see. And, oh goodness me, that was a very, very poor decision by the 560 Porsche, and I think people will be looking at that. That was a crash into the Maserati 288. So that was, oh Rahul, that was not a good decision.
It cannot be reversing like that. I think the best thing to do is just stay. Just stay where you are.
And that will be a penalty, absolutely.
Yeah. We do know from Le Mans a couple weeks ago that the drivers have a choice to, if they want a penalty, they can ask for an investigation on a specific car, but I think in terms of those two, I don't know if anybody is going to want to report anything like that just because they're in two different classes. But I think race control overall may want to step in. Potentially, is she
595. Yeah, like you said, you can report it, and why not report it, right? I mean, it's a very long race. You really do want to grab as much time as you can back, and so just don't be doing stuff like that. Like you said, just wait until the traffic goes by, then do your reverse. Like, you have obviously your live timing with you on your screen, hopefully, as you're racing. You know who's in front and behind you on the relative. Just wait until there's a gap, then get out of the way and get going quickly. And that was just poor decision making on the Porsche, but it probably won't be. I mean, as far as how long the race has been going so far, there hasn't been too many poor decisions. So hopefully that's one of very few that we see in this 24 hours race.
Adding on to what we were talking about earlier with sim racing, yes, you know, you can throw on a VR headset and put an F1 car around here. You can also, as Chad is saying, drive GT3 cars on Rainbow Road in AC. I agree. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, if you know, whatever you want, right? If you want to be as realistic as possible or simply as unrealistic as possible, yes, those do exist as well. Whatever meets your fancy is it's up to you, really, right? So that's the great thing about this sim. And so yeah, Jan, if I'm saying that correctly, or maybe Yan. Absolutely. If you want to drive a GT3 on Rainbow Road, go right ahead. We will not stop you in doing so. Also, thank you, Hasty, for joining on in, giving good luck to the 495. And so thank you for that. We'll absolutely be keeping an eye on the GT4 of the 495.
Meanwhile, we've just seen two GT2 cars stopped, and this one is a lot more concerning than the last. It has gotten going now. One of the Porsches, I think, spun by itself. Oh, this is not good.
And the 276 is, completely stopped on the circuit. They're in gear 2, mind you. Now they're going again. Something must have happened. And was that maybe on their rig? Was it something else within the sim, maybe? Who knows, really, Rahul? They get going again. I don't know.
Looks like they're good, but yeah, very concerning there, just stopping on the track now. Yep, they were off the racing line, and there was no traffic behind them, but either way, that was still could have been a very scary moment for anybody who was catching up, but I think they've just gotten away there. If whatever they had to do, I hope it's sorted, because this is the beginning of the lap.
That's fourth place in GT2 as well, so yeah, that was a very strange moment. And there doesn't seem to be any problem. I wonder if it was something in regards to their rig. Now, that's the only thing I really think of, right? It's not something like in real life where, oh no, the electrics have gone off and I need to restart the car, or something has gone, you know, mechanically wrong. In this case, it could have just been maybe your rig shut down, and it's like, okay, we'll brake quickly as possible, get it working again, and go. Otherwise, I'm really not sure.
One car that we've also not talked about enough, or I guess a class we haven't talked about, is the second, or should I say maybe the slowest class out here, the BMWs. Another spec class out here. BMW
M2s, and yeah, I mean, there is quite a few of them in the race as well. I'm counting on my spotter guide here, 9 cars in Cup2, and so maybe we can just highlight a couple of them. You showing right now the 666 car, and that is the Watt E Racing number 3. Number 3 of several they have in this race, and actually that has Daniel Williamson on the team, who I was speaking with a little bit last night when they were doing some practicing as the open practice server, and I was just getting acquainted with AC Friends at all for the first time, and so yeah, best of luck to them. They appear to be very much in the lead of that class, 37 overall. So you have to go even further back on the timing tower there, Rahul. I don't know if you can, or someone can, to see where the rest of them may lie at the tail end of the overall field.
Be a bit difficult, but let's try to quickly scroll down. See
Do you have to go one by one?
Yeah, these
There
gaps
they are. There they are, and they all appear to be pretty much at the tail end, apart from the 666, like we mentioned, who, by the way, is ahead of most of the TCR field. So how about that, right? That's just absolutely insane to see, especially early on in this race. So it looks like it's... Oh, someone off the road, the 195 in TCR. Oh, boy.
Oh, that might not be good. Oh, no!
Oh... And that was
one of the Audis. That was P5 potentially. Was that? No, it was P25. It's a different Audi.
That's
Similar
the
looking.
195 Cupra there of Schengel Racing, mostly German team. And yeah, it was not a really good decision. Someone off again in Cup1.
That's turn 1 as well. So not too
560
sure what's going on
again. 560 again here, and that's Team Ithan there. Ithan, perhaps that's the all Thai racing team there. So get going again, and oh, just bad to worse for this team here. Last in the Cup1 class now.
It's gotten a little bit worse for them, yeah. But once again, yeah, interestingly stopping there. It didn't look like they spun, unless we caught them a little too late. Waiting there for the moment, being respectful to the rest of the field, regardless of if you are faster than that class that is just overtaking you. The most important part is to make sure you navigate yourself back on the track as safely as possible.
Absolutely, that is the most important thing here, especially early on in the race. And so, just, yeah, bad to worse for that team. Going back again to the BMW M2s, and so it looks like all of them, pretty much except first place, is down there at the bottom. And so I'll see if I can bring up the live timing for the rest of them. Well, actually I can't see view the page anymore. It doesn't appear to be working on my side for whatever reason. But yeah, they're all there at the bottom. I wanted to view who second and third was, and so once again, if I can get it up for you folks, which I'm doing right now in the background, I'll try and relay those results.
Trouble
to you.
there! Sorry to interrupt you there, but this is your battle for P2 overall, and the Corvette just going wide into the grass loses second. It's now an Audi 1-2.
Audi 1-2 now, and oh, you hate to see it as a Corvette fan there. That is just absolutely unfortunate. And let's see if they can bring this back around. How much damage they receive from that is the question. Maybe we can look on board. Can we look at their wheel? Is anything stopping them? It looks rather okay. But I was going to see if there was a bit of maybe a slight bit to the right, maybe, of suspension. I'm not really sure.
But
yeah.
Probably at this point, it looks fine.
It looks okay to me, I think, Rahul, yes. So, oh, crisis averted, I guess. Last lap was a 8:15, so they certainly are heading a little bit quicker. They might have headed through a lot of the traffic at that time, though. Well, they're just going to have to start battling once again up to second place Audi there, the 343.
Luckily for them, though, the gap 7/10, which was basically the gap the other way around earlier, so...
Well, they are quicker. They are quicker, no love lost. Oh well, for sure. They're gonna have lots more battles in a few moments. But yeah, that's rather unfortunate for them. Maybe when it comes up the next pit stop, maybe they can try and do something. And the What Racing 333. By the way, we were mentioning them before, and this is what it's showing on the timing tower right now in the live stream. It's showing them in first place. So correct me if I'm wrong, Rahul, but they've worked their way back up.
They have quite a bit, unless it's pit stops as well.
I could have been pit stops. Yes.
Could be an offset strategy as they're now going through one of the Coopers. It's going to slow down, and oh, look at all the damage on the rear end.
That was perfect for that TCR getting out of the way there, and yeah, they have some damage, so it could be one of the lowest placed TCRs, but yeah, you could be correct. Offset strategy to start the race, I didn't even think about that. You saw how there were some early runners into the pit lane. It could have been just simply because of that. So they might filter back through at some point soon.
As much as I want to look at this battle here, let's also just quickly switch up. We have a couple of cars getting pretty close together, and well, when we see cars close together on the timing board, potentially there could be some action that goes down. But I think the Maserati and the Porsche now, as they enter back onto the GP circuit, looks like it's getting a lot more cleaner here, as we also have at the tail end of this GP part of the circuit. We also have this battle here.
Yeah, and so once again, CUP1, this is the 597. Again, one of the many yellows in this race. And so back on they go again in a moment to the Nordschleife as they complete the remainder of this GP circuit. And leading quite healthily now, and you just need to settle in at this rate if you're this 597. Don't do anything funny. Don't get into incidents with, especially the sandwich between two GT3s, and then you got GT2 even yet behind that. So here they come now back into the Nordschleife, and just they're absolutely cruising, Rahul.
They are, yeah. And well, this race once again still really calming down as we're about to enter 2 hours complete in this one. As 3 different classes coming together here. The BMW, which BMW actually is that one?
601, and that's second place in CUP2. And now we can finally look at the timing tower, so you can see it's 601 and then 602.
I have some trouble here.
Second and third.
Again, more trouble up the road here. 2 cars off.
Oh, don't rejoin like that unless it's safe. Oh, I think it was. I think it. Well, I don't know. It looked close, but yeah. Oh, that's 274. Look at him. He's struggling right there. Oh boy, and he's lost another place, by the way, to the guy in front now. That was that 288, and so that's worse again for the 274 car there in GC2. Oh goodness.
Potentially that has gone wide and off earlier at this specific part of the circuit. We know we saw 2 yellow flags going on at once, but it may have been somebody just cutting and just getting right back on. But here's 2 of the Fords actually, both of them who are on the back foot of this race.
Yeah, BMWs are doing very poor in this race for the GT3s early on, and not necessarily because of car performance, but just, you know, the 379 there, we've seen several incidents early on, and now the 321 as well, and so they've just kind of done this on their own, and they're behind GT2 cars. They have a very, very long way to catch back up.
Yeah, but regardless though, they're still keeping close together. Oh no. Speaking of BMW, how was one of your top contenders here on the podium so far? Getting it wrong there through the carousel.
311 has lots of time, thank goodness, to the Lamborghini, but yeah, that's going to end their battle with the Porsche up ahead and off the road. The 565 will let the Corvette go through. And I think that was just simply for lap traffic, so good on them. But yeah, the 2 BMWs there also, again, just a little bit more little bit better than the Fords, but you notice Audi, Corvette, then is that Aston Martin, I believe? I'm not sure. Then Lamborghini, Porsche, BMW, then Lamborghini again, and so you can clearly see that Audi's doing very well. Corvette's doing rather okay. They've had a couple of incidents. And, yeah, and Lamborghini doing all right so far.
Small outing there for the Lotus once again, going off the circuit and rejoining back on. But it's not looking great here. A couple drivers maybe losing their cool here. Maybe potentially could we see some driver swaps? Unfortunately, we won't know on the stream directly who's exactly driving. But
supposedly, Rahul, there is a spreadsheet that I was given, and supposedly that's supposed to give the driver on track. Now, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to provide the document on the live stream or not.
Yeah, I know we have that one. Yeah.
Yeah, someone can confirm that. I don't think I'm allowed to, but I can technically see who's in the car at any given time. So when they do go for a pit stop, I can look and see, okay, well, this guy's in the car, that guy's in the car, and whether they actually even have a webcam stream even or not, which is very nice. Yeah, so for example, in the 333, who's leading the race, apparently Tim Stahl is currently in the car according to the spreadsheet. Again, that should be updated as often as they change, but that is, again, trouble again. But yeah, that should be correct, I hope, on the spreadsheet.
I believe so, yeah. I think that one's constantly being updated in the sorting room. I think we're also going to get words on penalties right away on there. So, organization-wise, AC Friends doing a fantastic job. I know it's a couple of them in the VC right now doing some work. They're hard at work. It's one of those long days here, and you know, one thing's for sure, they are making sure that these guys are having the best racing out there. And you know, this is what AC Friends does. Like, they put on these fantastic events. They're not a group of guys who puts on races all the time, every week, but when they do, it's big.
And lots of endurance races as well. Yep. Like you mentioned Le Mans earlier on, and that was a big event for them. Nürburgring, doing it a couple of years now, and what else is on the horizon? That is the question. Lots of great events at AC Friends, so that's fantastic.
Some bad news here. P7, the 315, Porsche getting it wrong there, and with also that BMW getting some issues there, it's left a lone leader here in the GT2, splitting the GT3 class.
Yeah, GT2's doing very good, the top three, compared to the rest of them. So it looks like this podium is almost being found out now early in the race, barring any technical issues. So that's probably good for those, well, teams. If you're in the Lamborghini 292, or if you're in the Audi 234 or whatnot, or the 276, you're going to be feeling really good right about now, being sandwiched in between all those GT3s.
Side-by-side action going on, yeah. Just ahead, that's the two Fords. And we're on board with the GT2, who's just watching this battle going on and slowly inching closer.
Absolutely, hang back and let them go. As you come into the corner here, they'll obviously be braking some of them a little earlier. You might brake at your normal point, which is right about now, and you come on into the last couple of corners, and yeah, you have plenty of room between them. So very, very good by the 234, very measured, and you'll keep following them right round the GP circuit again. So you make your way to lap number 13 now. My goodness.
Only 13 laps completed, but we're almost about to enter the
okay, so
marks complete.
We're guessing word, Rahul, in the YouTube chat from the moderator that live timing has been deactivated for performance. They say they're pushing the limits of what the AC server and ACSM capabilities have. So our apologies for the lack of live timing, and whether we can get it back or not, we will keep you updated on it, folks. So our apologies once again. This really is such a huge event, and obviously there is only so much the technology can do. You do have it on the live stream here, so we have the overall standings there, and we should do for the whole race, but we do absolutely apologise, and if you want to see anything from CUP2 specifically, which is at the bottom of the timing tower, please do just let us know. We'll be happy to oblige.
To be fair, I didn't even know that disabling the live timing page actually affects the server itself, but I think we're seeing it right here. We're not really getting that much net code. I think the cars are a lot more stable, so...
Yeah, at the beginning of the race, things seemed to be a little interesting, but things have kind of settled down a bit now. So I don't know which server they're running off of specifically, but it seems to be within the limit that, you know, nothing's shutting down, nothing horrible is happening. So yeah, maybe that's what they meant by limit. Maybe not that they're necessarily intertwined with each other, but yeah, it seems more stable now.
Catching up to one of the TCR cars ahead. And these guys here, Phoenix Motorsport and HGE, they have both been giving us an amazing show, and it's not quite over yet. Almost side by side. Oh, don't tell me you're gonna go 3 wide there. Almost 3 wide into the GT chicane here.
No, if they went 3 wide, that would have been a really bad decision from the Porsches, but no, they did finally get through, and no troubles in the end. And once again, it's the 595 still battling there.
Gotta give him credit. He is really pushing on hard, and well, giving us a show here, and the guys at home.
It does appear, folks in the chat are saying the performance has been much smoother since the live timing went down, so it appears that, well, that appears that's the correct decision at the moment. So, all right, fantastic.
For any of the teams in chat, if you have any drivers who've just finished a stint, about to finish a stint, or even if you are anybody on the team, let us know in the chat right now how your team is doing. We'd love to read it on stream.
We'd also like to, at some point, get a driver interview, which I was made aware by Sasha, who is one of the organisers for this event, that we can do that up here in the commentary booth. So if you'd like a driver interview, if you know of any driver on your team, please do let us know, and we can... Oh!
Trouble! Does he have wheels on that thing? That is a hard crash.
And that appears to be sideways. That's it for him, is it not? The 529? Oh, and yeah,
he's out!
They teleported back to the pits, and that's, oh, so unfortunate for one of the front runners. Oh.
That was a big one. I
really would like to see the replay on that one, because my goodness, that is a horrible incident, being 2 wheels into the barrier in the CUP1 class there, that Porsche.
You know, I know it's sim racing and all, but some of these guys could be running in VR, and that is not a pretty sight if you're on your head. But,
cargo side instead of cargo first. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Oh, boy. And I thought for a sec that was maybe just a little glitch of the car, but no, indeed, they were on their side. And that's not something you see every day. You might have had to get the corner very wrong to have that happen.
That was, honestly, that's what you get around here.
You know what, though, if they can get going as quickly as they can, Rahul, they are still ahead of, oh, and another incident for the BWT 213. But as I was saying, if you can get going again as quickly as possible, it was a 2-minute gap to the next Porsche behind that, the 543. So I don't know how long it will take for that 529 to get going again, as they appear to be back in the server now. They can maybe keep their position, or at least maybe lose 1 place, and it won't be so bad.
That's a positive thing. They're back on. That's good. I'm just reading in chat there. Current driver right now for the 495 is actually running in VR. So yeah, like I said, a lot of these guys running in VR. So a crash like that, very scary.
absolutely. And now they're going down the order, the 529. So they will head to second last position in class now. Yeah, that at least is not game over for them completely, because it is sim racing. If this was real life, that would be a code 60 and a very, very long cleanup. You know, we have the advantages of simply teleportation in Assetto Corsa, so thank goodness for that.
Yeah, for sure. In real life, that would have been more than just a race ender. That would have been a caution. And that is actually something we are not getting in these races here. We're not getting any sort of safety cars on track to bunch these guys up for the safety aspect. Well, simply because with crashes like this, no matter how big it is, there's no debris to pick up. And, well, luckily, yeah, with the ability of teleportation, all these drivers they are wizards out here.
The safety aspect being you can teleport and there is no debris, and so there is no inherent danger on the track. If there's no danger, why keep it from being green flag running, right? There is, and that is a big hit there, and that was the blue car up on the, the GT2 car on the CUP1 of the 595, and now on the receiving end of that from the 288. Which that Maserati there had to be a little more careful. That was not very nice. No, as I was saying, like something like that, for example, that'd be also a very big cleanup, and you don't need to have that, thankfully, in sim racing. And so maybe while you might have full course yellows and stuff, bring a lot of strategy into the game and bunch up the field and have restarts and such. There's no need for that here in this Nürburgring 24 hours. It's a very different ball game in that aspect.
I think we have the culprit who was in the car, who was sitting sideways in that Porsche. Drago in chat, let me know if you're okay. Because, yeah, that looked like a hard one. Meanwhile, yeah, that damage on that HE car is gonna, oh no, it's gonna get worse. I did look at the inside to see if there was suspension damage. Didn't look like there is any, but you look at the front part, that front is just hanging on, barely. So potentially we could be seeing a pit stop.
That bonnet is nearly coming off of the car, and yeah, that's really not looking good for them. And somehow they're still third place despite all of what's happened so far. So yeah, pit stop definitely needed for them. See how many seconds that will take. Goodness me.
Yeah. Well, we've truly seen it all, and we're only 2 hours in. Well, we have quite a long ways to go.
Shall we get an in-race update then, Rahul? A little rundown on how things are going so far?
Yeah, why not? Let's start at the very bottom, and let's try to get through this leaderboard slowly. And let's hope there's no more yellows in the meantime.
Well, there's the CUP2 class there. So, well, you don't have to go too far to find the 41st overall Watts Racing CUP2 car there. It's the 666 who just made another place on the GT2. And so they are well ahead, like minutes ahead of the second place 601. Who is, again, another minute ahead of the 602. So how about that? 601 and 602 for second and third place there. And that is, again, the teams of Tradition Sim Sports, who are running different liveries, a green and kind of a blue livery, German teams there. And so behind that would be then the 699 in fourth, and then we have a bunch of other kind of slower cars have had troubles, TCR and such behind that. That's way up to the bottom as you are scrolling there. There we are. GT4 there in the mix at the bottom, and just folks that have been struggling so far. Let's take a look then at the leaders of the next class up, which would be the TCRs. That's again in the red for you. Currently leading in TCR, if we scroll a little ways up, it's actually in 28th overall. It's the 177 PLS car there running in the lead. That is the Car Corner PLS team, and the Renault, all Polish team there. Running second place, well back of that, is the JRC you might see there. That's the 120 is that? Yes, the 120 JR Customs Hyundai Elantra team. And running in third place is the 169 Slow Motorsports team, one of many cars in this race in the CUP1 Slovenia racing team there. Sebastian Skaper, Kovac, Luka Renner, Robert Vicic, Blas Pavlic, hopefully I'm saying that correctly. And then running up to the next class, which is in the GT4s. That's in green, the leaders there, all running together, thankfully. The 459 running 23rd overall there is the leader. The 459 car is the, if I can just pull it up, it's the Rebellion Autosport Ferrari GT4. And that's made up of just 3 drivers, by the way. Santiago Barrios, Ivan Tataz, and David Sesma. Hopefully I'm saying your names correctly. Second place right behind that is the 444 car, and that's of the Valkyrie E-Racing team in the Audi. That's an all-German team there, made up of 5 drivers. And in third position right behind that is... Oh, and there was a little trouble there for one of the TCRs.
Going off there, yeah.
Indeed, but we'll carry on. Third place GT4 then is the 477, and that is of the Most PLS Endurance team, kind of pink and white car, BMW GT4, made up of 4 Polish drivers and a German. That's for GT4. That's the slowest three classes. For the top 3, we go to CUP1. That's the Porsche 911s. The quickest car there is actually all the way up in 13th, and that is the 597 car, which somehow they are still in the lead there. Lots of incidents in that class early on. That is the ACRT sim racing team, made up of 3 drivers, including a Canadian, Kevin Klein, who I think I've heard of before. I feel like I've heard of his name on Race Room. I will need confirmation on that, but I swear I've seen that name before. Also Zakaria Sharif, the Canadian, the lone Canadian in this race, and Has Syed from Great Britain. He is also running as well in that car, leading the race right now in that class. Second place in 15th overall then will be yet another yellow car. It's the 588, I believe, or is the 508? 508, excuse me. Yes, that's the Phoenix Motorsport car, who had an incident earlier on. 5 drivers there, 4 Germans and a Austrian. And so they're running second right now, even behind the GT2 even, so a ways back. And then the 555 is in third position, you see right there, so kind of 3 yellow cars all together. And so that's 508 car right there. That's sorry, excuse me, not Phoenix car, but the third place 555 car. That is, if I can just pull it up, it's a Sunset Outrun eSports team, and that's with an American. We have, I think, it's an Egyptian. I'm not really sure what that flag is. Also a Brit, Spanish driver, another Brit, Hayden Clampett. So they're running in third right now in yet another yellow and black Porsche. Okay, let's go to GT2 now, the front runners now of this race. And so in 7th position in the Lamborghini, you see on screen right there, is the number 292, and that's the well, it says Go on the side, but it's actually the Wojol racing team, a Polish racing team, Huracan Super Trofeo Evo there. All Polish team. And second position in class, a few positions back in 10th overall, is the 276 car there, and that 276 is the KCM Expo GT2 car, True Racing by RE, with Philip Kunz, who I believe I've heard of before as well, Kevin Simon, Javier Talavera, Jonas Weber, and Johannes Flam. So let's see how they are doing right now. Third position in GT2, back in 14th, and behind even one of the Porsche cars. It's the number 234, and the 234 car is the Truck Driver Racing Team, which, no, they're not in a truck, they are indeed in a Audi. It's an all-German team of Kilian Corneli, Thomas Pitzen, John Lucas Schmidt, and Marcus Graf. And they're running a kind of baby blue livery, light blue livery you see right there, very nice, and battling in traffic. That leaves us to our final class now, which is GT3. The very top class, it's in the grey, and so the overall leader of this race at the moment is the 343 now, as they've worked through the pit stops, and that lovely red livery, I should say, very colourful and diverse. It's the GLS PXN Racing number 1 car, so they have multiple in this race. They're in the Audi R8, excuse me, LMS Evo. That's of Kasper Gasior, I'm probably not saying that correctly, Kasper Kukla, Igor Wazowski, Grakshan Buboc, and Kasper Benedict. And by the way, lovely dragon on the side of the car as well, very, very nice. That's the leader of the race right now. Second place is the number 377, and that is of the Car Corner PLS team, Corvettes, the only Corvette in the field, entirely Polish team. And third place, right behind that, is the 362, about a minute back, and the 362 team is the Aston Martin Vantage GT3 Evo of BMP Ravenel, all German team, including Fabian Klein, who I swear I've heard that name before as well, Jeremy Bomert, Maximilian Rohrig, and Mika Unter Oberdoster. What a name that is, running in a white and kind of teal livery tonight. So that's your in-race update, Rahul. I know that did take a while, but that's how things are 2 hours into this race.
Luckily, we picked the perfect time to do so, because there was not too much action that went on. We did get some word that in about 5 to 10 minutes, we are going to get some picture-in-picture once again, which we will watch some, I think, the aforementioned face cams that we were supposed to get a bit earlier, but because of the issues with the server, I think that was priority number 1 that was taken over. So we are now getting word that very shortly we're gonna get some picture-in-picture again, and we're also gonna see some drivers go down, and we'll see what that's like. Other than that, I think we should be good from all that front. Race is starting to get a lot more quiet here, so everyone's starting to really put their heads down. There are still a couple of guys trying to make their way through the order. Of course, this is one of those teams there, the HGE, trying to get through on past that BMW just ahead. And, ooh, very smart there, using the turn signals on the car.
And maybe that's to try and indicate that you want a car to go one direction and get out of the way. It's not something that's bound by default, I believe, Rahul. You have to do that within CSP, within Content Manager itself. So they specifically put that on their wheel, and they're making good use of it, it seems. So there you go. Try to indicate to your driver ahead, hey, I want you to go left, I want to go by on the next corner, and it seems to work out.
Just saying GLS have a 1 minute gap. Yeah, basically, yeah, they're in a league of their own, but also pit stop strategies, that's one of the more important parts of this race. A lot of drivers are on alternate strategies, especially throughout the whole order, let alone those top guys. But no, but at the same time, these guys who are in the lead are very deserving. I mean, just take a look at the GT2 class leader, 292, sitting in P7.
Absolutely. And yeah, you say 1 minute gap, but I mean, like, think about by the end of the race how big the gap will be from first to second, you think. You know, it could be close, but more than likely you will see large gaps even at the top of the field by the end of this race. That was a lovely pass right there as the battle continues there in the Porsche there. Well, actually, even right ahead, I don't think that's not Porsche, so it's a different class, but that GT2 working their way through. And yeah, it's if you think it's a big gap now, it's going to be a much bigger gap by the end, so get it sorted out as quickly as possible.
At the same time, though, anything can happen around here, and as we get into the night phase, it's going to throw a lot of people off their game if they're not careful. And by the time everybody wakes up again from their sleep, they're going to see potentially a new race leader in the different classes.
Absolutely, and you know, Rahul, if we see only a few seconds gap by the end of the race between the top two, I think I'll have a heart attack, because that would be a very unlikely thing to happen. But that would mean an incredibly spicy finish, so I'd be all for it, but oh, and once again another problem there, and oh, don't go into him. Oh gosh, the 274 once again having troubles.
No, it's not over yet. Another spin there on the track. Where's the next drivers coming up? I think they have a little bit of a ways to get there potentially, but
spinning round and round. Oh, be careful up ahead. It's right just after this left-hander, and well,
just got going.
He just did, thankfully, and so yeah, there he is up ahead. But he lost a bunch of time, and goodness me, that 274 is just having a terrible time early on in this race. And they're about to lose now an in-class position. The next spin they have, that 213, is going to go by. So, that's just unfortunate.
Trying to really baby the car around here, because once your tires are overheated, you have to drive this thing as easy as possible. There's no better way to put it, because if you overdrive it, oh, it gets very close to the white lines on the outside, and well, I think he notices and realizes the team probably telling him, make another mistake like that, we're going to be losing a position. And they're currently sitting 4th, so I think they're going to want to get a move on and try their best to keep their nose clean for this one.
Couple of drivers into the pits from GT4 now. We're seeing the 459 head on in there. We also have right behind that the 444, and is that the 487 is also headed into the pit lane. So they're taking their normal pit stops now. Possibly that Porsche GT2 can hop a little further ahead, and so GT4 class probably the closest out of all the classes right now. If you had to pick one, obviously there is GT3s altogether as well, but the gaps are a lot bigger. So
yeah, the gaps are really making the difference between all of them. That is one of the issues that we're watching here. But we also do still have gems like this. Oh, hold on. We hear a car going slow. We don't know where he is. There he is. Oh, it's the Supra. Unfortunately, getting it wrong once again. But speaking of GT3 battles, yes, they are quite a bit distant from each other. This one between these two Fords have been just as close.
Yeah, the Ford's still going on even after all these laps, so they are continuing. They still have the two GT2s ahead of them. They're not relinquishing any lap time back. I really would actually, if we had the live timing back, I would like to see what the lap time difference was between the two. I don't imagine we'll get it back for any time, but yeah, I'd like to really see how well those GT2s are pushing, as the 321 actually just got by the 379, it shows, as they're on the strain. But well, they're basically side by side. Look at that, Rahul.
Yeah, they're very close between each other, and I think they've already been through this roller coaster one too many times, so they're going to want to get through as easy as possible, and they do. Back single file as they exit the straight. I think it's a bit of a truce between them. They are the exact same manufacturer, so they both know their weaknesses. As actually one of them heads into the pits, they both know their strengths and weaknesses, and they're in the same car. And it's only driver that's going to make the difference out of them. But as that battle slowly comes to an end, we have unfortunately lost the timing board.
We have, and we're not really sure why, but hopefully that can come back up soon so we can try and change our cameras around and see all the action on the circuit. You know, it's almost time for a driver interview, I think. We'll have to try and see if we can pull someone.
Yeah.
Maybe from one of the leaders to start off with, because there will be some teams down in kind of the voice rooms below us and below the commentary booth that can possibly tell us how their team is running early on and see what they think.
I think we're just getting it now.
Ah, there it is.
I'm not too sure what happened. It did just disappear from us.
They might be troubleshooting it perhaps. So maybe they're trying to get things working again. And, you know, we can all see what's going on. But well, maybe we can do some messaging. We see if we can bring someone up for a little quick interview. So, well, actually, I'll have to refer to my spotter guide to see I don't pull in the wrong person.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting on the picture-in-picture.
I'm
getting word
going.
Potentially 5 minutes.
By the way, keep liking the stream. Make sure to subscribe to the AUC Friends YouTube channel. And we'd love to hear your thoughts about the race so far.
Yeah, it's getting a lot more quieter at this stage, but I mean, that is endurance racing for you. It's not going to be as exciting 24/7, but it's an endurance. These guys are putting in a lot of time throughout the weeks and the past month to be ready for a race like this. It's no easy feat. Regardless, though, it's still a fantastic event here that we're going down. I believe the next race that's coming up is going to return back to the Endurance Masters. Of course, the previous round we had was the 24 Hours of Le Mans back July 12th. Next event should be the 8 Hours of Bahrain going down September 6th. So yes, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. No promises on commentary just yet. We haven't, I don't think any of us have talked to the admins on it, but who knows? It's been a very fun event so far, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely, yeah, I've been enjoying my time here so far. Absolutely, it's been a great race and still lots of it to come. So, yeah, I'm excited to see how things pan out. There's still positions, you know, swapping here and there. So, yeah, as you said, things are getting settled. It just needs to now be consistent by the teams. Work through the traffic nicely and don't get it wrong like, you know, for example, the Lotus did many times, the 274, or, you know, any of the Porsches or anything like that. Try and keep your wits about you, I should say. I'm trying to get the GLS PXN racing team, the leader of the race in just for a quick interview, but I don't know who I should message. I messaged one of them. Preferably someone who's not in the car right now would be nice, because they can't respond while driving. Yeah. There are lots of people in that room though. Whether they actually speak English though is the question.
That would be another thing, but I'm sure we can find a translator somewhere in this race.
Absolutely. Well, we'll keep trying and see if we can find someone.
Yeah, still no signs of our timing board on. Still down at the moment. But no, overall though, we are still continuing this one here. Gap between the top two. We could potentially find ourselves a battle for the race lead. It's only 3 seconds, and that Corvette, I know you're a fan of it, it's coming up fast.
Absolutely, yes. Well, that might be a bit of a bias on my end, but yep, there it goes round there with the lap traffic, and 343 working the way back up, and They're doing well right now. If they can keep that pace, they'll be well, they'll be on for a good lap here. They have no one in front of them for the next few seconds, so that's perfect.
It's getting very interesting because traffic starting to help. It's already now, I think the lowest was 2.7, but of course, whatever that GLS car has to go through, the PLS also has to find itself going through. And right here, and actually, that Lamborghini's going to make that life just that bit easier. And I think that is your class leader. No, actually, it's not. My apologies, but it's one of the Lamborghinis for the GT2s, as we see a side-by-side action. That is your race leader for the GT2 class. But 3.1, it's getting close. Let's just quickly take a little look at well, what the road lies up ahead for this Audi that leads. One of them is one of the Porsches currently sitting at 32, which is already going to let through that, let through the leader pretty easy. Next up the road, actually quite a ways ahead, P31, the TCR, and then we also have a BMW, so a couple of slow classes to overtake. If you're the race leader, there's going to be music to the 377's ears, is it though? Very close. Next to the Porsche, the GT2, getting away, hitting the curb. So it's just balancing around that 3-second mark, and really at this point, they're going to be pushing hard. You look at the delta, actually, very interestingly, bottom right-hand side, 4/10 up on this lap, compared to the 7/10 down from the race leader. So, yeah,
but you know, on a Nürburgring lap though, that is rather small margins. But yeah, there will be lap traffic that will change that up eventually. I can almost guarantee it. But yes, going quicker on this lap than the previous, and I'd love to see what the gap was to their best lap of the race. I think that is good. That's a good sign usually. It's actually over half a second now even. But yeah, especially watch the top left though. That will update now and again. So 3.3 seconds right now, the leader. If they can get that below 3 and kind of slowly make their way back up, that would be very good for that Corvette 377.
Just getting word, I think something may potentially happen. I think we're going to get picture right about now.
Yes, I am hearing that as well.
Alrighty, so now we're going to get moving here.
There's an interesting looking battle at GT2 as well, by the way, the 222 Lamborghini coming up on the Porsche of the 272. Oh, and look at that, there's one of the folks at the Nürburgring in the full motion rig, Rahul.
Jealous, that is pretty awesome, and so I think we're just going to get names loaded up, but we are on board the GT4 Aston Martin. That is the number 487. You can actually call up the name on the...
And who's the driver there? Yeah.
Now... So yes, that is the number 14. Michael Barr. Pronounce it there, and I think... Yes.
487, Michael Bauer? Something like, yeah, something like that. Well, you know the AUR, it's kind of difficult to pronounce, but yeah.
Regardless though, very cool to even have these guys on board. I mean, for AC friends, that's what you're getting here. You're getting the actual Nürburgring. They're at the track right now. When they're bored, when they're taking a break, they can just go to the circuit.
Literally, you can see people like walking by, you know, trying to get maybe a refreshment or something, or just with their team, you know, behind one of the other rigs there. It's that's really, really cool to see. Look how focused he is as well. He's on the main straight now. He's got it all down packed, it seems, as he heads into the first corner, and you'll see how he loads himself into that little right, then left, and he's pulling all the way on that wheel right there on that Fanatec rig. That's really cool. And he's strapped in too, he won't be going anywhere.
Now, despite position, where they are on track. These are the guys who literally have the track in their backyard. They know this thing inside and out. Oh, there's yellows for P9's GT3. It was very brief, so I think
He
they're
might have
going
maybe
to-
barely went off the track and came back on. I don't see any troubles, but so we were looking at, what was it, 487 there of the Nürburgring eSports team. They posted qualifying. It was a 8-minute 51.995, which was a little bit back of some of their other class leaders. 8:46 I'm seeing here on the spreadsheet, one of the quickest times, 8:44 even from the 459 Rebellion Autosports, so quite a bit of a difference between them, but yeah, that is roughly the lap times you're seeing though in those GT4s.
Yeah, it's true. As a couple more drivers getting their long stops in, 16 of them that they have to take throughout this race. And all the math and all the strategies have already been done long in advance for these guys. And at this point, it's just all down to racing here.
Absolutely. The previous lap was 11-minute 50. That must mean they went into the pits then. I can't imagine that they'd have a lap time without that. So if they just did a pit stop, they're going to go quite a few more laps now until they stop again. So he'll be in the car for quite some time then.
I think we're also about to get another driver here that we're going to be watching. We're just going to give us a moment here to swap over. Who do we have next? We have a handful of drivers who have provided a webcam, which is always awesome to see. And yeah, aren't you jealous at the rigs they have over there?
Absolutely. I'm jealous in general of anyone that has some better equipment than me, regardless of where it is, but especially at the Nürburgring itself. Yeah, that's just the dream, isn't it?
It is. This Canadian economy does not help us whatsoever trying to get anything like that.
No.
But,
Oh god.
regardless, though, that's the GT4 there. I think we're now starting to switch up, looking for our next driver to watch. And we're just scrolling down the order, looking for the next one here. Who is it going to be?
By the way, there is information about the 111 Watt team. The 111 running, I believe that's in the TCR class, and 38th overall, or 37th now indeed. But they said they missed their pit window. They had to take a short lap, so they lost around 2 minutes, but they are fighting their way back up. And yeah, that 111 now, 5th position in class, that is. So unfortunate for the 111 team. By the way, what they meant by short lap probably means is at the end of the GP circuit, instead of making the left onto the Nordschleife, they would have turned right instead. There normally is kind of some cones there, but you can make it in such a way that you can kind of go around a couple of little bollards there and make your way back to the pit stop again. But you didn't actually complete that lap. You indeed would have that lap be invalidated. But you can come back into the pits and you can avoid going all the way around Nordschleife and running out of fuel and ending your race. So good on them for the 111, but unfortunate for them, and they're going to fall back to 5th in class.
Our next driver we have here on board, Lucas. Let's see if we can get this right. Lucas Hager. I believe that's how you pronounce it here. Currently sitting P8 overall. P8 in their class, P51 overall. Quite a ways away on the back foot of this one. But doesn't look like it's a motion sim on there. Fanatec, of course, and yeah, you can just see the eyes, the focus. These Cooper cars, these TCRs are not easy to drive whatsoever compared to the others.
So maybe they couldn't have everyone be in a full motion, but you know what, he looks like he's still very focused and into the race, so yeah, he might not be as immersed as maybe the guy we just saw in GT4 there, but yeah, he mentioned his eyes, he's laser focused, and he has some lovely gloves on as well, I must say, those green and black gloves, so yeah, working his way around, and best of luck to them.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, speaking of realism, I mean, we've heard in the past certain real-life drivers, for example, Max Verstappen, saying that he'd rather not use a motion sim because it does take away a little bit of the immersion, or potentially it's just, you know, motion sims are trying to recreate the G-forces, but the G-forces these real-life drivers have will never be like motion sims, at least maybe either in the affordability category right now or in existence.
Never close, and that got close to the wall there. I think they handled it, but yeah, that is very true. You can simulate some G-forces, right? As we have another onboard coming in, and there's another full motion cockpit. So you see them that they're getting, you know, move side to side, and I suppose up and down. Indeed, when you're climbing the hills, but. It's not going to be the same as non-full motion, or indeed real life. And real life, you know, you have a high G impact. You can't necessarily simulate that on a little rig, and so you probably don't want to, anyways, because then it becomes a safety factor. You don't want to get injured. But yeah, if you can simulate at least a little bit of it, well, you're fully immersed into it. Your body will kind of do the rest. Your brain will do the rest. And so if I had to choose between full motion and not full motion, I think all day I would choose the full motion one, just for the fact that it's just so fun to be in. Not only that, but of course you'll feel, you know, whether you're maybe about to lose it, you're right on the limit of grip and such, so catch yourself in a slide, so, you know, feeling the stuff at the bottom, not just through your hands in the wheel, is a big difference.
On board here now with the driver who's having a lot more luck here compared to the other two we've seen earlier. The GT3 sitting P3. This is just getting word from the admin side, so I don't think the board on the live document is updated. This is Fabian Klein in the Aston Martin.
Fabian Klein or Klein, I'm not sure. I'll take your word for it, I guess.
Apologies if we do botch some names here.
Yes, they're running third overall now in the 362, and yeah, Rahul, they appear to be very, very comfy, and they have a long ways to go to second place, but obviously that's the pit stops, I think, there messing that up, because it shows the Corvette in fourth, so they're off strategy. Just keep that in mind for these GT3 front runners. They'll eventually cycle through, but lots of clear air, and that's where you're going to be making the gap back up.
Getting word from the admins here that this specific team, I'm not really getting too much specific information, but they won ADAC GT last year.
Wow.
So these are not really this ain't a team to mess around with.
They're not slow.
Yeah, they're not slow whatsoever. I'm very curious about maybe the sim racing experience that the top two have, if they're able to take down a team like this.
You know,
it's still early stages, though.
It's still early, yes, but I would not be surprised if they come out towards the top just simply because of that experience. And that's just absolutely amazing to have the honor of commentating such amazing drivers like that. That's fantastic.
Indeed, yeah.
Nice HD in the chat, by the way, has said, is there more information about the people which are driving, well, we actually just did, but driving from an alien ship of sim racing equipment, which you can see like now. Well, again, that's one nugget that he just gave you there, Nice HD, but I'm sure we'll have plenty more for you as the stream goes on.
Alien ship of sim racing equipment, I gotta use that more. That's a great way to put it.
That's what that was a direct quote, so yeah, that's certainly a way to say it for sure.
To be fair though, if you're talented enough, you can be faster in anything. There are guys on Logitechs who are miles quicker than any of us. And, you know, that is something that's very entry level. So, truly, you can be faster in whatever. But at the same time, though, it is... Oh, like, I mean, just look at him right now. I mean, he's going through traffic, but that is just a fun roller coaster to be in.
thing is about sim racing, it breaks down the barrier of entry. So you're not going to be paying thousands upon thousands of dollars or your life savings to get into a real life car necessarily. You can simply buy a Logitech G920, for example, or a G29 like I have right here in front of me, or you might have you know, a little controller, for example. Anything you can get started with, you can get into the race. You might have varying levels of success, of course, but you don't necessarily need the most expensive equipment to drive the best on, well, out on track. So that's the great thing about sim racing, is that you could be in these full motion rigs like this, or you could simply be on a little entry wheel, and you could, well, on track, the performance could be about the same. It's all about, you know, the driver's capabilities.
No more alien ships anymore. I think we're back to normal here, and we have a level setup here. I think that looks like a Mozo or a Phantom. I really can't tell from that angle. But we're on board here with oh, let's try to get this one right. Michali Zalunu from Austria. I apologize if I've horribly botched your name there. But the Austrian here, driving, looks to be at home. Currently sitting P5.
Michali Denu, yeah, something like that. And so, yeah, sitting P5 for the BMW, and again, they still have to work through the pit stops here, but yeah, coming up on slower class traffic there, and let's see if they can dispatch of them on this main straight coming up. They're coming up on the TCR now, and there they go, very nicely. And you see there, right next to the window, but they have a little shade, so they thankfully will not get blinded throughout the course of the day, or indeed get any glare on the screen as they try and race around the Nordschleife.
But you know what? P5 doing a very good job there, and they're only 2 seconds behind P4. Just about seeing them up the road, and that's going to be music to their ears. They're going to be ready for battle very soon.
Yeah, and so let's see what happens then in a few seconds, or maybe next lap's time. And there's a look on the outside there of the number 310 as they come down towards this kind of bottom part of the GP circuit. I'm going to get the name wrong, but it's Dunlop Care, something like that, that corner there. But oh, there's a drive-through for speeding for the 477. And that's the leader of GT4, Rahul. And is that going to spice things up a little bit for GT4?
Maybe, but at the same time, they could be able to get away. I mean, you look how big that gap is.
That gap is, yeah, they might get away with it.
But
We'll
how
see.
actually, looks like it's a driver swap. It might be a little bit closer than we think. Look at the
It is. So they are doing their driver swap right now in the pit lane. The Porsches will go ahead. There's a minute gap, then another minute gap. Then there's the minute gap to your next, well, second place in GT4, the 444 car, the Audi. So that's a lot of time. You will get back in, you'll get around again, but if they have a drive-through, that means they have to go through the pits again next time round. So they will probably be close following that, and that should be very interesting as GT4 spices up again.
I just saw a big smile come there from our face cam there. They're having fun. I think that's the most important part here, as the sun is very soon to set down here, and those smiles are gonna come down to really focusing in. But it's all good vibes around here, and that's one of the more important things. That everyone's having fun with this race, and at the end of the day, I'm not too sure if there is any rewards out of this one, out of these kind of races. But
Do you really need any rewards, though?
I think the reward is the battling that you get. I mean, you're not gonna find any kind of racing quite like this.
You know what? Maybe the winner can get some candy or something. Maybe they can go on a trip to the local supermarket and get something. Who knows? But yeah, you don't really need a reward. We're all friends here, no hotheads. Well, we hope not, anyways. And so, yeah, absolutely. Breakouts are small, especially like you're on the Nordschleife, you're running nice and smoothly. There's nothing to really be upset about at the moment, if you will, at least if you're in this car in the 310. So, yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. Thank you so much for all those driver onboards, by the way. Very nice to see. So it looks like the 597 is coming up next. I'm seeing in my my chat here.
Looks like it, and a fellow Canadian as well. So lovely to see some more Canadians join us here.
Absolutely, and look at that, and the only Canadian in the field as well. So that is Zakaria Sharif. And they're in the 597 car right there, one of the yellow Porsches. So it talks about them a couple of times already in this race. Running second place right now, and still quite a gap to the leading Phoenix car. But there he is, and I mean, simply a sofa behind. So yeah, it is kind of late morning now. It's actually nearly noon. And so at some point I think when he gets out of the car it might be time for lunch, and that'll be a well-needed break as well. So good to see the only Canadian in the field getting a driver on board, getting a little spotlight, and best of luck to him in the race.
Shout out to the Yoshi in the back. This team has really been keeping their nose clean throughout it, just kind of getting stuck in traffic, but it's really paying off in this early stage. P2 overall, you cannot ask really for too much better. Of course, P1 is a little bit up the road, but one thing's good for them is the more they keep their nose clean, and if they're a bit faster, they can close that gap up easily.
Absolutely, there is no doubt about that whatsoever. And lots of clear running right now, and let's see if they can do like what you just said, try and make up that gap. 21 hours, 14 minutes to go. You were mentioning there isn't too much daylight left, but when does the sun set? Do we have the details on that, Rahul?
I'm not too sure. I will look. I'll try to see if I can find anything in regards to it. But either way, it's coming down fast. What are we? 7. That should be around 5:46 p.m. 17:46.
Yes, 5:46. And that is the same as real life, by the way, folks, as we mentioned earlier. So that means, and we're in the Eiffel Mountains here, that means it is summer, though, that being said. So it's a later sunset than per usual. But that probably means we have another couple of hours at least left, and maybe even then some. And then it should go down. So yeah, take your running in the light while you can, because then once that dark sets, then things really start to get serious.
For sure. As we're coming down to the end of this next hour here, it's still quite a long ways to go in this race.
Anthony says the sunset should be like real time, by the way, so I'm going to look it up on Google real quick.
As we continue this one here on, just to let you know some updates, I think we can let loose on a little bit of the hours that we're commentating with. I think I'll be heading out here for lunch very soon. I've been on here since 8.
Same as well, probably at the top of the hour for me.
Yep.
I do know we do have another slate of commentators coming in a little bit later. We have a little schedule going for that, but as for who it is, I'm not sure that is being that's still being figured out. But yeah, so that means, folks, there might be a little bit of dead air time for a little bit, but don't worry, we will be around, and I know that later in the afternoon I will be back again for another stint of this as well. So you will be hearing me a second time today, but unfortunately not before the race end tomorrow, because I will be working tomorrow morning. But yeah, you'll be hearing me at least one more time, and especially Rahul lots more times as well.
That's where you're gonna hear my voice. Yeah, so I think I'm just getting word here that we're getting some more battles here. Yes, we are. Okay, yeah, we have a couple more battles to watch, and there is no more face cams anymore.
So that's interesting. So the sunset, it's saying on timeanddate.com, is going to be at 9:02 p.m., which is a lot later than I thought it'd be. To be honest, that's actually quite late. But that's what it is saying at the moment. So 9:02 p.m. And it's currently 5:49. So that is still 3 hours of daylight remaining. So that is quite a lot.
Yep, very good to note there, and I think, yeah, we're just making sure the leaderboard is a little more centered off. I think it was a little offset to the side of the screen. So, yes, in terms of our hours, I think in the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to be heading out. Once again, yeah, time zones, it's fun, that's for sure. Not when you're waking up at 8 in the morning, but you know what? This is all worth it, and I can't even complain. This has been a very fun race to watch, especially in the early stages. I don't regret it, and to have some company in the commentary booth, that is always awesome as well, would you say?
Absolutely, yeah, it's been great having you, and obviously, very first time, by the way, folks, first time ever interacting with Rahul when we started the race there was no prior correspondence, so this was nice to go through the last, well, around about 4 hours or so, and so there will still be more to come, but yeah, let us know how well we did, and there should still be more to come here on the Nürburgring 24 hours on Assetto Corsa, presented by AC Friends.
And I know if you do love our voices, we have our own respective leagues that we're also living in.
That's
I
correct.
know you're part of JSRA.
That's correct, yeah, the Jamaica Sim Racing Association doing, well, I was doing the CTCC, Caribbean Touring Car Championship, with our good friend Stephen Stewart, but that is taking a backseat at the moment for the LMU Sprint Series, and we're currently running our separate streams over there. We have Stephen doing his side on the YouTube, and I'm doing my side on the Twitch, and so that series is coming to a close fairly soon. We just had the Fuji race literally last night. So yeah, doing the commentary over there, and everyone seems to be having a good time at the JSRA, so make sure to check them out if you'd like to do some fun Assetto Corsa or LMU, and I know iRacing is coming up, those sorts of series, and lots of great well, folks from the Caribbean over there, mainly Jamaica, but also some Trinidadians and South American and such. So yeah, go check out the JSRA. And what about you, Rahul? What are you up to?
So I'm currently on my side living at Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. The only reason why I'm not able to commentate this specific event is because we only run events on Saturdays. This time around, we're going to be beginning. Today is the first round of the 2000 Grand Prix Championship. We're going to be running the F2004 in a single spec series, running on some retro tracks such as Sepang, Barcelona, Silverstone, Indianapolis, and yeah, if you love that action, I will be commentating that in a couple of hours, around 4 p.m. So that is basically in 4 hours time. If you want to check out that is where you're going to always hear my voice. That's where my primary spot is to commentate all events. And yeah, in terms of what we do, CMRC and JSR, we've always came together a couple of times. I do remember we did the Jam West grand opening, our first ever events there. I've of course commentated for them a couple of times through their CTCC. Some great racing, great drivers, and some of those drivers you can find here on AC Friends. So if you love our voices, that is where you can find us. But overall, though, it's been fantastic to, see some of this awesome racing go on here. But yes, it's unfortunately going to be that time that, as Mark said, we are going to have a bit of dead air. But not to worry. Mark will be back very, very shortly. I think we're going to be back in, like about 2-3 hours from now.
Yeah, something like that. Well, originally I was going to be round about 3 Eastern, and that's going to be, I think, 9 Central European time, the timeouts at the track. So I think that's going to be when I come back. It can be variable. I just do want some time for lunch and take a break, as this has been a lot of talking. So, but yes, I will be back, and it'll be kind of, well, not even midway through the race will be by that point. But yeah, it'll be when things start to get dark and start to get really serious. But as of beyond that, I don't know. At this moment in time, I will need to, like I said, have a sleep late tonight before tomorrow morning. So we'll see. We'll see at the moment. It's variable. But yeah, there will be a little bit of dead airspace, and I'll keep you guys up to date here at the Nürburgring 24 hours rule.
Yes, I'll be back 2 a.m. European time. That's about 8 p.m. our time in Canada. So 2 to 5 a.m. So if anybody wants to stay up with me at night, I got you covered. Then we're gonna take another short break because yep, the nighttime over on my side there. So I would love to get a bit of sleep, and then I'll be back commentating the final 2 hours of this one, and we're gonna be back and watch the action unfold, and we'll see what goes down from here as we watch this GT4 battle on our screens. But yeah, we're just about coming to the end of our time here, and first of all, thank you everybody for all the support you've given both of us here in the commentary booth. 121 viewers. I am so sorry that we have to leave you with a little bit of dead air, but you know what, these cars sound absolutely amazing, and I bet if you want a little bit of some ASMR going on with these cars, I mean, more than likely turn up the volume when we are gone. But keep a tab open here. Make sure to, you know, check us out, CMRC, JSRA, if you want some more sim racing content. But make sure to support these guys, AC Friends. They have put on a fantastic show. Not my place, but I will say, congratulations. We have hit 805 subscribers here on this AC Friends channel. So thank you, everyone, for all the support. And yeah, should be very awesome. And as you're actually watching here on your screens, yeah, it's a great fight for P2 right now.
In the and that's in the GT4 class, by the way. And yeah, and so I absolutely, I echo what Rahul said there. Make sure to turn your audio up for the ambient noise. And so yeah, if you like what you see, make sure to hit the subscribe button there, give a like, and seems like everyone is very much enjoying the broadcast. Der Blau, thank you very much for the kind words. Oh, and our good friend Bird McRandom, who is over on my Twitch side, follows there, otherwise known as AJ Merton of the JSRA. Good to have you. Welcome on into the chat as well, and it's great to have other drivers and fellow community members join. So yes, it looks like lots of folks have turned up to watch and are enjoying the broadcast so far. So that's great news, and we'll see if we can get the overall timing back as well. That's GT4 at the current moment you're seeing on screen, and then we'll wrap things up here.
Indeed, yeah. So I mean, we're already watching here a pretty nice fight here for the GT4 class here, and you can see how close the battles are getting. Actually, probably see how close it is. There you go, for P2, and you can already see, even dang, when we're about to head out for lunch, you can already see these guys are getting very close here, and are actually going to go on board. And there you go. There's the action right there. Look how close this one is.
That is very nice, and once again, that is the black and red car of the, I believe that's the all Slovenian team, once again, slow racing. And so lots of cars, like we said, in this race. But the 4, 5, 6 there, that is in the GT4 class, the slow racing Lotus that is battling there. So see if they get by or not, and then back to the overall again. Lovely. And so back to the GT3s once again. That's a look at 21 laps in, and already a minute and a half gap to the 362. The 333 is in third place right now, followed by the Corvette 377 in fourth. Fifth place will be the 310 BMW. Then it's the GT2s back at ninth position overall there, Lamborghini 292, followed by the 276 right behind, a minute back. And then for the CUP1 cars, the Porsche Cup cars, Phoenix Racing is now first, actually, for the 508, I believe that is. The 597, ACRT is second, 6 seconds back. Lots of Porsches actually kind of together, 19th through 23rd. Then for the GT4s that we were just watching, it's BMW 477, then the 444, and then the 456. Then the TCRs, it's the 177 in the lead right now, but they had a drive-through, didn't they? I believe someone had a drive-through, and they fell back quite a bit. They had a big lead, and that's fallen back now. But second place is the slow racing car in TCR, which is the I'm trying to get it on screen. Is it the 181? I think it is. And then the 106 Audi after that. And then finally then, when it comes to the CUP2, there was a fairly good lead in CUP2. I can't see it on the overall because they've actually fallen back quite a bit. They were at one point in 41st, I think it was overall, and they've fallen back now. Again, 9 cars in that class, and I know the 601 and 602 were kind of running together. I don't know how it is right now, but yeah, there's a big battle going on there as well at the bottom of the field. Alright, well, that's going to wrap it up from me on my side as we've just hit 12 noon. Rahul, any final words before we head to the ambient noise?
Well, just want to say a massive thank you to everybody as the action is really getting unfolded here. We hope you enjoyed everything that's gone on here. I think cameras will be swapping to the closest of battles, so you wouldn't have to worry about it. And I think the chat is just said it there. There we go. So we'll have a break of 2 hours without commentators, and after that should be someone available for the rest of the race, for a good portion of it, that's for sure. And then we're also hearing in about 2 hours, we're also going to have another duel. So that's just getting confirmed there. Okay. So, yeah, that's amazing. So you guys are not going to be left out.
That's right. So it'll be Abdul, and then I would come in an hour after that, I think. So there we go. Fantastic.
All right. Well, that's going to do it for us. Thank you so much once again. Amazing support here, and stay tuned to this race. It is far from over.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. We now continue the live commentary for the 24 hours ACF of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So the engines are roaring, the grid is packed. So far we've had roughly, that'd be almost 6 hours now of pure non-stop racing. And as we have it here, we have the WAC car, the GT3. 1 second. Because, yeah, there we go. So as we have here, the GT3 leader, the 333 WAC racing car, the Audi R8, leading the race currently with, not, I wouldn't say really comfortable lead, because 8 seconds is not really a lot in a 24-hour race, let alone a track like the Nordschleife, a track where traffic is so crucial to deal with. Let me see a car jumping, bouncing over the curbs, clearly everybody running over the limit. And as the race leader here catches some GT4 traffic, that would be one of the Aston Martin's, apologies, that one of the Mercedes car, the GT4 currently running. And as we have it here, the chasing car, the car in second place, also an Audi, the 343 as it passes the BMW M2 of the M2 Cup class. Once again, also over the limit. I don't think anybody here will be taking any corner for granted. Everybody will be going flat out for 24 hours every lap. I don't really think we're going to see a lot of fuel saving here, but a lot of teams could gamble and actually go for, I believe, Cup cars, the Porsche Cup class. You do need to do some fuel saving in some laps. Not quite sure about G3 and other classes, but it could also play a role in the race. But as for now, everybody's pushing. As a matter of fact, since I joined you, the gap was 8 seconds. I believe now it's dropped to 5 seconds and 7 tenths. So that could be a part of the traffic. And so that's the car in second place catching up to the race leader. Following us here in P3, following the leading 2 cars, though quite a bit behind, with a 32-second gap behind the car in second place. That'd be the 362 Aston Martin AMG GT3 car of the BMP team, currently in third place. And as we have here, an outlier, which is conveniently the GT2 leader, currently passing a Lotus GT4. And now catching, I believe, yeah, that is a Nissan, if I'm not mistaken. So as the Lamborghini number 292, currently leading the GT2 class, followed by the car that is now leaving the pit lane, the AFS Racing 288 Maserati GT2 car. And in third place, the car that just entered the pit lane, well, actually is in the pit lane as we speak, is the 276 KTM car. And that rounds up the current top 3 for our GT2 class. As for the third class we have over here, also in the pit lane, right behind them actually, quite conveniently, that would be the ACRT car, 597. Not quite sure we can really see them over here. But yeah, they are currently leading the Cup car class. They could, however, have the lead inherited, well, give off the lead to the GLS racing car. That is the car running in second place in Porsche Cup. Though obviously three minutes behind the ACRT car. And now obviously these gaps are not quite representative pace actually. Some of them could be down to the fact that a lot of people could be deploying different strategies. As we see here, one of the GT2s taking 4 long stops, so there's definitely going to be a lot of different strategies to go through. Whether the team decides to take the long stops early, whether they decide to take them late, whether they you know, save the long stops for emergencies, for say disconnections and whatnot, driver swaps, or if the car sustains heavy damage, they need to do a long stop. So we're going to see a lot of different strategies throughout the race. So it's going to be interesting to see who pulls it off best in any of these cars. And as we continue here to the car in third place currently in the Porsche Cup class, that is the 508 Phoenix Porsche, with a gold striking golden and black livery. Also, I gotta say, all liveries in this race today quite stunning. Great work to everybody who's worked on these liveries. They're quite catching. But as we keep moving through the grid to the GT4 class, we have the 477 BMW M4. That is the current leader, the most racing car, currently the leader of GT4, and with a BWT pink livery here, similar, not really quite different to the Mercedes AMG that we could see sometimes running on the real-life Nordschleife at 24 hours. That runs the same livery style of the pink BWT livery, so quite iconic and timeless liveries, and probably one of the first that we get, definitely not the last, that we get to see here that are actually inspired by real-life liveries, as we see it here in second place in GT4. That would be the 456 slow car. Definitely not. Well, apart from the abbreviation, nothing about this car is actually quite slow. They're running in second place, only a minute 40 seconds behind the GT4 leader, followed by the car in third place. That is the Audi. Apologies. Yeah, that is the Audi 444. The Audi R8. As we have here, one of the TCRs have actually gone off. They're trying to recover. As well as the Audi TCR. So TCRs here having simultaneous crashes, both Audis as well. So obviously this track is very rough on the drivers and the cars. So crashes here are not a surprise, though we are quite thankful that crashes here are not as drastic or as damaging as they are in real life. Obviously, we would not want to crash the car sustains damage, you lose lap time, and God forbid you get a suspension damage. That would lose you so much time on a track like this, especially if you get the damage early on. Lap times range here from as low as 8:15 up to all the way to 9:10, depending how fast you are and depending on your class. You see different ranges of lap time depending on traffic, depending on whether you go off track, depending on when you get clear air, whether you even could get a draft from a slower car on the d'Autonneau. So quite different deciding aspects on what your lap time is. You could quite literally gain up to 10 seconds. And as we see here, the GLS car is actually quite gaining up a lot to the race leader. The gap dropped from 8 seconds to only 2 seconds now, so game on for the race of the race lead of GT3. So that'd be quite interesting to see how this battle unfolds, as the race leader here and the GLS car has the race leader in their sights, so that car trying its best to pull away from the chasing car. I believe the leader has clean air for now, which is quite optimal for both of them actually. But then again, traffic giveth and taketh, so who knows, the traffic could benefit the leader, it could harm him. It only depends on where the other cars have to meet the race leader. So as for now, the chase is still on, gap still at 2 seconds, so both of these cars so far appear to be pumping out quite similar lap time. But obviously the GLS car is on a mission today to try and catch the race leader. As you see here on board with the car in second place. As you can see, the leader here trying to pull away, trying every single trick in the book, braking as late as possible, pushing the cars to its limits to try and get away as hard as they can from the chasing car. Obviously still a very, very long race, 18 hours to go, so only time will tell whether these two will still be battling out to the end of the race or not. As a matter of fact, the BMP cars has, I believe, dropped the gap. Not really a lot, but it's still significant time to gain. And obviously these two battling will be to the benefit of the chasing cars. So back here on board with the GLS 343 Audi, as one of the GT4's, the PLS car 495 receives a drive-through penalty for cutting. So it's quite unusual to see drive-through penalties on this track, especially because of how punishing, well, you could call the track limits on this track self-policing. Apart from the GP section, I believe if you go off track here, you pretty much harm your car. You do more harm to your car than good. But obviously, strict track limits is part of keeping the racing clean and fair towards everyone, as different cars react differently to curbs and grass. So to ensure to ensure that everybody has a clean race and everybody races fairly, these track limits have to be so strict. Obviously, it's quite punishing for some of the drivers, but it's part of the rules, as part of how this race is run. And as we're back here, still catching up ever so slightly, less than 2 seconds, the car in second place, still gaining up ever so slightly to the car in first. So that racing car here is being caught up quite rapidly, actually, by the 343 Audis. That was a race leader for quite some time now. So here, 41 laps into this long and gruesome race. I'm so glad to see that we don't have a lot of retirements, if any. I believe we do have a few, but it is a good sight to see that we still have almost all of the grid still racing with us today. So again, the gap's still dropping. I'm not sure if the leader has damage or that GLS Audi is activated the turbo boosters and is just chasing the leader down as fast as they can. So the leader here still trying to pull away as hard as he can from the chasing car. The leader here could approach some traffic soon as we enter the carousel. If you look at the beginning of the carousel, you can see a lot of skid marks on its entry, and yes, indeed, there is some traffic for the race leaders to go by, and the Audi in second place is not showing any signs of backing down. They want that first place. They want the lead of the race, no matter what it costs. They're catching up quite rapidly here. So it's quite an interesting battle we're gonna see here, especially with traffic coming up. I believe that would be a CUP car from the sound of the engine, but we will have to see what type of car it is. Yeah, I believe that would be a Porsche Cup car, unless I stand corrected that they will meet. And that's quite probably the trickiest car you can meet on the track. And yes, it is indeed a Porsche Cup. Now, the reason this car is tricky to overtake, they're almost as quick as the GT3s. Obviously, they're BOP differently to give the GT3s an advantage and not to give them as much of a headache to overtake. But nonetheless, they are still very close on pace, as the race leader here could get caught up behind the Porsche. It's getting real close. Still into the slipstream, trying to make as much as he can as they pass the Porsche Cup, gets out of the way, and rightfully so. We love to see that. Obviously, they're not required to get out of the way, but it's good sportsmanship. We don't want to affect the battle for the lead, and we love mutual respect between the drivers, and it's always good to see. And as we see here, closer than ever now, the GLS racing car, the 343, still chasing the leader up to the sequence of corners that follow up to the dot and her. So they're gonna try and get the best exit they can possibly can in order to get the draft. And the draft is very crucial here. As we see here, the MRE BMW has crashed, and I believe that's one of the Cup cars. Multi-incident crash over here. As we go back to these two cars still battling out, I believe the GLS car will inherit the lead now, as they pass each other on the main straight, and the GLS car does in fact take the race lead. It's going to be very tricky between these two, but the GLS car does have the overspeed, makes it ahead, and it inherits the race lead. So the 343 now onto the race lead. The Audi of the WAC cars definitely will try its best to get back up there. It's going to be a tough asking, well, due to the stunning pace of the Audi as they head into the pit lane. Yeah, the GLS car does head into the pit lane, so that could actually be a difference of strategies after all. The GLS car obviously on very low fuel, if not running on fumes, so that could actually explain the drastic difference in pace between these two cars. So once again, only strategy will tell which of these cars have got it right. So back to the lead, the WAT car, the 333, back they go to their lead of the race. As we go back here, we could have a battle in Porsche Cup over here between the Sunset Outrun car chasing the HGE Porsche Cup 595. I believe that will be for 5th position in Cup car, as the BMP Aston Martin also heads into the pit lane from 3rd place, so the car in 2nd and 3rd are now in the pit lane. But the closest battle on the track now is the Sunset Outrun car giving chase to the HGE car, both Porsche Cups. Obviously, always a joy to hear this flat 6 roaring almost 9,500 RPM, one of the highest revving engines we have these days. That's quite lovely to hear. And as we see here, the car in 4th place in Porsche Cup, the 565 has entered the pit lane. So that could leave the HGE car, depending on whether the FAD car 565 ends up taking a long stop or not. However, there's still quite a huge gap between these two cars, almost 4 minutes, so we'll have to see how it unfolds. However, the gap between the Sunset Outrun car and the HGE remains almost, well, 4 seconds, give or take. So yeah, yet another golden and black livery in Porsche Cup, which appears to be a common theme between these cars. But you've got to admit, these cars do look lovely in these color sequences. So other possible battles we could look out for. Yeah, one of the TCRs once again. The 177 has their moment. Thankfully, decides to wait up. That was the race leader, I believe, just passing them. So thankfully they do go for a safe rejoin, as they should, and they are back onto the track, but hopefully things turn out better for the team. And as we see here, we could actually see a quite interesting battle here for position overall, but it's not for class, and it is the Ford GT3 321 chasing Maserati 288. Ford here taking quite huge liberties with the track, touching the curb, going over the grass. Bit risky, but you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta push the limit. That's the way you win these races. But obviously, you have to do it somewhat conservatively. It's a 24-hour race. It's a long one. You don't want to push too much, wreck the car. You just need to take it safe, and at the same time, you need to pump up fast laps. As the Ford here is obviously the faster car, higher downforce. Maybe not so much in power. The GT2 cars do have the power advantage. However, the GT3 cars are lighter, well, depending on them, but most of them are lighter, and they have better aero and better electronics, as it applies for most of these GT3 cars. As you can see here, the Ford here catching up to the Maserati once again for position, as actually chasing the Sunset Porsche Cup car. The Porsche Cup won't be wanting to give out any position or leave out any room, as they are also chasing a car for position, and they've actually dropped the gap a bit. The Sunset car dropped the gap to below 3 seconds now, so there's a lot of traffic to contend by. I believe that is the HGE car right up ahead of them. Yes, it is in fact that. The gap is now almost below 2 seconds. It's going to be interesting here to see the drafting battle between all these 4 cars on the Dottenher. You can see here the Ford does get a very good run, and will get a lot of slipstream from all these cars. The Porsche trying to break the toe. They don't want to get caught in dirty air. Ford is actually quite struggling for straight line speed, but it does pass the Porsche, and obviously the Maserati should have the top end speed, but the draft that the Mustang got cannot be helped, and it does pass both of these cars. The dismay of the Sunset Outrun car, which have to deal with more traffic, but these cars are faster, so they should not be bothering it this much. So as actually the HGE car on the Ford do head into the pit lane, that promotes Sunset Outrun to 5th place. So we have here an incident for one of the Porsche Cup cars, car number 560, and they've gone off track. As we see here, the track is getting a bit dark, ever so slightly. The sun has fully set, and the track is getting dark, so getting to the dark hours here. Pitch black racing, though thankfully we don't have to deal with the lens glares in this, as we do in real life, so we can actually see the cars racing. As you see here, the MRE BMW GT3 number 310 catching up to the 377 Corvette. So as it stands, they're still trying to catch up. That will put them in 4th position if they manage to catch up. As we have here also some battles to look out for. The Ford is also actually chasing the sex sister BMW, the 311 of MRE. Gap, however, is a bit more distant, so the BMW still trying to close the gap. The gap is now under 3 seconds and narrowing down for 4th place. As you see here, the Corvette, indeed, it is in sight for the BMW, so it is in fact game on now. Okay, so joining us back soon will be our friend Mark from earlier, and he, I believe, should be here any moment now.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mark. Welcome back.
Fantastic, thank you. Oh, it's good to be back. And how is everything going with the race so far?
So far, so good. Obviously, for some cars, some of them are suffering from penalties and incidents, but so far, the GT3 battle seems very promising here. We saw earlier a battle for the lead of GT3, only for the GLS car to enter the pit lane, so we're actually seeing different strategies over here, but as it stands for now, the MRE BMW is chasing the Corvette number 377 for 4th place, so it could wind up being an interesting battle. They dropped the gap from 5 seconds, and now it's under 2 seconds.
Wow, how about that? Yes, hello everyone, friends and viewers, welcome back. And I went for a little bit of a nap earlier, so now I am returned a little bit more refreshed. And looks like we have just hit the sunsets here, so it's getting dark out.
Yep, we're going to be seeing some dark racing over here, but thankfully, as I said earlier, we don't have to deal with the lethal lens glares.
That's right, yes. Let me see if I can bring up the document again, make sure that I have everything in order here. So the 333 then, still in the lead then, they're keeping it, and about a minute gap. Okay, there you go, the 343. Looks like the 120 started a gap there in the TCR fields. That's good, good to see. Things looking similar to how it was when I left, well, I think it was about 3 hours ago now, so too much. Actually, I see the GT2 that had changed up a little bit. There's 3 up there at the top now. Just 2.
Yeah, the GT2 field has been shuffling quite a bit, as a matter of fact, with the GT3 field as well. You see here matter of fact, one of the Cup cars have found themselves in the mix as well. The 597 of ACRT. They've been having a very smooth race compared to the other competitors in Porsche Cup class.
You can say compared to the others, yeah, the 597, yeah, they've been doing rather well. Yeah, there has been many incidents in the Cup class so far, Cup1 class, and
Yeah.
that 274 Lotus and GT2 is still struggling, which was no surprise. They were all over the road earlier today.
Yeah, it's quite some hefty incidents as well. I mean, I've seen the Porsche Cup incidents firsthand, so I can tell you that much. It's rough out there, but nice to see some cars having a smooth race so far. Hopefully, it stays that way for them, and wishing best of luck for everybody. As we see, the BMW actually gets stuck behind a fellow BMW, be it in the BMW M2 class, still chasing the Corvette. They did lose a bit of time. The gap was under 1 second, though I could say that M2 did save the 377 Corvette a bit of breathing space.
So yes, there they go through the kind of second, third of the circuit right there, and making their way. Oh, I seem to have lost the stream on my side. I'll just refer the YouTube. So, yeah, that's dark enough now. We have to look at the number plates, and the headlights will be doing a lot of the work, trying to navigate the way around the circuit. So that's going to be really, really exciting.
Yeah, it's quite a nice sight to see these cars in the dark. You see the number plates, the custom LED configurations, some of the rear headlights, rear lights, headlights. All these cars are quite beautiful, not gonna lie.
Yeah, especially well because we have the CSP as well on Assetto Corsa, so that is also playing a role as well, helping with the brightness. How's everyone in the chat doing? Hopefully, people, if you have points arising, you can put it in there. We can follow up with you. And Leo is saying in the chat a moment ago, is the BMW going to have its revenge on the Corvette? What do you think?
I believe that BMW already had its revenge on Road America. I don't think they're gonna need more revenge than that. But yeah, let's hope we don't see any incidents and it's all clean business between these drivers.
You don't have to remind me about Road America there, Abdul.
Oh, it's quite a chaotic race.
Unfortunate pain. Oh, that race was just horrible, but it was, I guess, an exciting finish, you could say. Yeah.
Oh yeah, never a boring race on Road America.
No, especially not. Oh, I see. We have now put our, they've put our Discord bubbles on the stream now, so they can see who's talking. How about that?
Yeah, it's quite useful.
Yeah, for some reason my Discord one says it's paused, and I have no idea why.
Okay, so back we go, and the BMW is still trying to catch up to the Corvette. The Porsche takes a wider line, the Porsche Cup.
Oh. Yeah, I could.
The back.
Yeah. I have a feeling that was on their side. Oh, I just got it back on Discord. So that might have been on their side.
Let's hope it comes back soon. Battle between the Corvette and the BMW seems to be heating up again, but we'll see. Yeah, I think we're back. We are indeed back.
Oh, yes we are. Yes, I was just listening on YouTube.
You have to wait a couple of seconds for YouTube to make sure if your voice is waiting or not. As we see here, we're back in the battle here. The Corvette does lose a bit of tap here between the BMW and the Corvette. The Corvette gets stuck behind the Lamborghini. Lamborghini all goes off track. Oh, three-way incident.
Goodness. Oh, the huge incident there. Oh,
between the Lamborghini and the Corvette. That was nasty.
That was very nasty, and that was initiated by the Lamborghini ahead. Oh.
Yeah, I believe the Lamborghini lost it, got on the grass, couldn't get the car stopped, and they just weaved across. I don't know what to make of that, honestly. I don't know what happened to the Lamborghini, but clearly it is the source of the cataclysm that has just occurred. Hopefully none of the cars are as damaged. Obviously the Corvette got the very, very bad end of the stick. The BMW managed to, well, I wouldn't say unscathed, but they did manage to make use of that incident. They were obviously harmed, they lost a lot of time, they definitely have damage, but they did not suffer as much as the Corvette did. The Corvette's hit seemed to be a lot harder, and they took more time to recover, so let's hope the three cars involved don't have a lot of damage and they manage to, well, recover.
Yeah, well, one would hope not. That was actually quite a big moment of the race for this point, as I don't think we've seen a three-car pileup really since the beginning of the race, I think. So that was certainly a moment right there, and hopefully they can get back around and repair it. I don't know when the last pit stop was for GT3. But I only see one Lamborghini in the pits right now, the 395. Although that might have been the Lamborghini, but yeah, that's going to need to be repaired quite extensively.
Yeah, but obviously damage here is not as lethal as it could be in real life. Sometimes it could hit a barrier really hard and your damage is pretty much negligible. Sometimes you barely hit the barrier and you get, well, almost suspension damage. So it depends on what AC decides to give you, and you have to take it. But we'll have to see here. Yeah, the BMW appears to have damages not holding them up that much. I don't think the Corvette will be either, so the damage does not seem... Yeah, that is good to see. The damage is not that extensive, or at least forcing them to pit stop, so that is good to see at least.
Certainly an interesting call there. I noticed as one of the Fords, the 379 has worked their way back up to 6th, so that's something. They were quite well back before. You might remember the battle with its 321. I don't think you can say teammate, they're not teammates, but yeah, they were battling earlier on in the race. Now they seem to have a huge gap between them, so something must have happened while I was away. So yeah, that's what do they call them? Denkmal team? I don't even know. It has the Lanzerath livery on the side. Sorry if I get these pronunciations wrong, especially of German. But yeah, looks like they are carrying on now, and hopefully not spinning as much as they were at the beginning.
Hopefully not. But yeah, we'll get to see if we can make the visuals a bit brighter, but I don't think that'll be the case. We'll have to see. But as it stands now,
it is dark, you know. It's dark, so of course you're not going to see much at night. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
at least it's better than real life. You don't see the colour, you just see a blob of white approaching. So that is at least better.
True. That's true.
The different cars react very differently to the curbs. Even the same class, some of the GT3s get very unsettled the moment they touch the curbs. So we have this car here, the Ford. It does not care about the curbs. It just devours them.
devours them, huh? Wow. Well, that's probably a good thing because the curbs can be a pain to deal with on this circuit. So you get one a bit wrong and then you go nearly off into the barriers. I think they took that corner quite a bit wide there, the 379, but yeah, they seem to be eating them for breakfast. That's good. And
Yeah.
well, you would have figured it out in the setup as well if it was a bit finicky before.
Yeah, obviously, wish cup cars handled like that. You touch the curbs and the car just goes to the other side. Yeah. Doesn't help with the fact that these cars are rear engine, so they're very, very sensitive to weight loads.
So once again, hello everyone in the stream chat. I know you were hearing Abdul before, but maybe something messed up with the connection when I joined. So if you weren't hearing me before, you are now. Mark Rio back with you again, the co-commentator for the next 3 hours or so in this race as we head into the darker part of it now. We have a request to show the 655 from the stream chat. Maybe we can pull that up for them then. We don't mind requests.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
That's all the way down the CUP2 class, the Project N48 car there. At least it's yellow so you can see it.
Yeah. Trying to find it actually.
So you're gonna have to go below 41, and it's gonna be down in the last bits of the timing tower. So there's the 601 who's in the lead of the BMW M2 class. 602 is still second, and then they must be really far back then if it's the 655.
I believe they are CUP2 class if I'm not mistaken.
They are CUP2. You have to go even further than that. So they'll be one of the final ones in the whole field that's still around. So if you go below 697, I think you'll find.
Yeah, that should make life easier.
Do that. That will. And
which car was it?
Oh, 655. So 6th in the class.
There we go. That is the car that was requested.
And there it is. Yes, and so if we can see, well, once the camera moves past the trees, which is not the best view on the circuit, there it is. You might see the yellow bonnet on it, and apparently it's been very erratic. They were saying.
That is the sunset entry for CUP2 class.
Yeah, it's well, this one we're looking at here. Yeah, Project N48. That is Sunset Outrun, I think it is. Something like
Sunset
that.
Outrun. That is the second entry. They have two cars, one running in Porsche Cup and the second running in CUP2.
Yes, so because I talked about it earlier, and that was the other car. So this one here, a whole bunch of drivers on the team. It's a British team, drivers from a whole bunch of different nationalities, and so I'll scroll down and I'll see the 655 who's driving. It should be Eric Brenner right now, the Norwegian driver on board that car. So well back, and the gaps are just so large in the BMW class there. It's nearly a full lap actually, even just between them themselves. So unfortunate running for them.
Yeah, hopefully race treats them a bit more favorably as we shuffle back here to the classes. Obviously nobody has changed position as of now. It's just the tower trying to become sentient, but we do have here quite an interesting battle actually. TCR against a GT4. But my sense is right that GT4 just passed the TCR car.
They're saying Agostino Bivona is supposed to be in the car now. Okay, the spreadsheet did not say that, but
no, that's not snitch now. That's not
snitch. X6, thank you for giving that team a penalty. For that. But, either way, that apparently it's
one of those. I do believe they get a couple of warnings. I'm not sure if they get penalized for the drivers. I don't know if they get penalized if they choose to ignore updating the long stops. I'm not quite sure about the driver part, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same case. So we have here the one of the Lamborghinis. The 395 is off the track. That car was already having a rough race in
Oh,
GT3.
watch out! Watch out! That
Looking
was close. Whoa.
very scary for that Porsche.
My
That is the
goodness.
395 Lamborghini car of Velosim PLS. Full Polish squad on that car with a green, red, and white livery. Cannot see much of it in the dark. We do see some accents and the glowing brake discs. Obviously, a very nice detail to always see. But yeah, this car currently running behind some GT2s as well, so they're having a quite rough race here. Hopefully it turns out better for them.
Yeah, a bunch of GT3s the back having a terrible race, and that's one of them. And so they will carry on, and no place change in the end. Although it's now showing on the timing that the GT2 276 is only 11 seconds back. So I guess for overall that was in danger of changing. Oh,
We've had enough.
we lost.
That is the GT4 that has gone off track. The camera angles are not doing the best job. Yes, that is the car 459. That is a Ferrari 458, if I'm not mistaken, running in GT4. So obviously they had a big off. We couldn't see much of it due to the camera angles, but let's hope their luck is smiling more. There is a lot of traffic to contend with, though. 2 GT3s, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do when your camera is in the trees. So, oh, a little bit of slide there. Looked like the Ferrari, and yeah, lots of traffic up on that part of the circuit right now.
What a massive off for the Aston Martin. Actually, has crashed into that Ferrari. That Ferrari appears to be quite the mobile chicane at the moment. A lot of cars trying to get past it. The Porsche GT3 gets squeezed out wide. That'd be the 315 Tempest car. The only Porsche, I believe, the only Porsche GT3 running on the track. Oh, side by side here. Oh, that
was netcode. That was netcode.
Oh, no.
That was not netcode. Oh, dearie
Lord.
me. And it continues onwards. And that is really not what you want to see right there.
Ferrari is not having the best race, I believe. I don't think they've had 5 seconds on this. At least they can relax a bit now without traffic. As we see something very interesting, actually, the Ford has been passed by a Cup car. The GLS 453 has passed the 321 Ford Mustang.
So second
Quite a
place.
trade of Porsches here, actually.
Second place in CUP1, and then you got the GT3, GT2, and then 3 more CUP1s after that. They're all spread out, but some of them might appear together. Someone was off on the grass for a sec. Some of them might appear together here on the track map, which, by the way, they got working again, which is just fantastic to see.
Yeah, that was a quite drastic incident for a lot of cars, but thankfully non-race ending or quite hefty damage. We'll have to see. Oh, I have here one of the Porsches. The Porsche in second place has spun out. 453. That Porsche. Yeah, that is the car in second place. The GLS car has spun out. Obviously, very easy to spin these cars if you slightly touch the curbs. I know from first-hand experience. But yeah, these cars are very, very twitchy, especially on a track like this. So very hard to manage. So it's impressive to see these cars running still flat out, pushing the limits, despite knowing this single slightest mistake could end up with them in the barriers.
And you know, now that it's getting dark out, the temperature of the track will drop. There's the flashing of the lights, and they get by.
And off track again on the ground.
Whoa! Now you get by, and then you get the next corner wrong, and then you nearly bin it into the wall. That was
the Porsche did try to go out wide, take the. Oh, the Ferrari's doing the same. I don't know what.
Well, the Ferrari maybe just finally let them go by and say, "Get out of my way! It's going to be in trouble otherwise."
Let me run my race. Yeah, the Ferrari already had enough trouble. I don't think they want to have more. But yeah, the Porsche tried to go for the wider line. Obviously, while these cars do have a lot downforce, it's none like the GT3s. It's more comparable to of the GT2s. If not, they do get affected more by dirty air. So that Porsche tried taking the wider line under the dirty air of the GT4. Steered once again. I don't know. Yeah, that they kept it on track this time, thankfully. But yeah, these cars are very sensitive to dirty air, and they do not have as much aero as the GT3 counterparts. They are fast, but they're very easy to understeer and get wrong.
Very, very easy. You have to tweak the setup if you want to counteract the understeer, so that's something you just have to practice, of which they had quite a bit of it leading into the race, so they can try and make it a little more neutral and balanced, and hopefully at least get something good around the circuit.
I mean, these cars by nature, the 911s by nature, are very on the nice edge type of car. They are very oversteery, but under high loads they do tend to understeer unless you brake, then you oversteer. It's a quite complicated car to master, but also always a joy to drive. So that's that. But yeah, obviously you want a balanced setup, like you said. I believe that's the most crucial part, and obviously a setup that's balanced for all the other drivers as well. Now, thankfully, every driver here can run their own setup, so nobody needs to give up their stronger parts, or I'm not quite sure what the word was. Trying to find it.
Well, just a balance, but yeah. Like you said, that's very true. You can run your own setup, so when you do the driver swap, someone loads in the car, they can load the setup that they saved, and then it doesn't really matter. Yeah. So you don't have to, you know, forcibly share a real-life car, let's say, between, you know, 4 or 5 drivers. You're going to be just loading in your own, and then you're going to be comfortable no matter what. So that's a very good point.
Yeah, we do have another car request. That is the car 272. I believe that is a GT2 Porsche. Yeah, that is indeed a GT2 Porsche, currently running in, that'd be 7th in class, if I'm not mistaken. So, sorry, we cannot really see the livery as well as we would during the day, but you can kind of get a rough idea. The car does have a yellow, it is a yellowish, well, predominantly yellow car with some red accents on it, so it's quite a striking livery. Now that is obviously the Porsche GT2 RS. I believe that is the Club Sport variant, if I'm not mistaken. That is the car that runs in the GT2 class.
Aromat car there, yeah. Lots of yellow cars in this race, we have found out. Well, actually, a whole bunch of colours, really. If you look at the spotter guide, which, by the way, you can find on the AC Friends, the Nürburgring 24 Hours Discord there. Yeah, that's NNB Racing Team, the 272. They have, by the way, updated the spreadsheet for the 655, and they told me that in the stream chat, and I did go and verify that. So, looks like they have figured it out. And the 272 is currently driven by Noah Bolthauser. So that's the one of the Swiss drivers in there right now.
Yeah, that car is an all-Swiss crew. Bit of an incident here for the car. Obviously, car well requested by the fans. Not really a huge incident. They managed to recover from it relatively cleanly, as the Ford finally moves up ahead of the GT2s as the 292 Lamborghini heads into the pit lane. The Ford is now back with a pack of GT3s. Obviously, quite a bit lagging behind. A striking livery actually on that Ford. I love the purple and orange accents. Quite a very retro wave.
Yeah. Yeah, the accents are very good, and the fact that they made it through that GT2 only now, I mean, that took a very long time. But the only thing is now, well, you got 52 seconds, that BMW, 53 seconds. If you can try and eat through that gap, work your way back up, maybe you can try and make something out of it in the end. But finally, it seems like the difference between GT3 GT2 is starting to show up now, with only a couple of GT3s remaining to pass the GT2 field.
Yeah, as we see here, that is the recovering Lamborghini off Military Soaps Racing, trying to recover their way up the field, currently chasing. They have a lot of GT4s to deal with before they can catch back up to the GT2 class.
So Thank you everyone in the stream chat. One Wo Ruiz, hopefully I'm saying that name correctly. They want to know how the 492 is doing. Right.
492, I believe that should be TCR CUP2 if I'm not mistaken.
It is indeed TCR class. Sorry, not TCR class. GT4 class. And that's the GT Spain 92 team. All Spanish drivers. So
that was the
see if we can
Mercedes
go and find them.
AMG. Yeah, I found them on the live table. We're now watching them. The AMG GT4 car, 492, as you said, all Spanish team. With a car with a black and white livery. Quite simple, yeah, the livery is quite nice.
If anyone is confused about the numbers, just remember that the 300s are for the GT3s, 200s are for GT2, which is simple enough. Then it's going to be for the CUP1 class, it's 500s. And then for the slower cars, so 400s will be for GT4. Then it will be 100s for TCR, and then 600s for CUP2. So if you ever get confused, maybe the colors aren't, helpful to you. There is the first digit of the triple digit numbers that can help you figure out which class that car is running in.
So yeah, a bit busy here with the Porsche Cups. That is the 543 and being chased by, I'm quite sure which was the Porsche. I think this is the HGE Porsche chasing it. That car could be, I believe, is it a couple of laps down? Not quite sure, but that is not full position for sure.
No, it's not. That is a BMW that's just passing there, and then the next car up the road, I don't believe is for position either. I couldn't catch the number plate there really, but oh, and that looks to be in the wall, and he is. Oh, and that's the 321 Ford. Oh, and you hate to see that. And I think he got rear-ended. I don't think he was on his own, but the camera view wasn't glorious for that. I'm just looking at the replay again, and yeah, I think he might have got rear-ended. No, yeah, he got tapped by the 543. I'm looking on replay here, but he was starting the spin already himself, so that's rather unfortunate for the 321 team.
Yeah, we're getting reports that one of the cars are lagging, so we will be checking that right now. That's the suspect. Oh, Mr. Up, that is not the suspect. This is the suspect. Oh. Okay, so we'll be watching this car that has had quite the race.
What can you really do when you're running in 35th overall and was that 5th in class? 6th in class?
A bit sketchy. I can see a bit of jittering here for the car. That's probably why every car around it appears to have been doomed. Probably because of the netcode trying to keep up with the ping spikes. But yeah, that car is a bit jittery all over the track. Going side by side with that car would not be a good idea.
They're not last in the GT4s either, which is quite something, so
yeah, but if they're found to be lagging a lot, they'll be forced to do a driver change in order to preserve racing, not to ruin the race for everyone. We already saw how the incidents unfolded earlier, so that is simply for the sake of the drivers and the racing standards.
Fair enough then, I guess. Yeah, that's one of those weird sim racing rules, right? So 459 is apparently driven right now by David Sesma, so that could be the driver at the moment that is struggling and might need to eventually leave the car, but we'll watch and see. Apparently they got the pole position in their class, so it just goes from bad to worse for that team. I actually didn't even know they had the Ferrari 488 in a GT4 variant. That's just, I guess, my lack of knowledge, but they managed to put in with that car an 8-minute 44.646 on the .480 on the Saturday qualifying. So that is quite something for that team. Yeah, unfortunate they're so far back in the field.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate for them. They've done a stellar job in qualifying, but the race had other opinions.
So one row, hopefully you like that update. Tai Tongmo, thank you, welcome on in. Enjoying the Swiss drivers there we were just talking about. Thank you everyone for coming on out tonight. Yeah, Eli's was saying from earlier, this was about 10 minutes ago, but this was if they get reported for not using the live document, they get a warning, and if it happens again, then there'd be a penalty. They're required to update the sheets at all times, so they simply have no room for error on that front.
Okay, that Ferrari does in fact head into the pit lane. We'll see if they do a driver swap. And,
so is this because we were talking about it, Abdul, or was it because they actually needed a pit stop here and then...
I'm not sure, but that is up to the moderators and the race directors to handle. Or the race, or the the teammates of the driver probably could have seen the internet status of the car, decided to play the safe route and just play with a more stable ping. So props to them if that's the case, or if they're just doing a pit stop. But either way, they're not forced to unless they're informed by race control. So we'll have to see how that unfolds.
And there was, and just to be clear, folks, there was absolutely no race director message given to them, or at least as far as we're aware, to come in. That could have just been on their own.
Not sure we have full access to race director messages, but
No,
as it stands,
just what real penalty had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As it stands, sometimes the race directors do join the voice chat and inform the drivers of something if it is urgent. So we'll have to see how this plays.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't mind an app that they make for, these sorts of series, and it's a race control message app, and so you can kind of control it, separately, and then it flashes up on screen in some sort of graphic when they have something to message.
Pretty sure you can do that with race penalty, but obviously sometimes, like the same way where sometimes in the race you just get a message on your system, you get penalty, or sometimes you get directly informed by the race director. It depends on the severity of the situation.
Fair enough. Although I mean not just directly to the team itself, which is important, but also to all the other cars as well, so that
obviously
they know who's coming in. Yeah.
Okay,
so it's a strategy thing.
To the recovering Ford. That Ford had quite a hectic last couple of laps. A nightmarish stint, dare I say. So they'll be hoping to make the best of a bad situation. And hopefully it turns out for them for the best.
I want to see who the most interesting class is right now. And we did get the live timing back, by the way. If you folks do want the live timing... well, there was originally the Assetto hosting one, but I believe that one went down in order to preserve the lag. But there is another one I'm just posting in chat right now that someone had made, and so you can go and you can take a look at that and see how things are running. You see the long stops as well, all the bits of information you might need. And so I think really the GT3s are the most interesting, considering that at least they're all together. There's no one in between them, but the gaps are very large, though.
I mean, the gaps are not really representative, because if you notice, the leader is no longer WAT. It's actually the GLS 343 car.
Oh, that's true.
So we can see different strategies. Yeah, it's typically strategies, and as we have here the CUP1, CUP2 leader. Apologies, yeah, CUP1 has had a moment here. That's the car currently running in second place after the pit stop. So that lap was very important. I'm not sure if it was their out lap or not, but it is important to try and catch up to the GLS car, the 540. I mean, yeah, that could have. I'm not quite sure it was a long stop, as the gap is not that huge. But what do I know? But in the meantime, they would try to catch up as much as they can to the car in front, considering they just did their pit stop. But obviously that is not helping, as we have here a brewing battle for not third, yeah, that is indeed third place in Porsche Cup between the Phoenix 508 Porsche Cup and the 565 car. That is the Fed Simsport car, the German squad chasing the Phoenix car.
The 597, by the way, has 6 warnings already to them. They get 12 warnings in total, and on that website I just put in the chat there's a little bit of a color gradient that kind of goes from green to yellow to red, and so they're halfway already through their allocated warnings. So that is interesting. Also, the Mix 213 GT2, they're on 10 of 12 warnings, so that is certainly not good for them. So yeah, now that we get to that point of the race where you get too many warnings there, and then you got a penalty and you got to take it. So unfortunate for them.
Yeah, but as we go back here, still chasing the Fed Simsport car, chasing the Phoenix Porsche for 4th place. So this is the first battle we've seen in a while. We have here an incident for the Ferrari yet again.
Oh dear, in the wall, and
very dangerous place on track, but thankfully they've managed to recover.
Yeah, thankfully they did. That was just past Callenherd there, and so thankfully they are continuing. And I feel like the damage Abdon, I was talking about this with Rahul earlier, it doesn't seem like it's as bad as maybe in real life, because they seem to be continuing, and we saw in a couple of circumstances that they even stay out when they get to the end of the lap.
It is nowhere like real life, because let's be honest, it's a very unforgiving track. Most of the contacts you have here in the barrier in real life will probably lead to you being at the pit lane for no less than 10 minutes. Damaged radiator, damaged exhaust, bodywork, suspension, there's a lot of stuff to deal with in real life. Thankfully here, not only is damage not as bad, but it's also reduced, as by the nature of the track, if the damage was 100%, it would be very unforgiving. So the race directors have blessed us and put us to 70% damage.
Ah, well, you know what? And look at the battle here still going on in CUP1 there. That's kind of the closest battle on track we got right now. But as that continues, I'll just say that you say 10 minutes, probably a little more than that, as looks like through goes the 565 and will take 17th overall position there. So look at that, nice overtake, and keeps it. And so, yeah, 10 minutes is probably more like half an hour or longer hours, because that's, at the northern parts of the circuit, and you have to tow all the way back to the pit lane, you have to figure out what's wrong and repair it, and then hopefully you can get back out on track. And so that is something you never want to get into, and obviously have the Code 60s and the crews come out and help you as the cars are still going past. It's a long process, so certainly a lot more than 10 minutes.
So as we see here, that is the WAC car re-inherits the lead due to the pit stop of the BMP, Aston Martin and the Audi R8. So that cycles back the 333 car back to the lead of the race. Quite kind of interesting here to see what the GLS Audi that are planning. I don't think they'll be doing a long stop. They could be, but we'll have to see what the strategy will be to counter the WAC car. Obviously, the WAC car seems to be overextending the pit stops. I believe the GLS 343 Audi has pitted early, well, relatively early at some point in the race. But we will have to see once again. We cannot tell whose strategy is working the best, but yes, the Audi is not seeming to be taking a long stop. Oh, they have in fact taken a long stop. Apologies, I stand corrected.
Worth 16, yeah. Well then, so that's the length of a long stop then. So almost 3 minutes.
Yeah, it is. It is exactly 3 minutes from the moment you enter the pit lane until you leave it. So you could be the time where you move inside the pit lane does also contribute to the timer.
Okay, so yeah, that seems to work out for them. And again, 16 long pits in this race, which is quite a hefty amount.
Seems to be BMP is also mirroring that strategy. They've also taken a long stop. Could you check for me how many long stops are on? Because if they're behind on long stops, that could actually be very interesting. But I'm not sure. The car seems to be fast. If I had to say, they'd probably be on 4 as well.
Well, on the website, the Lifetime website, they are showing a lot of cars on 4 or sometimes 5 long stops. I want to scroll on the page, but the page is not working so good right now.
We'll verify from the document, and according to the document, that car is on 3 long stops. So that puts both. That puts the GLS. Yeah, this is a spreadsheet. That puts the GLS car and the BMP Aston on a very, very good foot right behind the Audi of eRacing, the 333. Because when they do their long stop, the Audi will be, how many minutes would that be? 2 minutes, 10 seconds behind the 333, and roughly less than 2 minutes behind the Aston Martin. That is if things stay as they are, obviously, but that is just theoretical speech. Nothing can be decided from now. But as it stands, advantage GLS and BMP on long stops.
I'd have to agree with that, yes.
So the PLS Corvette heads into the pit lane along with the BMW of MRE, the cars that were battling it out earlier, just for a unexpected unexpected third party to join their battle. But yeah, it seems that the PLS are going for a long stop as they're doing a driver swap, if I'm not mistaken. The BMW will have to wait and see what they will be doing.
That's right, and once again, folks, if it does say DNF, don't worry, they're not out of the race. That just means they're doing a driver swap, and they have to wait for the next person to come on into the car. So that's just the procedure and how they do the driver swaps. And they should actually already be back in, which they are. And so they'll carry on once their 3 minutes is complete.
Yeah, obviously here we've been blessed with a beautiful angle of the pit lane. So you can see the cars in the pit lane a bit better. That is the Maserati GT2 inside the pit lane right now. Cannot quite see the BMW and the Corvette in the pit lane, but they are in fact still inside the pits. So I believe the two of them are in fact taking a long stop.
I don't know why my live timing isn't working so good. I do want to see how things are down in CUP2 again. Coming up again to the top of the hour in a few minutes, so that battle, especially for second place in that class, that is something I'd like to see, but I'll try and get it sorted.
Yeah, the MRE BMW leaves the pit lane for 4th place.
Yeah, both those cars leaving right at the same time there, and they start to rejoin the action down into turn 1, and hopefully everything nice and safe there, I think so.
Yeah, and as we go back here to the race leader, currently being chased by the GLS car. So obviously, the more time the GLS 343 chews out of the race leader, the better it is for them. And as we've mentioned earlier, the Corvette does in fact take a long stop as well. So I believe that puts almost all the GT3 grid on 4 long stops, apart from what surprisingly is the race leader still on 3 long stops. The Audi, the Corvette should be updating timings any moment now. But as it stands, there's only 2 cars left without a long stop. Without 4 long stops, apologies.
4 long stops, yeah. No,
Yeah.
and so that 333 off of strategy there, that's no surprise. They'll be pitting probably in the next, well, let's see, 2 laps, 3 laps, and they will have to once again do another long stop then, I guess, and
Yeah, that would
bring that
ultimately.
up
I believe currently they're prioritizing track position over the long stops, but a matter of
and
fact,
that's a good
now
strategy to have, you know.
yeah, but at the end of the day, also going off sync with the long stops just doesn't tell your opponents where you really are on track. It's a bit of a hassle to find out where they are, you know. But as it stands, on the contrary, the Cup class, CUP1, we're seeing up to 6 long stops over here. The most common being 5. There's a car with 3 long stops. That is the 560 car. Sunset Outrun Porsche is on 5, followed by the ACRT car, also 5. The PXN, GLS PXN Racing, currently on 4. So the current trend here seems to be around 4, 5. Some cars are doing 6, some also on 3. GT4 is actually quite similar to GT3. Matter of fact, more people are doing 3 long stops, aren't we? TCR is a bit different, however. People are all doing 4. As for CUP2, the trend seems to be 5 and 6. So different strategies, different classes.
Absolutely, and yeah, if you're on 6 of the 16 long stops already, that is, I think, quite a hefty amount. I mean, it's your choice on how you want to do it, but yeah, the 6 to 6 in CUP2 class is already there, and then there was also one that was admittedly last place, the 529 Cargo first car in CUP1. They're on 6 long stops as well. That was the 2 that I saw on the spreadsheet that should be updated. So indeed, that is quite an interesting call this early in the race, as there is still, Abdul, 17 hours and 5 minutes to go.
It's still quite a long race, long night as well. Not quite sure what the daylight saving hours are set up on this server, but we should be expecting
should
daylight
be the same as real life.
Surely. I mean, not specifically, but we'll have to see.
It did say that the sunset was going to be at 9:02 or thereabouts, and I came back, it was around about 9, and, well, yes, it was just about dark, and now it is fully dark. I've seen over the last hour the transition from kind of twilight to, you know, dusk and fully night coming up very shortly. And so, yeah, it appears to be about right on my end anyway, and so it'll be quite some time before we get back into the light again.
Yeah, so that is actually quite convenient for us. But yeah, as you mentioned, a long night to go. We'll have to see how things roll out.
Seeing the picture-in-picture on the YouTube stream showing all the full motion rigs out there at the Nürburgring, just absolutely fantastic. Everyone seems to be having a fairly good time. Now, it was in the bar, is it not? So I do imagine a few drinks might be going around. I don't see any near the rigs, though, and I wouldn't be shocked if there's a rule for that.
Yeah, gonna be quite interesting to see that.
Have you ever had a drink while doing sim racing, Abdul?
I plead the fifth.
No, I would also admit to it as well. That's a very common sim racing.
I've actually done an 8-hour endurance race before. Just a disclaimer, it was in this series, so I don't get butchered. But I did do an 8-hour series while drinking. It was a
okay.
quite. I was actually 2 seconds faster per lap. So what do you know?
You know what?
I'm not supporting. I'm not supporting it.
No, no, and anyone under the age of 18, please cover your ears. But yeah,
And
and
do
then
not
maybe
drink while
leave the room.
driving, especially during this race, please. We do not want to see a cup car reversing in the middle of the track.
Indeed. Well, we already had a car reverse on the track earlier, but yeah. So yeah, just drink responsibly. But it is obviously very convenient for that to be out at the Nürburgring for this event. So then, anyway, moving on from alcohol, then. Thank you, Bird McGrandom. He says amazing visibility on track. And if you don't know Bird McGrandom, you know that he loves to joke in the stream chat. So he likes to be ironic about a few things. But you know what? It is dark out, and we're doing the best we can. So thank you for continuing to watch Bird McGrandom. Great to have you. And yeah, and we have the helicam here as well, which lets us know if you like the helicam. It was left in. There was some talk about it last night before the stream began, as I was introducing myself, and they're like, yeah, we removed a few of the cameras that we didn't like, but we kept in the helicam. And you know what? In some situations it looked kind of cool, and then in others it looks kind of boring. So just let us know, and we have full control over the cameras. So we'll see what you guys like.
So actually, you see here the battle for third place in CUP1 has reignited. So the places have been swapped. The Phoenix car is now chasing the Fed car for third place.
Back onto the main straights again, and so Phoenix, I think at one point, correct me if I'm wrong, Abdul, I think they were in first place at one point, and they're back in fourth now. The 565 is still up there and challenging, and they took a very different line than the 508 there.
Yeah, I believe the 565 went a bit wide there, tried to defend the position. They have successfully done it, but it put them in a very precarious situation right ahead of the 508. So the Phoenix car would be looking to pounce at any opportunity, especially before they head up to the main part of the Nordschleife.
There is a lot of runoff in the Mercedes arena area, so if you do go a little deep, there is a little bit of chance to kind of get yourself back on track before the sand, which would be, you know, if you go way too fast. But yeah, I think they just took the wrong line, went a bit too deep, and they lost a little bit of time. But the battle still goes on, so yeah, we're just past. I believe, 17 hours to go in the race. Abdul, maybe we should do an in-race update.
Oh yeah, obviously, as in-game time is now 10 PM, as well as the GMT 2+ timing. So it's quite convenient actually that the timings are synced up. So yes, why not do a race update? So GT3 class, as it stands, leading the race currently is the 333 Watt E-Racing Audi, off-sync in strategy with the cars behind. Oh, that is, wait, we do have something interesting. The Audi's in the pit lane.
Audi is in the pit lane now,
The GLS car that was perfectly poised, we've just discussed the strategy earlier. Are they serving a penalty, or I'm not quite sure what that is, but
I didn't see anything show up on real penalty, so I don't think
that's
so.
definitely off schedule though, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. That's a very off schedule pit stop. Not quite sure, they could be in the pit box for damage, but that is definitely off schedule, so that is a change of plans.
That was CUP2 Benedict in the car there, the Polish driver. And so 4 long stops of 16. I see someone is hovered over it, so possibly they are looking for a change here. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. But that changes up GT3 a little bit there.
I think they could be doing 6 long stops now. Well, that'd be 5 long stops now.
That'd be 5 after this, yes.
I mean, if they did sustain a lot of damage, we'll see now.
There they go. Okay,
yeah, I was right. That is indeed 5 long stops. So yeah, if you if you took a lot of damage, you may as well do another long stop to mitigate your loss. So we'll see how this plays out for them. It's going to be quite interesting race strategy-wise.
And that was
But
no
this
driver swap either, by the way. No driver
Yeah.
swap for Benedict.
So perhaps it was damage or just trying to get even more off sync strategy-wise. We'll have to see. Well, we'll find out in less than 17 hours if they were right or wrong, or whether that was forced or not. But yeah, we'll have to see that. However, cycles that car from what potentially was first place when the long stops are synced up to where they are right now, which is 5th in their class, right behind the PLS Corvette, the 310 BMW, and the BMP Aston Martin. But as it stands so far, we can go back to our race update. The 333 is leading the race. The WAE Racing Audi R8, the car has been quite dominant leading this race. They were a bit on the back foot strategy-wise, but who knows? The Wheel of Fortune might have picked them for this race. But once again, nothing confirmed, and nothing lasts forever. So we'll have to see if they will still be on top in less than 17 hours' time. Car in second place in class, that is the BMP Aston Martin, the 362, currently on the dot and her. I believe that is chasing one of the GT3 Fords. From the shape of the headlights, they need to get a bit closer for us to be able to tell. And yes, that is indeed the Ford from the side exhausts. So following that car, quite a bit behind actually, is the 310 MRE BMW GT3 in third place. And with the GT2 class, and Mark, you can take it from here.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. The GT2 class then, the 292 Lamborghini leading that class at the current moment. And once again, that's the Wojol Racing Huracan car there. So that is leading by a very large margin, 3 minutes and 58 seconds to the 276 KTM in second place. So absolute huge margin at the moment, and that's going to be the True Racing by RE car there. 4 Germans and a Spanish driver. And in third place, it's the 213, who's just a little bit behind that. Or unless that is gap to the person in front, in which case it would be a very large gap actually. Yes, 213, very spread out.
But I've just been yelled at by one of my Polish friends that you've mispronounced Wojol. It's Wojol, not Wojol. And yeah,
okay, thank you. You know what, please.
They take pronunciation very seriously. I'm being yelled at now, and as we see here, which GT2 is that? I think that's the BMW.
That's okay. Oh yes.
That's the MRE BMW that has had that quite a bit of an incident here. But yeah, let's go back to the GT2 class, as we were saying.
Yeah, feel free to direct your anger at me. You don't need to direct it to Abdul. I more than take the heat for that. And so, yeah, that was GT2, so it's very spread out. And that 213, by the way, is the mixed racing car there. You can't miss the pronunciation of that, at least. They're actually in the pit lane right now doing a driver swap, so that might change in a moment. We'll go then to CUP1 in the second half of the timing. And the leader at the moment, and again it's at the moment because this seems to be changing all the time, the CUP1, it's currently the 597 ACRT sim racing team. We were looking at Zakaria Sharif earlier on the live cam, and so see how they're doing now at this point as more GT4s and such taking long pits. The GLS car is second, the 543, and so that once again is the GLS PXN Racing car, all Polish drivers. I'm not going to try and pronounce any of their names this time. And then the 565 is in third place right now in CUP1, and that's the FED or FED Sim Sports car there with all German drivers. Okay, we'll move on to GT4. Do you want to do that, Abdul, or do you want me to do it?
No, sure, why not? Yeah, if the lifetime can cooperate, yes, thank you, Tower. How generous of you. Okay, so leading the GT4 class, that would be the MOST 477. That is the BMW M4 GT4, followed by the GT4 Maserati car. That is the car in second place, the 456. Following it in third place, that is the 444 Audi R8. And that will drown out the top 3 for GT4. I believe that is the Valkyrie car we're looking at. As for TCR, for the top 3, that is the car number 120. That is a Hyundai. Yes, that is indeed a Hyundai. It's a Elantra, if I'm not mistaken. Following it in second place is the WAT-E Racing Audi, the car number 111. So quite a unique number here. And following it in third place, yet another Hyundai, the car number 181. And that is the slow racing car, number 2. That is the sister car of all the other car running in a different class.
Yeah, there's
And
4 of those slow racings, by the way.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. And as we see here, back to last but not least, the CUP2 class. That is being led by the 601 car. That is the Tradition Simsport, the second entry of that team. Following them, also Tradition Simsport, 602. And that is the third entry of that team, and currently in the pit lane, doing a driver swap, is the WAT-E Racing 666 car. So quite unique numbers here for each class.
Yeah, there we are. And so that's your in-race update, folks, as we head into our next hour here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So we have the PLS Racing 395 back in the pits again, and just did a driver swap as well. So that means the GT. Oh, sorry, no, that's incorrect. Yeah, they're 11th overall, and they have still a GT2 ahead of them. Yes, because we're looking from the bottom of the tower there. That's why. By the way, have we had any official DNFs in the race yet, or no?
Good check from the life timing. Can't quite confirm nor deny that statement, but
well, not really a statement, it's more of a question, to be fair. Yeah.
Well, I have to...
I'll look around and see. Well, I know there was a couple of teams that were struggling, but we'll see. I know that early on in the race, I don't think there were. But now that we've gotten up to this time, we'll have to check and see.
I mean, I don't know. We've seen cars with, all due respect, running quite atrocious luck for some of the cars. Obviously, a lot of the incidents were not their fault, but like some of the cars were having a really bad races, and honestly, props to them for still pushing. As we see here, the WAT car heading into the pit lane. Surely that's a long stop. Honestly, exceed our expectations.
Has to be a long stop. There's no way they'll push it any further. And so that minute 16 gap, it is going to come on down, and they'll drop the position again. But you know, they did work their way up, because at one point they were kind of down like 3rd, 4th early on in the race, and so now they'll only go back to 2nd when they return, if this is indeed a long stop. So yeah, that is going to be an interesting strategy call.
Yeah. Oh well, I think that would, if they do serve a long stop, that would propel the BMP 362 Aston Martin to the lead of the race for now.
It does, yes, but it's only temporary lead of the race.
I mean, they do have 4 long stops, the Aston Martin. So, oh no, they're not doing a long stop.
Oh wow, that's interesting. How long, and who's in the car right now for the 333? I'm really interested now. How long is this man intending on being in the car? Because that is quite an interesting strategy call. Daniel Soul, hopefully I'm saying that right, Germans. Daniel Soul in the car, and that's yet another stint for him, and gets out in the lead, 17 seconds ahead, and off they go for a few more laps.
Yeah, we'll have to see what strategy they're going to pull up, but that does seem interesting.
So as long stops go, so it's the 333 with 3, it's the 343 with 5 below that, the 377 with 4, the 379 has 4, 395 has 5, 310 with 4, 311 with 4, 315 with 5, 362 with 4, and the 321 with 4. So between 3 and 5.
Yeah, just earlier, the race lead, not the race leader, but the class leader in GT2 has just received a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. That is the Voyo Racing Lamborghini in GT2.
Okay. Now, those GT2, some of them are so far behind, it's not even funny from the top two. That is just an absolute incredible drive from the 292 and 276 so far, comparably.
Yeah, it seems that luck isn't really on the side of the rest of the GT2 grid today. But still, it's a long race.
The GT2s again, I want to see what the gap between second and third is on just the GT2. That'd be quite massive. Let's see here.
Waiting for the green arrows to disappear, and yes, they do.
Wow, look at that. Nearly 4 minutes, and then nearly 8 minutes. That is huge gaps.
Yeah, I believe well, I think the entire field is lapped apart from the car in second place.
Daniel Soul, yeah, I know I didn't pronounce that right, Servantox, I do apologise. You know, it's the O with the umlaut on the top, right? So it's always an interesting pronunciation.
Obviously, here another issue for the Lotus. They do recover the 274 SSR car.
That car's just had troubles the whole day.
Yeah.
Oh, you love to see the glow of the brakes. Isn't that just cool?
Yeah, we'll see some sparks from some of the cars bottoming out as well. It's really nice to see. So yeah, it keeps getting darker. At this point, will we even see the cars?
I'm about to say, when are we going to stop seeing who's driving around the circuit?
I mean, to be fair, it is realistic to be this dark, so I guess that is part of the main intended purpose for it to be that realistic. Obviously, thankfully, it's not as realistic as adding the lethal lens glare, thankfully.
Yeah, maybe Servantox, maybe we'll let Abdul do the pronunciation from now on. Yes, if he's good at it, I believe that. I'm terrible with names, so...
Let's not jinx it.
Another long pit for the 492 in GT4. 5 for them now. As that battle seems to have spread them out a little bit now. They were actually quite close together before, and now we got TCRs even between them.
Oh, speaking of which, the gap between first and second is now down to 15 seconds. The WAT car did not take a long stop, but they still did. I mean, the Aston will be pitting next, but surely the WAT car will do a long stop. Surely next lap. I feel the WAT car. I feel the WAT car just listening to us. Whenever we say they're gonna do a long stop, they're like, nah, we're gonna prove you wrong.
Yeah, it could be. You know, you'd be surprised how many people are listening to the broadcast and taking ideas and such. So, yeah. So that brings the 377 Corvette back into third place temporarily as that BMW takes their long stop. And so, yeah, the 333 at some point they'll have to do it, but We'll see. They've already lost 2 seconds. Like you said, they've already lost 2 seconds since the pit stop. And it might be beneficial at some point to just get your driver out of the car and get someone new in, fresh legs, and you need to build that gap back up because, well, now it's 14.8. So, like, you don't want to get rid of all that gap before you get into your next pit stop and you know, you're leaving a driver just a fair bit too long in the car. Even if he might be your best driver.
As we're on board here with probably the most iconic sound of this decade's motorsport on the Nordschleife, the Porsche 911 GT3R's straight cut gears, probably the best sounding transmission. High pitched, definitely headache inducing, but can never get bored of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the dash on that car, I must say. Very, very nice how they made that for AC. Really, any other sim you look at, it doesn't look as realistic as you see here. And if you've ever watched the POV videos of the 992s in, say, let's say Porsche Super Cup or maybe Porsche Carrera Cup North America, and you see, you know, their driver POVs, and you're like, wow, that looks just like it does in the sim. And yeah, it is, because they modeled it right after it, and they did a really good job. So yeah, of course, though, from the view that we see here, we can't see, you know, what their ABS setting is or traction control. That's all up to the teams privately to see. But when you're a driver in the car, you can see just pretty much everything that you need, and it's a great dash, I must say.
I mean, to be fair, Porsche Cup in this race, you're quite limited in option. TC's either on or off. No ABS.
It's just it says ABS on the screen there, so that makes sense actually. Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking, you know what? That might have been pulled from maybe the GT3, and that might be different.
They do the actual cars, the Porsche Cup and the GT3R. They do use the same system, but they're just programmed differently for like spec and car and series. But at the end of the day, it's the same system.
Yeah, no, you are correct about that. Yeah. Yeah, I've watched, actually, if I could shout out a YouTube channel real quick. Well, it's not just a YouTube channel, but also a real-life driver. If you do watch the Porsche in Europe, you might have seen the videos of Dick Skousen, and he's done his POVs on YouTube. Maybe you've seen of Spa, maybe you've seen of other circuits that they race in over there, and go watch his videos. Very, very soothing, I must say, especially, you know, when it's in the rain and get all the ambient noise. But it's just so cool to see how they drive it, and actually, you know, it's cool as they edit it in a way is that they can overlay the broadcast as well of, say, Merton Haven or whoever, and you can listen to what is going on in the race, so you get the idea, and it's really, really cool. You should go check that out.
Yeah, what a good shout, to be honest. Did watch a couple of videos of this. Actually met him personally. Great fight guy.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a flex.
Yeah.
Well, just say casually, oh yeah, I met him, by the way.
Oh, you don't know the depth of it. You do.
See, you guys over in Europe, you guys are spoiled. You get to go see all the best drivers in the world so easily. And then when they come to North America, you know, you get like 2 races that you could potentially go to.
Come on. Go away,
You know, yeah, I do like my motorsport race we get here. Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, just went there, well, actually just about a month ago, and yeah, that's probably the best you can really get when it comes to these sorts of racing. And the thing is, we don't even get the GTPs there, we only get the LMP2s now, and don't get me started on that. But yeah, that's probably the best racing you can get other than the IndyCar, which also happened fairly recently.
To be fair, no GTP is probably for the best.
You know, they did in 2023, so I really don't understand the explanation other than, oh, they're just a little bit too fast, and
I mean, to be fair, that's the same reason why we don't have GTPs on VAR or prototypes in general.
Which is a shame because that would be a really, really good race.
That would be 2 hours, 15 minutes of straight full course yellow. Yeah, I'd say the 2023 race was probably the best one at CTMP with those GTPs, despite the unfortunate finish. And it was probably Renger van der Zander's crash, which probably was why they decided, okay, yeah, we probably should not have them back the next years. It's just unfortunate for the fans, I guess. I mean, yeah, some tracks just get outgrown by technology. We've already seen it in F1, specifically F1. We all know which track, Monaco. Cars are getting too big, too advanced for that track, and obviously it's not really as prominent to see that in endurance racing in mixed class, but at the end of the day, it's still also like an existing aspect.
Looking in the chat, Servantok said Porsche Cup has no TC but ABS 1 to 12. I think he was correct though, Servantox, on what he said earlier. It depends on the series that it's in. They have different spec, so not every single one is the same. Which one specifically is called? Yeah, you could. I am not really sure myself, but maybe well, one of you is correct.
Now for this race they do, okay, yeah, they do run no TC, but ABS 1 to 12. From what I know about Porsche Cup, I'm pretty sure it's the other way around.
Other way around.
Myself now, having driven the cars themselves.
I think you are correct about the real life series. I think so. Well, we can always just go and check.
Yep.
Oh no, Bird McGrandon, the fans are never asleep during this race, unless you're not the biggest fan, I guess. But no, depending where you are on the circuit, you are going to be having some sort of bonfire. You're going to have friends, you know, and depending which corner you're at, you might get some absolutely amazing views. So yeah, no, you will not be sleeping too much at this Nürburgring 24 hours. Especially with all the noise of the vehicles as well, make it hard to sleep in a tent. So yeah, it's a great event.
I mean, to be fair, unless you get a very, very, very depressing mist and red flagged, like sunset,
Yeah, and then it's most of the race gone. Yeah.
Believe it or not, the 1 year I went to visit the N24.
That was the year.
Oh. Yeah, it was still a good experience all around. Obviously a bit disappointed, but hey, that's how it is.
I did watch some of that, and yeah, I pulled up the live stream, and it said, you know, red flags until this time, then give an update, and it was just fog all over the circuit. I was like, oh yeah, that's not resuming anytime soon, and yeah, sure enough, it was one of the least run 24 hours ever at the circuit. So it was really more like the Nürburgring 6 than 24, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, weather conditions, obviously priority goes to the safety of the drivers, and visibility is bad. This is a very dangerous track. You need to see every... Obviously these drivers could probably go around this track blindfolded, but obviously they're very, very slow cars that you won't be able to see. But relatively slow speaking, obviously, that you won't be able to see coming with such low visibility. As well, like different cases, different debris on the track, things can change in a minute. Also for the marshals, they won't be able to see if incidents happen on the track or not. And this is why, like, I believe the rule is if the marshal posts are not like 1 or 2, I'm not quite sure of the rule, but like if a certain amount of marshal posts are not able to see each other, then they start considering red flagging the race. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone in the chat, if you're with us. But I think that was the rule.
That sounds like a good rule to have, that's for sure, because safety is paramount in the real life race. I mean, it's also paramount in this sim race as well, but we don't have to simulate any fog in this race here. We don't have to artificially red flag the race. So that's the nice thing, we can carry on running for the full 24 hours. Servantox wants a different car, and I agree. Let's see
Yeah,
what else
I'm
is
trying
going
to
on.
figure out the live timing.
Oh,
kind of sucking
GT2, something's going on in 7th place there. They went off and then back on.
Oh, they're
Oh,
still off.
yes. Oh, boy. Oh, dear. And
There
that's
you
not
go.
a good place to be off as well. That's right up at Allberg working. Oh, that was very close. Very close. Someone going by there. I don't know who that was. It's too dark now. But, oh, that was very, very close there, Abdul.
Yeah, that was probably terrifying for the car passing by.
The 272 car there, folks. That was the NNB racing team, the Swiss drivers there. And yeah, that's a little bit of a brown pants moment right there. I'll see who the driver of the car that was on the spreadsheet. It says it's Noah Bolthauser. So, okay, well, they're carrying on.
The gap actually. Oh, because the BMP car has in fact passed the.
Oh, so they
that
pit
car.
stopped then.
I think we were stuck in. We were stuck with the GT2s for a bit. It's like it really changed the live timing. So yeah, live timing does lag quite a bit, but it does the job. But as it stands, the BMP Aston Martin 362 leads the race by 2 seconds. They should, however, be pitting before the WAT Audi.
Well,
As a matter of fact, they're about to. Sorry to cut you out, but I think they're going to be lapping the MRE. Yes, they will in fact try. That would be the BMW being lapped by the race leader. So that BMW definitely won't want to be lapped. So that could actually make things interesting now if the BMW decides to defend.
Watts e-racing still only on 3 long stops. They indeed have not done that yet. So this is not working out for the 333 now. I said it earlier and seems to be true here. They've gone maybe a little bit too long.
We'll have to see how it is. Obviously, you never know, but as it stands, it's not looking good.
GT4s have big gaps there. Carmenuccio, am I saying that right? Very big gap, so 477 still leading there, if you wanted to know. Yep, Bernard Grandham, I think Peugeot 205 Cup might just be a little bit too slow, but unfortunately not there. But maybe for
hey,
next year.
We're getting rumours we might get the Twingo next year, so what do you know?
Oh, who knows?
That'd be interesting sight.
Oh yeah, we need a Dacia as well. Absolutely, that'd be lots of fun if we had 1 or 2 Dacia teams in the race.
Yeah, that'd be interesting as a show showcase class. What are they called?
That'd be almost a meme option right there.
What do you mean that's the fastest car in class? That car has to be BOP so much, has to weigh like 5 tons, so it's actually competitive with the G3s.
Or a Reliant Robin for McRandom, yeah, well, that might flip over a few times, yeah.
I'd love to see that one take Hatzenbach.
Or you make it up the hill.
That's the main point. He flips over, starts rolling downhill.
I was rolling down the hill. Oh. This is what Middle of the Night Nürburgring chat is like, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again. There's 76 viewers watching at the moment. It's great to have you in tonight. 16.5 hours to go.
And not even at midnight. These are the topics we're coming up with.
Yeah, this is really more like 1 AM, 2 AM chats, but I'm sure at some point whoever's in the booth later, which it probably won't be me, they... Oh, off. Who's that?
Well, I've done my stints early, so I'm here for probably till the end or until I pass out. So I'll have to see.
the car just rejoined, so everything's okay there. Someone was off, but what I was saying was, yeah, probably won't be me, but I will be here right until 6 o'clock. So there's still another hour and a half for me to go, and that's local time, by the way. So I could technically push it a bit later, but I'd have to have another break for sure. But we'll see what people agree with. And then, yeah, you say, Abdul, you'll be here until you pass out? Well, best of luck to you. This is quite some endurance.
Yeah, I mean, I've probably taken, like, a power nap just to make up for the stints I've done, but I'll have to see how it plays.
Yeah, best of luck with that. Had a bit of a nap myself before I came on, and that was certainly useful, because otherwise I don't know how to be feeling at the moment.
Yeah, well, actually, we could have a battle here for CUP2. The two TSP cars running very close to each other, less than 2 seconds now, between the two cars, so that could wind up being interesting. I don't think they're getting team orders. I think we'll just see pure racing.
That's for the lead of the class now, and we weren't seeing that earlier, so I do wonder, are they off sequence or not? It's 5 long stops for the 601, 602 is on 4, so we'll just keep an eye on it, I guess. I know it's not getting as much attention as maybe GT3, but it is an actual battle on the circuit we can look at right now, folks.
Yep, that is indeed true, and despite being between teammates, a lot of the drama comes from the teammates themselves, as a HGE, that's the car running in Porsche Cup, takes the 6th long stop. Is it just me, or these cars sound like they're screaming in agony?
Yeah, I've never heard them in real life, which is unfortunate, so I can't compare, but yeah, I imagine those engines are being worked quite hard. And you should hear the Merz MX-5 Cups. Those ones sound like a pack of bees when they're all together.
No, that's what you get when you... It's okay. Very tiny engine in a very tiny car.
Indeed.
You get the ultimate sports car machine.
It's a shame they don't have those run in the Nürburgring 24 hours, because I think that'd be an amazing race.
To be fair, that'd be more of a track hazard.
That'd be dangerous, yeah, they'd be quite slow.
Yeah, unless you get a... Maybe you get some, like... What do you call it? There's like... SPX, I believe? Like some test classes. Like, I remember like some of the years we had like a hybrid Porsche 911 RSR. And like sort of a prototype class in this race. Not in here, but in real life actually.
In real life, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't foresee any MX-5 Cups entering anytime soon, but we can dream.
Never say never.
Drive through for cutting for the 560, so they've done too many cuts of the track. Real Penalty has awarded them a drive-through penalty for that. That's the standard kind of, well, penalty, and so they're going to lose a bit of time on that in CUP1, which is unfortunate.
So as we see here, the Aston Martin now, I believe, nearing the end of their stint. Obviously the car is lighter and they're making use of it. They're pulling away from the WAT E-Racing 333 car. So the gap, when we last checked, I believe it was like around 3 seconds. Gap is now up to 7 seconds.
Yeah, just guessing. Remember, when they left the pit lane, it was 17 seconds ahead, the 333. So, like I said before, it's just getting worse and worse on this stint for them. And Daniel might want to consider getting out to the car next time by.
I think it's more to do with the fuel load, because I believe the Aston is hitting any second now, but obviously driver fatigue is an aspect, but we're not really, as I said,
oh, there he goes.
Entering the pit lane. The car was in fact very low on fuel, probably why they made up all this time against the WAT, and here does the WAT car pass the line. The BMW of MRE has been lapped. That's the 310. So now, re-inheriting the lead is the at e-racing 333.
Okay, so we'll see. This should be the long stop now then. 54 laps. Is that completed or we're on lap 54 of the race?
I believe these are, yeah, that's the complete laps, if I'm not mistaken.
Completed laps, yeah.
Or on lap 54. We'll find out in 16 hours.
Yeah, we'll find out when the final results show up on the screen, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
so I'm still not seeing the Wappy
The
team.
MRE's car have one elf. BMW's got off track, they're recovering.
And they do. The Wappy racing team, by the way, they did not go DNF there, so it didn't show that they were changing the drivers still.
Another incident for that same BMW.
Whoa. And that does not look good at all there, Abdul.
That is a blind spot for them as well. As the ACRT, that's the Porsche Cup leader, receives a drive-through. That could cost them the lead. That could cost them the lead because the car in second place, the 543 GLS, isn't that far off.
Oh, that was very close right there with one of the other class cars.
Ooh.
And
Yeah,
that's right near the racing line too, so you gotta be so close and careful. And they get going again, the 311. Oh boy, that is not what you want to see. But bigger news, like you said, ACRT there, you said drive-through for cutting?
Yeah, and that could potentially lose them the race lead, or just come out right in front of the car in second place.
So that makes things interesting now for that, which we hadn't seen for quite some time. So big change in that class there if you're listening on in from further afield.
Yeah. That car is in the Dotton Her, and it should be pitting this lap for the drive-through, unless they
really
choose otherwise.
Yeah.
They could choose otherwise, overextend, try to build a bit of a gap, or they could choose to serve it, and they do indeed choose to serve it straight away.
How many laps do they have until they had to serve the drive-through?
Oh, they are serving it right now, but I believe you have two laps of leeway, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, 31 seconds behind the ACRT car. This is going to be, I don't think it'll be that, we'll see. As one of the Porsches, that is the GT3, has a very huge shunt. Not really nice place to spin in the dark here, but yeah, the ACRT Cup car does maintain the lead, although the gap now has exponentially dropped to 19 seconds from what was 25 seconds.
It's even less than that now. It's 14 seconds on the next timing. I guess you could say mini sector. Those times get update, folks, on the left-hand side of your screen when they reach the next mini sector. So it went from 19 and then to 14, and now 13.7. So yeah, that gap has dropped substantially, and now there's a race going on again in that class.
Yep, but also it could be heavily impacted by the traffic, as we have here the car number 560 gone off track. So that's not really a nice place. They're kind of stuck here with all the cars that are not really able to rejoin, and they finally able to do so.
And my other question was, by the way, how many cuts is it before you get the drive-through? Because I know in like a normal race it'd be something like maybe 5. What is it for this race?
I think it was 12. I just had it in front of me on the screen for 5 hours straight. I was like, I think it was around 15, 16, something like that. Okay. I'll make sure for you 1 second. On the live timing that is provided, but I'll have to verify in a second.
Yeah, for some reason it takes a while for the live timing website to refresh for me, but probably have
they do get a lot of people trying to access the website at once, so it's a lot of load for the server to handle.
Yeah. So the 111 TCR is now doing a driver swap there, and so they're in 3rd place at the moment, relinquishing, I believe, 2nd place is the 120 now. So that's currently what's going on in the pit lane, along with the 377 Corvette back in the pit lane as well for GT3.
Okay, so currently probably the close battle we have so far is for 2nd place in, well, 1st place actually in Porsche Cup. And the gap seems to be stable between 1st and 2nd, so we'll have to see who really manages to come out on top of these. But obviously that drive-through that the ACRT car have received is probably not helping, but at the same time they now have fresh cuts, so they would not be worrying about cuts much now.
That's true, but nonetheless, you do not want to be doing them at any point in the race. And so, yeah, I mean, now you just have to fight back and gain back the time again. So, it looks like the closest battle is really in TCR between 1st and 2nd, a 6-second gap there. Slow Racing keeping that lead in the 1AC1 car. Yeah, that's really the closest on the live timing that I can see at the moment. All the others with, you know, lower numbers, they're not the same class-on-class battles. So, yeah, we will carry on and see what happens next. There's bound to be yet another incident in a few minutes, seeing how this race is going.
So
I must, by the way, applaud the stability of the server. Everything is nice and smooth, and people are running without much problem. Just maybe one individual or two that might have to pit if they have bad stability, but yeah, I am very impressed so far.
We might just witness the greatest commentator curse of all time. I'm hoping not.
Oh no. Oh gosh. No, don't say that. Ah! I have to learn somehow, I guess. Oh boy. I've already done one commentator's curse tonight. I don't need to do another one. Oh.
Well, hopefully it goes smoothly.
Servantox said they drive the ACRT Porsche. They had 7 or 8 cuts after the first hour because the lags. Wasn't funny when you're battling 3 to 4 cars. Yeah, that's the thing, right? You're battling with others, and sometimes you just simply have to get out of the way, out of track limits, to avoid smashing into the slower car in front of you. So yeah, no, I can say it's not funny when, you know, you're not in clear air, you don't have time to just put clean laps together. So that's how you collect up those cuts, and then boom, you hit 15 and away you go into the pits for a drive-through.
Yeah, obviously, back a lot on lag could end up getting you unfair cuts, but I'm not sure. There could be compensation for it, but I think it's very unlikely because.
Not really sure how that would work though.
Yeah, that's a tough thing. Like, if they compensate one team, they have to do it for everyone. So I think it's the same with disconnections, really. If you get disconnected, there's not much they can really do about it.
There's nothing you can do, yeah. And so think of it kind of like a real-life malfunction of the car, and it's kind of the same sort of way, just shit happens, and there's nothing you can really do, and you just have to just get back out there and salvage what you can, right? So that's just the unfortunate thing about sim racing, and I guess indeed real-life racing sometimes.
Yeah, obviously, instead of having, let's say, an engine failure, gearbox failure, you have disconnections, your wheel gets connected, so it's just luck in both these aspects.
Seeing lots of long pits now coming up on the real penalty. Another CUP2 car going in for a long pit. We have the GT3 Tempest car. Whoa! Look at that!
Second place. As the car that was chasing the ACRT Porsche second place has had a huge shunt with one of the BMWs.
Oh, dearie me, that did not look nice. As see, can I catch it on replay? Might be too late, but that was a very big shunt into the wall there. And was that the 321 Ford again there?
I believe that was a BMW.
Oh, the
CUP2, if I'm not mistaken.
543. The 543 was the one involved there, and oh, that's just so unfortunate.
Yeah, on the other hand, that does give the ACRT Porsche a bit of a breather now as they built a gap.
They will, yes. Well, look at the next mini sector. It says 4 seconds, 4.2. Yeah, a little bit of a gap. Yeah, it's gonna
obviously
grow,
better
I
than-
guess.
Yeah, it was 10 seconds before the incident, so 6 seconds. Could be more, could be how it is right now, but we'll have to see with time.
Possibly crisis averted, but yeah, wow.
I mean, can't really say crisis averted until the checkered flag.
That's true.
Crisis is never averted unless you get out of the car or the checkered flag is checkers. What's the checkered flag? What's the verb for waving the checkered flag? There we go.
Ah, yes, yes.
I'm getting driver and commentary fatigue in one day.
On with the 4, 5, 6 low racing at the moment. Third in GT4. Looking to get up to the Valkyrie team now, who worked their way into second. They were third there for a little bit, so that battle rages on. Checkering the flag. Or flagging the checks. Yeah, anyways. Yeah. Oh, okay. So we are getting word, Abdul, that there is going to be a live timing stream happening on the AC Friends Twitch channel. Twitch.tv/AC Friends Discord community. They are going to be going live with that. So if you possibly have some troubles looking at the live, oh, it is okay. Look at the live timing or looking at the map. You can go to the link provided in the YouTube chat right there. Click that link, ladies and gentlemen, and you can go and see that live timing for yourselves a little bit bigger, and it should be kept up to date as well. And I'm actually opening that myself because that'll be rather important. So lovely. Thank you to AC Friends for that, and shall we carry on then? I've opened it, although obviously I have to click play there, and yes, and does have the moving map working as well, so that's very good.
So we see here the battle for second place in GT4. Very, very close between the Valkyrie car and the slow 456, so it's going to be very tight between these two. Not really much opportunity to overtake. Oh, and actually the incident happens on its own. The Valkyrie Audi 444 goes off on his own and gives way for the Maserati 456 of slow to make use of that unfortunate incident.
Wow.
This is currently being passed by
I think that's an interesting choice of horn right there, but that's probably the moment of the race right there about that.
This is absolutely multi-class heritage right there.
So that's that's multi-class traffic for you right there. 4, 5, 6.
Utilize a literal horn.
Indeed. So you were talking about slow racing there. Well, that is slow racing. Valkyrie 2 seconds back, and then it's quite a gap. Then after that to the 487 right there, which just as a reminder, that's Nürburgring eSports Aston Martin. So yeah, that is the main battle there for GT4. MRE is back in the pits again, the 311. And I don't know if that was normal or not, but it's one of their long pits they're doing.
Yeah, car seems to be very off sequence compared to the other competitors, so it's gonna be interesting to see where these cars shuffle up at the end of the race.
I'll wait until they get out to the pit lane to update their live document, and it was Fabian Kanischweicher, something like that, in the car, and it says 5 of 16 on the long stops. They'll come out to the pit lane. We'll see what it says. That says 5 or 6, but yeah. 181 is back out. That's 5 long pits for them now, and they're still in second position in TCR, so not too bad for them. Oh, Bird McRandom, I wish we could have John Heinhoff on the stream, but I think we're not that popular enough. That would be the dream, though, wouldn't it? Absolutely, or indeed any of the other fabulous commentators that do the real-life race. If only. So Emery is switching drivers from Antonin to Fabian. Right, so Fabian is getting in the car now. Alright, thank you, Matthew, in the chat for that. Yeah, there's always one team that has to have that horn, isn't it? Yeah. But we love it though, don't we?
Quite iconic horn as well.
So MRE is back out of the pit lane, 10th overall. They still remain ahead of the Lamborghini. So despite that long stop, they had plenty of gap.
You know what would be a very good use of that horn? I'm not giving guys ideas. I'm not saying we should do that, but that horn would be very nasty to use if you pass a guy for position and you just peep the horn at him.
That would indeed be very nasty and unsportsmanlike.
I do not condone this behavior. I'm just saying it's not illegal.
Maybe on the final lap when you pass for the podium position or something.
But then again, there's nothing stopping the guy you just passed to, use you as the brakes in the next corner. So.
That's true, unless it's the final corner. But yeah, indeed.
Especially that happen, you don't want to do that before it happens.
That'd be a nasty incident indeed. Servant Talks, drive interviews, good question. I would love to do some. I did actually message someone earlier before I went for my nap about doing one in the previous segment, and they didn't respond actually, so I don't know if they ever did any driver interviews so far or not, but I'd love to pull someone up and talk to them. Maybe if you have someone in the chat you would like to bring on up from your team, we'd be more than happy to have you. We've already done some of the driver POVs.
Yeah, we'll have to see if anybody's up for interviews. I believe they could be moved up to the waiting room, so we'll have to see.
Bird McRandom says they should disqualify the 258 solely based on the fact it's a Maserati and its head gasket surely would have blown off by now. Oh, funny.
Lower accurate Maserati.
You and your jokes, Bird McRandom, I swear. I don't think Roberto, if he's listening, I don't think he would like that.
I don't
that
think that
comment.
team like. I don't think that team likes. I don't think that team likes him anymore.
Yeah, you know Bird McRandom, he is always an interesting fellow. He loves his jokes.
Well, there's McRandom for a reason.
Right, yeah.
Oh, the race seems to have stabilized now. Actually, no, we could see a battle. A Cup car versus a TCR. No, the battle's gone. Yeah, we're not meant to see battles now. Racing cars do not will it.
If anything, we can take a look back to CUP2 and see what's going on. There was stuff earlier going on, but...
Oh yeah. The two sister cars would be interesting if they're still running.
601 and 602, yeah. And no,
One of them has
unfortunately
pitted
not.
earlier than the other. TCR has TCR looking.
Oh, and actually, someone is joining the waiting room, Abdul, I see. Dennis Meyer seems to be joining us in a moment.
Alright, I believe we can drag him over here and interview him.
Let me just hold up, let me just pull up the details so I know what I'm looking for.
Hi guys, good evening.
Hello!
Good evening.
Let's welcome on in Dennis Meyer from Germany, I suppose. Welcome on in.
He drives for the 444 GT4 Valkyrie e-racing team, the Audi, that had just a very unfortunate incident for you guys earlier.
Yeah, we had quite a few of them actually, but luckily we sort of scraped by more with luck than with skill in most of them, with just sort of medium damage and nothing too bad. But yeah, we had quite a few little skirmishes and scrapes. Friend of me is driving right now. I think it was shown on screen with the Lotus overtaking us. A bit of an issue down before Kesselchen.
Yeah, the car seemed like something was just gone wrong there before the corner. But yeah, it's quite good though that you guys are keeping it together, trying to make the best of what you've got, and yeah, hopefully it turns out to be better. But like, how do you describe the stints that you've driven so far?
Well, looking at our stint plan, I've only done the first 3 stints, so I started off at a triple header. I did the qualifying and then started off the race. The first stint was really good, like really good pace. I was really happy with the car. Setup worked great. We worked our way up to first place for the first stint. But we figured out now in the actual race stint, we actually use a bit more fuel than the other guys. So we lost first place to the Rebellion Ferrari, since they're a bit more fuel efficient than us. I don't know if they do a bit of cheeky lift and coasting, bit of fuel managing there, but they overtook us out of the pits again. And the Most Racing, so the BWT, the pink BMW, actually manages 1 lap more than us. So I think they're doing quite a lot of lifting and coasting and heavy fuel managing, so they can eke out 6 laps on a tank. So I think we've got our work cut out for us to make our way back to the front. And
absolutely.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I had a few little incidents. I think one of them you saw on the stream with the TCR car that pulled out perfectly right in front of me and stopped square on the racetrack.
Yeah, there were some quite interesting incidents to see on this track. Very sketchy stuff, multi-class especially. Like I think earlier we had this Ferrari GT4 that was terrifying everyone. that was interesting to watch, to be fair, but I'm glad you guys are recovering and trying to make the best of what you've got.
Yeah, I mean we've just about done 8 hours, so the first third of the race. So there's a long way to go. I've done.
Yeah.
I've been lucky to do quite a lot of endurance events with great guys here on ACF, and you always in the beginning of the race, in the first 4 hours, 6 hours, you go, oh, this is so great, we're doing fantastic, and everything falls apart. And other times it's a complete disaster and everything's going wrong, and in the end you go, oh yeah, that actually worked out all right. Yeah, it's where everyone is on the track and everything can go wrong for anyone. Little technical difficulties, or you never know when the faster drivers are going, or some slower guy, or someone has an issue in the night and a big accident. So, and that's the beauty of endurance racing. It isn't over till it's over.
Absolutely right. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, when do you think you're coming back in the car, Dennis?
Luckily, I'm not done. I'm not due for another few hours. So after this interview, I'm gonna go off to bed, sleep for a few hours. My alarm rings at 5:20 in the morning, and then I'll be back in at 5:45, I think, and then split the whole morning in sort of alternating shifts with another friend of mine.
Wow. Well, unlike the Nürburgring, in real life, you don't necessarily have to go to sleep with cars rumbling around the track next to you. You have a not that the excitement level is any less, but you don't have to worry about, not sleeping in your own bed, I suppose, and you can wake up hopefully on time, get back in the car, feel refreshed.
Yeah, that's one really nice benefit of sim racing, I suppose. I mean, it's still really hot in Germany right now, so it's not the best sleeping conditions, and I'm pretty sure I won't fall asleep till 2 or 3 a.m. just from the excitement of the race and the thinking, and let me check the live timing one more time. But
yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's one of the things you really enjoy waking up to, so it's never that bad.
Exactly. Well, I hope you can contain your excitement for a few hours more. Lots of racing to go. By the way, I do have a question, and that is there is you, and then there is Max Meyer, who I believe is in the car right now. Is looking on the live timing.
Yes, he is.
Is there any resemblance between you two, or is it just a happy coincidence?
No, we've been friends for over 10 years by this point, but we're not related. And I will point out, which he will be very cross with me, my name's spelled correctly, Maya with A-I. His name's spelled incorrectly with A-Y. And luckily he won't hear this because he's in the car right now and concentrating.
Oh, good. Well, hopefully he doesn't watch the replay.
But somebody who's watching the stream just snitches out, so that does not happen.
All right. Well, good to know. Well, good friends between all of you then. That's fantastic. And yeah, you're all German team, and best of luck to you because you're in 3rd place, and you got a good shot still at getting on these podium positions. Maybe 2nd is in grasp, but 1st place might be a little further out, but lots of racing to go. So yeah, best of luck to you, Dennis, and your team.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys for the great commentary so far. It's really been very enjoyable to watch on the side. So thank you there.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis. We'll let you get some well-deserved rest now.
Thank you. Have a good night. See you guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so joining us now will be Max Kitt, a driver of the Sunset Outron 555 Porsche Cup.
All right.
Welcome, Max.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
So, how was your race?
Rough. Very rough. All of our struggles are coming early here. We've had my computer crashing mid-stint on the GP loop. And just general driver errors. We're like 2 minutes down on where we should be.
Yeah, quite unfortunate, not gonna lie. But well, I mean, you still are running in quite a good position so far. So,
our pace is.
Do you think you can
strong.
salvage anything? Yeah, I mean, pace is there, everything's there. Just a case of bad place, wrong time.
The pace is there though. I'm easily faster than a majority of these GT2s actually. So, hopefully we can you know, muster something up.
You still have 2 GT2s to get through, if I'm looking at this correctly on the live timing, before you then catch up to the 5 or 1 GT2 to get to before the 565. So, yeah, you think you have a chance over these next few hours to claw things back and maybe work to 3rd place or so with Phoenix? So, what do you think?
I think it's going to take more than a few hours. It's going to take the whole race to get back to where we could be, and it's going to have to be damn near flawless execution from this point.
Someone is saying in the chat, X6 says max lock in, so you have an
Max,
instruction.
I'm well aware, considering I'm not actually able to get the most out of my stints. I have a 6-hour race to go to in real life come Sunday. So I have to leave a little early.
Oh, best of luck with that.
Aiming for a double P1, you know.
Oh, right, yeah, best of luck with that. Sip Racer says Max Vibes Kit. What's the deal with Vibes, Max?
That's a name I picked back when I was a little kid. I'm talking like 13. I just haven't changed it. It's just stuck with me.
Oh, wow, okay. Well, I mean, good vibes hopefully to you for the rest of the race then. What do you think,
nice.
Abdul?
Yeah, I don't know. I think his race was a case of the race being the lion and his team being the kid. But yeah, either way, we'll have to see how this race unfolds. But yeah, best of luck, Max, and to the team. Yeah,
All these jokes I need to understand, I think.
Either way, I'm gonna get. Alright, nice having you on, Max. And best
Okay,
of luck to the
I'll
rest of your race.
hopefully see you guys on better terms later.
Yep, hopefully.
Thank you, Max. Oh, well, hopefully better luck for you in the next few hours. Hopefully you can work your way back up, but a long way to go, that's for sure. Best of luck.
For sure. Alright, thank you guys. I'll see you guys.
So, we had here Max Kit, the 555 Sunset Ultron Porsche Cup. We don't really have more people here to interview unless anybody else wants to join us. You're open to join the waiting room anytime, and we'll just move you up here to be interviewed.
Absolutely, especially if we get someone from, you know, like, well, we already had a couple of classes. If we get like a TCR or a CUP2 or, you know, some variants, be fantastic. Yeah.
But yeah, now we have to wait, or we can just keep doing what we were doing for the last couple of hours, which probably will be the case, let's be honest. To join the interviews, you could join the waiting room on the N24 AC server. It's under the stream category, yeah, there we go. So
there's someone.
Yeah.
All right, let's. Well, we have a Polish driver coming on in a sec.
That'll be the GT4 class, I believe. I just need to get some details before we can start.
Same here as well. You know, it goes so quick. You have to look on the spotter guide and go, "Oh, who's this? Which team are they on?" And then you figure it out.
Need someone that does the homework. Also, just a heads up for you guys. In 20 minutes, we will be having a refreshed live stream just to maintain, you know, the integrity of the stream and just, you know, make sure everything's running smooth. So in 20 minutes, we will be switching to, well, pretty much restarting the stream.
And it should only be a few seconds. It shouldn't be too much longer than that. And like he said, it's just to keep everything fresh and working properly. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's also because, you know, YouTube, they have their rules where, like, you can't live stream for too long and you have to restart the stream, put in separate parts. So that's a very normal thing over here on AC Friends. Just make sure that you're not caught off guard and you can find the next part of the stream and continue to join along.
Yep, absolutely. So joining us sooner or later, as soon as we find the driver details. So bear with us. I was thinking,
I thought so for a sec you said it was GT4. I thought it was the guy in 487, but no, that's a different Sebastian, is it not?
Oh, there's a lot of Sebastians to go around.
Yeah, yeah, well, we'll figure it out.
I mean, I already know,
German,
like, I think
Sebastian, though.
Not
Polish.
Racing.
Well, all you need to know is that... Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I have to be careful.
You already pissed off a lot of people with the pronunciation. don't get more people on us.
I don't think there are any more people on us. Yeah, indeed. Oh, what have
Well,
I done?
I just okay. We'll get started now. We'll continue the interview. Joining us now will be Sebastian Cardas, I believe. He drives in GT4. So
Oh, what's GT4?
welcome, Sebastian.
Oh yeah, there he is. Hello. Yep. From the 495 team, by the way. 495.
Okay, yes, thank you, Mark.
I just want to get that out there so everyone knew which car it was. But yes.
At least one of us did the homework. So yeah. So how was your race,
I
Sebastian?
just finished.
Honestly, I have to say it was amazing to this point. I mean, the car is great, the server is great. There's basically no lag at all. I feel no netcode. I mean, there were some issues at the start, like I was starting the race, and yeah, there was some issues with the latency then. But now it's just the road, you, the car, and maybe some traffic that comes in the way. Yeah.
Yeah. How does the Lotus feel, Sebastian, so far in the race?
I gotta say, it's a tricky car. I mean, it's great in the corners, but the limit of the Lotus is kind of weird, I think, because, well, to regain control of the Lotus, basically what you have to do is flick the steering wheel like counterclockwise or counter to the direction you're spinning in, and then center it again so it doesn't just snap, because the car really wants to snap the other way when you're trying to counter a slip. So that's really tricky with the Lotus. But once you kind of get that in your head, then basically it's a Sunday drive. It feels really great. It's a stable car. It's really a stable car when you treat it right. It's slow on the straights though.
Slow on the straights. Okay. Well, you are in the 495. I was looking at who the other Lotus was in the class, and that is the 456, the slow racing team. And they're all the way up in second place in the class and 25th overall there. And so, not that we should really directly compare the two different races, but if you want to maybe look at the lap times between them, the best lap, well, I'm looking at the 495 here, it was 8 minute 57. Previous lap was 11 minutes, so I think they probably had a pit stop. But do you think if you can reach a comparable time to them, try and run with the other GT4s, you can try and work some positions back up, you even have the TCRs ahead of you overall?
Yeah, basically a lot of think about us, all three actually of us, because one person that was supposed to drive with us suddenly had to resign basically right before the race, and we couldn't really find a replacement as the slots were locked. Well, we are all amateurs in the endurance series in general. Me personally, I don't even have a lot of experience in league racing as a whole. Basically, I just started a few months ago, and now, well, I'm here driving the 495 car. So, well, we're definitely not reaching the times, like they're way out of our league. Even when I sometimes just race with the Emira somewhere along the track, I can feel that I'm way slower. On some exits, they're just better drivers when we are just amateurs trying to survive basically and have fun.
I mean, having fun is the name of the game, right? So nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Any more questions, Abdul, for Sebastian?
Yeah, I think we've covered it all, but when do you think you're getting back in the car, Sebastian?
Actually, I'm gonna be getting back in the car in about an hour or something. Yeah, I think perfectly in that one.
Yeah, alright. So in that case, we'll leave you get some well-deserved rest, and good luck with your stint in 1 hour.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have fun.
Best of luck. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Right. Who do we got next? I saw someone joined.
Yep, I'm back. We need to get the information again.
It's
It's a
hopefully we pronounce this
GT4.
right.
It's a GT4.
Yeah. Said Amir, another Polish driver, coming up and joining us. We'll be dragging them on in just a moment, folks. If you are enjoying the broadcast, by the way, make sure to give a like and a subscribe. I think someone said earlier it was already over 800 subscribers, so fantastic. Worked their way to 1K. Crans, hello, welcome on in, says GLS on top, welcome on in. Oh, things were happening while Seb was talking. Well, we don't want to interrupt them, obviously, but we do apologise.
Unless it's crazy. We probably will.
then maybe we might, yeah, maybe.
Okay, so joining us now, Said Amir, and he'll be joining us right now.
Hello.
Hello, welcome Amir.
Have you got my car number?
No. Trying to find
Yeah,
it.
so you said it was a GT4, and it is. It's the 477. But until I looked through all of the GT4s, I had no idea. So,
that is
yeah.
The team leading GT4 right now, actually, as well.
So that's even more important then in that case. Well, there we are. We found it out eventually. Sorry, we're not professionals. But, well, then I'll start off with the first question. And hopefully we're saying your name correctly as well, Said. That's fine, good, alright. Well, then, being in the lead early on then, how are you feeling? And obviously with big gaps then to the slow racing car, and obviously you have other people intermingled, like you saw that Lotus behind you, which has been a killer all race, and then you have your CUP1 cars ahead. So, are you feeling good? How is the strategy for your team?
Yeah, so what we're doing right now is a strategy of anti-sprint, you could say, maybe. We are actually going slow on purpose and trying to carve through traffic as efficiently as possible. At least that's what I was doing during my stint, and we are indeed doing heavy fuel, heavy fuel management to get six laps out, and trying to use the advantage of the straight line speed of BMW, since that's where you save at the end of the large straights into heavy braking zones.
Yeah, sorry to cut you out, Amir, but we have now battle for third place as the GLS 343 Audi passes the 377 Corvette. That is for third place in GT3. Quite an unusual place to pass, but the Audi did have the overspeed over the Corvette and makes the pass smoothly and safely. And it appears to be pulling away for now. And yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Amir.
Yeah, no, cool.
And so, yeah, that is the purse there for the Audi. Next question is then, so considering you say that you're going basically full-on save, the most endurance that you can get, is that going to help you on the tyres then? How are the tyres feeling, especially now that I believe track temperatures are dropping and the grip levels will be very different? Is that going to help you when it comes to possibly coming towards the end and maybe even a win for this race?
Well, mechanically, since it's a front engine car with a high center of gravity, I would say it's a boat, at least in terms of Assetto Corsa. And it starts dancing. Let's say it's quite understeery in the beginning, and then it starts dancing towards the end, and then you have to manage your throttle a lot out of the corners. But yeah, the tires feel good towards the end of the stints. We're not getting too much of a problem with the pace towards the end of the stints, actually. The fact that the car is lighter makes it faster towards the end. And yeah, and Regarding the win, I don't know about that because we have a driver that is not showing up so far. That is due to drive next. So I'm expecting all the worst right now.
So you think maybe one of your drivers might be staying in the car a bit longer then to compensate?
Yeah.
Okay, well, what do you think, Abdul? Then any questions?
Yeah, I think you guys are running like you guys are looking very good for like a strong finish this race. So yeah, let's hope it stays like that way for you guys. But when do you think you're getting back in the car though?
My next stint is in the morning.
Ah, okay, so you're gonna get some sleep then.
I'm gonna see if that guy, the next driver is supposed to drive, is going to show up. If he does not, maybe I'll take another double stint during the night. But if he shows up, then I'll go sleep indeed.
Okay. Well, hopefully everything goes onto plan for you guys, and you get your rest, and hopefully your teammate shows up. So yeah, wishing you guys the best.
Yeah, thanks.
Best of luck, Saeed. Thank you. Alright, we got a penalty, by the way, for the 655 stop and go from race control in CUP2. So I just saw that flash up on the screen right at the end of the interview there, and I don't think that matters in terms of position, as they were quite far down the order, but just bad to worse it seems for the 655 Project N48 team.
Yeah, as it seems here, I don't know, we could actually be seeing a bunch of penalties coming through, so it could be race direction filtering out some penalties to take care of, but we'll see. As we see here, a CUP1 Porsche sandwiched between GT2s, actually chasing Lamborghini, side by side actually. Camera angles are not helping, and they did pass it, so the Cup car did pass
through, yeah. And that GT2 has just been terrible all day, the 222, which is just unfortunate. Same with its Maserati behind that as well. So the that CUP1 really has to pick up at the pace, and they have a lot of cars to go until they get up to the 560.
Yeah, it's a long list to ask, but still a long race to go. You still got more than 15 hours to go.
In fact, that's laps. That's laps down. Laps down. My goodness.
Oh, 15. Yeah, we're not even halfway there.
No, we're not even close to halfway, Abdul. It's 5:24 local, nearly midnight Central European time, and yeah, 15 and a half hours to go in the race. And so, yeah, we have lots of night running to go. But this is one of the most interesting times of the race, in the fact that everyone who is not comfortable in the dirt, they're going to have some issues, and we might see swaps for position throughout that, also technical issues and such as well. So this race is still all to play for, don't you worry.
Yeah, so once again a short reminder that within 5 minutes we'll be having the live stream restart. So just make sure you guys stay with us, we'll just restart the stream and come back.
And I believe they can stay on. I don't know if they can stay on the same link, but if you can't, we'll definitely provide the next part link in the stream
the
chat.
new link will be provided shortly on the N24 Discord server, and as well, if you want, you can stay on the channel and await the new live stream start.
Yeah. So essentially, there is not really anything you have to do except click the new link, folks. So thank you once again for sticking around, and lots more action to come as we have completed 58 laps and we're on lap 59 now, and we'll have well more than 100 by the time we finish this race. I think it's less than 200, but I can't remember exactly what it is from the iRacing N24s. It's some absurdly large number for the Nürburgring. I'm sure some folks can remind us in chat. Well, in real life, you have the code 60s, you have your full course yellows, maybe red flags. That's going to change up the number of laps they complete, right? Because time never stops. In this case, there's always green flag running, so there will be a fixed number of laps. And so, it's going to be some absurdly high number that they're going to have to do. Oh, problem in the 276 again. And what's going on there, 9th overall? Oh, they've just gotten back going again. That might have been a spin for the 276. Not entirely sure. We just missed it, Abdul, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, at least they didn't last long like that. Good to know they recovered quickly, at least.
They did, and they don't lose any position or anything like that. Just a bit of time, and they're more than a minute back of the 292. So they are second place in GT2, but they're very comfortably there, which is good. Oh,
Yeah,
stop now
but
from Lotus. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're okay. Yeah, I was thinking I will now be heading for a break for a bit.
Oh yeah?
To have a long night to go. I get some drinks, some tea, probably take a power nap. So I have to
I
wait for
have about half an hour left myself, indeed, until I go off. So, so that means it might just be me for a little bit, and then I don't know who's on next.
I could be able to come back before you go, but no promises.
You know, it's all up to you, mate. No troubles whatsoever.
Yeah, so I'll leave you guys with Mark. Mark, take good care of the viewers. Do not anger any people with your pronunciation, and best of luck.
I will try.
Oh, and just as I go here, we almost seen a very dangerous incident here. Thankfully, danger averted for both of these cars.
Now it's a white GT3, was it behind? That car that just went by, I don't know who it was, but
I believe it was a Lambo, but yeah, as for
Lambo,
now,
yeah.
I'll leave you guys for it, and good luck.
Alright. And I'll have to pop on and control the cameras myself as well, ladies and gentlemen, so that will take a moment's time. So I don't know if Abdul can still hear me, but if he goes off the camera control, I can then pop on. And let's see if I can take a look here. There we go. I think I should have it now. Right, so let's go ahead then. And actually, perfect timing, as second place, the 362 is in. 362 is in, and is that going to be a long stop? We'll have to see. The 333 has gotten back going again. Do I have controls, though? That is the question. For some reason, it is not working at the current moment. But see if I can get it working. It's very odd. There goes the 362. That was a long pit stop. So 5 of 16 now for the BMP team. For some reason my keyboard is not connected here. I have no idea why. Can I click that on screen? No, I can't. So I will try and figure that out, folks. Don't you worry. What if I go full screen? No, that's still not working for whatever reason. Okay, but we'll give you in just a moment the rundown of the cars here, folks. So please just do bear with me 1 second. Maybe I'll just click reload. Let's try that. Okay. Let's see, do I have control now? No, it doesn't give me control for some reason. Very odd. Well, either way, let's go ahead and look through the leaderboard then, folks. So, okay, Noah's is saying in chat 152 laps or thereabout we're going to be doing. Alright, there, that's, thank you for that. As we'll just run on board with the 362 for now. We'll try and figure out why I can't click on the cars. I can't click on anything, for a matter of fact, I don't know why. But the Watt E-Racing team, the 333 Audi, is in lead of the race at the moment. Second place is the BMP 362, 41 seconds back. The GLS 343 is in third place at the current moment. And then it's the 377 Corvette behind that in fourth. to the lead of GT2, it's the 292 Lamborghini in 8th position. The KTM Expo 276 is 2nd place there in class. Then 3rd place, well down the order, 15th overall, is the number 213 KTM Expo. 1st place in the Porsche Cup, that's CUP1, the 597 ACRT team is in the lead there at the moment. That is then seconded 7 seconds back by the 543 Porsche. 3rd place is the 565 Porsche. We move on to GT4, where the 477, who we just interviewed not long ago, 23rd overall, is leading the class there. 2nd place is the 456 slow racing car, and the 444 is in 3rd, the Valkyrie team, who we also interviewed. That's quite a ways back. The TCR is 27th overall, the 120, who is leading quite a ways ahead of the 181 slow racing. 111 is 3rd, another Watt E racing team. For the CUP2 class, the BMW M2 CSs, I would look at it, but it's so far down the order that I have no control yet. Still, by the way, I actually cannot see who is leading at the moment. We were looking at the battle earlier. It was between the 601 and 602, so I still reckon it's one of them, but I'll go and check for real in a moment. I still don't know why I can't control this. Very strange. I'm gonna try and reconnect our camera software entirely on my side, and I have a feeling it's probably just something on my side, because it was working last night and now it's not. And see if I can get through once again. Okay, try and connect. Let's see, do I have control now? No. Okay, I might have to message someone to help me out with that. Lovely sounds, by the way. Not really sure. I'm gonna message someone and then we'll figure this out. Another long pit stop for the 377 GT3. And so once again, yeah, 4th place. I've finally changed out the driver then in that case. Yeah, that's true. The stream restart should be coming in a couple moments. That is also a good point. So yes, I believe that is starting in a couple of moments, folks. Please stay on the stream. The new link will be coming in a moment, and we'll pop you over to the next part here. It's the Nürburgring 24 hours by AC Friends, Nürburgring eSports. Keep it posted, folks. We'll be back in just a moment. Okay, so it does appear that the restart will be in 5 to 10 minutes, according to the race control, from what I am seeing here in my messages. So, never mind, ladies and gentlemen, another 5 to 10 minutes, then it'll be restarting. So sorry about that, Noah. Guess we still have a couple more minutes. I do now have control now of the cameras, though. That has been fixed. And we got a lovely train going on here, I must say. Take a look at this. Whoa, there goes the GLS 343 as we're riding on board right now. Coming up to what looks to be one of the slow racing cars in GT4, and they get by. As they're up on the top right of the circuit now. Big train, lots of CUP1 cars in this train as well. So let's see, what is a good battle right now out on the circuit? Let's take a look at the 543, 5 seconds back for the 597. And lots of traffic around them as well. Lots of big gaps now that there weren't before. In the pit lane is the 315 Lamborghini. Still there at the moment, might be one of their long stops. And also we have a GT4, the 487. You see there is in the pit lane as well. Aston Martin still running back out in 4th place. Let's go ahead and see who's coming out now. That's the slow racing 181. Just did a pit stop, second in TCR, and away they go out of the pit lane. Plenty of room for them. There's a teal car coming up on the rear, but that's well back in the BMW class there, is it not? Speaking of which, let's take a look down at the BMWs, because I did say I would do that in my in-race report. So the 601, there it is. The 601 is leading the CUP2 class at the moment and being hounded behind by one of the GT3s. That's why the Mustangs, they get by. Second place, though, 52 seconds back, the 602, so unfortunate for them. Watty Racing 666 is in 3rd, and then it's Slow Racing in 4th behind that, the 697. So that's the deal with that. A couple of TCRs way back in the field, way too far behind now. Then you got the 699 here, little bit of action here at the beginning of the lap. Couple of Porsches hounding on him. Let's see how this gets done. Should be dispatched properly, but you see the speed difference is just absolutely monumental. And the 655 is behind that by another 37 seconds. They appear to be dispatched properly. There they go, finally by. And oh, it looks like 655 is coming to the pit lane. So long ways to go for that yellow fronted BMW, and into their pit box they go. Will it be a long pit though is the question. Looking at the very tail end of the field now, I mean the 407, not a very good day for them. I think that's that last place in GT4 it might be. And the very last place car is the 626, so we technically have no DNFs then so far. Fantastic. As the 655, actually that's a stop and go plus 10 seconds. Stop and go 10 seconds for the 655 there, so that was actually a penalty for them. That's rather unfortunate. That wasn't just a regular pit stop then. But last place is the 652 then. 2 laps down even on the next place 53rd, 626. So that is who's dead last in this race if you did want to know. Really unfortunate for them. But back up to the main battles again. Go ahead and take a look. We don't want to miss any on-track action here in this race. take a look here at the 487. Yeah, that was their stop and go, Mike. Absolutely. I didn't get that until it flashed up on screen, so absolutely correct. If you are wondering where Abdul is, he's popped out for a little bit of a nap. I'm Mark Rio, your commentator at the moment, for a little bit longer. Restart in a few minutes' time, they are telling me. And we're going to be going into the pause scene, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, Mark Rio hosting the Nürburgring 24 hours on AC Friends. Please do stick around. We'll be coming back in a few minutes with the new link.